part of that group, to see the way that just bear down and compete together. I mean, that's what's been so fun and so special about, for me at least, about the last 2 years, is seeing how that group just comes together. And like the goal of the day is clear. Like, we're down there to try and do what we can to help the team win. And if that's holding a lead, stopping the other team's momentum, like whatever that looks like, I know that everybody getting down there is pulling for that same goal.
Guardians back to work tonight. Start a 3-game set at Burgess-Field. They entertain the Mariners. Guardians coming off that 9-game road trip. Joey Cantillo starting tonight for the Guards. 6-3, 4.05 ERA. Looks like Cooper Ingle is going to get his first taste of Major League Baseball. Guardians Perspective is reporting that Ingle is going to get called up prior to tonight's game against Seattle. Ingle, who's a catcher by trade, begin a lot more playing time in left field this season with the Clippers. He's batting .284, 12 homers, and 41 runs batted in. This morning, New York Mets saying goodbye to manager Carlos Mendoza. He got the boot. Mets currently in last place in the National League East at 34-47, 15 games out of first. This despite the fact New York's got the second highest payroll in baseball behind only the Dodgers at $365 million. Despite the fact that head coach Dusty May leaving Michigan for the Dallas Mavericks, Wolverines guard Elliot Cadeau plans to return to the Wolverines for another season. Cadeau started all 40 games for Michigan, and that ended with a national championship. Cadeau was the most outstanding player at the Final Four. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
We're the only station in Cleveland where you can talk defending division champion Guardians at 6 a.m. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The weekend is here. Hot dogs tonight. Dollar dogs. You got jersey giveaway. You got all kinds of stuff going on at the ballpark as the boys take on the Mariners from Seattle over the weekend. Should be a fun weekend. Hopefully the weather is El Perfecto. Fireworks tonight. All kinds of cool stuff for the Guardians. But how about the pitching staff? Are they good enough to carry this team all the way to the playoffs, especially while they're fighting injury? And there's all kinds of little chirping about somebody who might be coming up from Columbus that might be able to help out the lineup the way they've been looking at other guys from Columbus to do that. Also,
is it chirping or is it coopering?
Okay, all right, we can call it coopering. I got no problem with that. LeBron in Northeast Ohio. What does that mean? We'll talk about that. Some
Hanging
Cavs
out
stuff.
for hamburgers and milkshakes.
You think that's what he's doing?
Yep.
Maybe. You never know. It's easier to eat in your car, isn't it? You just sit there and chill. I love the way they run to the car as fast as they can, especially the original one.
Good way to get hurt.
Yeah. How'd you get hurt? I was slinging burgers.
Delivering burgers.
So we'll get more on the Cavaliers as we go out through the show today. And Sam Amico is going to join us at 1 o'clock. The other voice you hear is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan is here. Meredith Kane is here. And you're always here at 216-474-0092. You are lurking in the shadows.
Lurkers.
Jeff, I got to ask you right out of the gate,
Yeah.
Did you stay up and watch the big game last night?
No, the Guardians were off.
The other big game. Dan, I know you
Cavs
were up.
Season's over.
You were up last night, right?
Oh, absolutely. You have to be.
I was up last night too. And I was in. All in. Jumping in the pool, man. Watching, I know a couple names on this team, and I'm like, all right, I'm in. And I knew they were in. They're into the field of 32. Of course, I'm talking about the World Cup, right? You're sitting around going, they're going to talk about soccer.
How big of a game could it be if they already were in because they won their bracket, they've advanced, and they played their backups?
That's what I said.
Against my team.
Yeah, your team. And by the way, the research you gave us on Turkey, is that how you say it?
Turkey-A.
Turkey-A.
It's like turkey.
And by the way,
is that the Canadian way to say it?
No, that's the correct way to say it. We've butchered it for years.
No, we haven't
have we all
butchered
been
it for
alive
years.
all this time and nobody ever said anything but turkey?
We have not. They just asked in like 22 that the world recognize them as Turkey-A, at least according to reports.
What is it? Thanksgiving on happy days. Turkey, hey.
No, just Canadian. That's
Is that
all
what it is?
Turkey, eh?
Hey.
Right?
There are a lot of things that we have said incorrectly that we are trying to.
Turkey, hey.
Yeah.
I don't ever remember it being called Turkey A until now.
Hey.
But then again, I probably just didn't really worry about it, right? We had our own turkey.
Turkey, hey.
So anyway, I'm watching this game last night, and I'm sitting here, and first of all, like, have you enjoyed any of this World Cup experience?
I've not watched a minute.
Okay. I wonder how many people who are driving around Northeast Ohio right now or listening to us on the Odyssey app are just like you, have experienced zero of it. And I got to be honest.
I'll watch some eventually.
Oh, you're kind of waiting for like the playoffs of the World Cup.
As great of an event as it is, it's not one that really interests me.
Because of the game itself, or just because of what?
I enjoy soccer, but I enjoyed it at a different level. I enjoyed watching my kids, their teammates, play youth soccer, play high school soccer.
Gotcha.
I had a high school soccer player. I enjoyed it like crazy.
And we're into it.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I can understand
it's
that.
a great game.
It is a great game. And then, like, so you had a personal interest in it, right? It was vested
Then
to
I
your
did,
family,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Dan has no personal interest in it, right? Like, there's nothing.
Oh, no,
family-
Dan does.
Well, no, I mean, but there's no family vested.
Yes, there is.
Is there family vested?
No.
Did you play? I don't remember.
Ooh,
No.
I
okay.
played until I was until I was like 10.
What's the nationality of the name Mennigan?
I mean, it's German, but I
And
mean,
what's
we
the
could play
big
that game
what's
for
the
all
big
of us.
sport in Germany?
I mean, we could do that for all of us.
What's the big sport in Germany? Huh?
Drinking.
Yeah, that's true.
It's
Drinking.
in Dan's blood. Alcohol and soccer.
So like for
Again,
the last,
we could do this for every family name. You realize that because most of us, or at least a chunk of us, came from either Latin America, an African country, or Europe.
Phelps is Dutch, apparently.
so help me out with this.
Netherlands, baby. Let's go all the way.
I'm watching a game last
That,
night.
that in Turkey, eh?
You got to help me with this.
Hey.
So I'm watching this game last night. I turned to my wife at one point. I think I even said this to my son the other day, and I might have even said this on the air. I'm watching these games where I literally don't know anybody, right? Christian Pulisic, I knew who he was. Burkhalter, because I knew the guy was the U.S. coach. I knew he was in Ohio.
And it was great on Hogan's Heroes.
Yes, right. And I knew that his kid went to Olentangy Orange, where all they do is spit out champions. It's like Olentangy Orange, like in Ohio, has become.
Aren't there like 14 Olentangy high schools now?
There are now. They're building
After there used
another
to be
one.
only one.
Yeah, it was just Olentangy Braves. They were
Yeah.
the one, and now everybody. And so, like, I watched this school in Central Ohio. Like, they're tough in football. They're tough in I think they were tough in lacrosse again this year. They're tough in hockey. They're tough in every basketball. Are you kidding? And then all of a sudden, I'm watching last night. U.S. is down 2-1. Boom! This kid who didn't play for Olentangy Orange but went to Olentangy Orange right here, like probably less than 2 hours away from your house, scores a goal on the biggest international stage there is. And I'm watching all this. I'm looking at our stadiums, and I'm watching. Like, I wouldn't know that we watch teams play NFL football in these stadiums. It's insane. I think I'm watching Europe. I'm like, wait a minute. That said Seattle. Like, I love the fact that they have the sign of the city that they're in, like they do during the NCAA basketball tournament with the ribbon boards all over the place. So I know where they are, but it's almost like it's like a dream. It's a dream or some kind of weird movie where I'm watching these stadiums where I'm used to watching the Dolphins play, and all of a sudden it's just jam packed with soccer, and it's like an optical illusion to me.
I have a buddy in Seattle. He said the city's just absolutely cooking. He said as excited as Seattle is on a normal everyday basis, he said it's just going nuts right now. He said it's awesome.
I kept wondering what it would look like with Cleveland, knowing that we had that game here a couple weeks ago. And for the life of me, I can't get it. Like, I'm watching these rabid crowds come over from other countries here into the United States, taking over cities, like showing this unbelievable fandom that to me, Browns fans are the gold standard. Like, they're these fans that have stuck around forever. Guardians fans that sold out 455. Like, that's it. That's like and these guys are just, they take it to another level, not only as fans, but drinking wise too. Like they're killing it in the alcohol
critical.
business.
Yeah, that's critical.
But
Gotta have that.
and for the life of me, I can't get it why we don't care. Like
That's not true.
I just think Americans, they're like, oh, this is this neat little World Cup thing that's going on.
I'll tell you why.
Why?
How long you have?
4 hours, man.
All right. In our country, baseball, football, those are, to me, these standards in our country that aren't really in a whole lot of other countries. Baseball, to some extent.
Right.
Football, almost not at all.
Agree.
It's our game, and football goes nuts. Soccer is not our game. Soccer is the number one sport in so many countries in the world, and not ours. And when kids start playing soccer, it's great. Hey, soccer, this is a great game for kids. And then they get a little old enough to play football, baseball, basketball, focus in on it, and they do. You know, basketball is an international game. Baseball, kinda. And football, not at all. And our kids just drift away from soccer in droves as they age. And though you might like soccer, and I think it's a great game, but it's just not the number one sport in our country, nor the number two, nor the number three. And it's the number one sport in so many countries in the world. And that's why our country doesn't embrace it like the others do. I think it's that simple. I really do. I mean, if we were having a World Cup of football, not soccer,
right.
Football, our country would be nuts about it. Except guess what? We'd beat everybody 70-0 because nobody else plays.
Well, didn't we call that Olympics when the Dream Team came in? Right? Isn't that really?
Well, but that's different now. Basketball is an international game. I mean, basketball is played everywhere in the world. Baseball is not, and football definitely isn't. And that's why, I think our country is doing a great job of hosting the World Cup. But that's why, Andy, it's a different type of thing.
Dan brought something up.
I think it's that simple. I really do.
Dan and I were talking a little bit about this too. If we
thanks for leaving me out.
Well, no, you were. I don't know if you were in this or not. Because Dan, because you make an excellent point, right? Like, okay, I get it. And then Dan said, if we won or we were the dominant team in the world, maybe this would be a different story around here. And if you think about it, could that change if and like I texted him, we were up 1-0, like less than 10 minutes into the game last night, right? Mm-hmm. It was less than 10 minutes. And I'm like,
second fastest the U.S. has ever scored.
I'm like, are we really this good? Because I'll be honest, I have not seen an entire Team USA game just because the timing didn't work out, or I was doing something else, or I was excited. Like last Friday when they played, I was watching, but I was doing 10 other things, and I'm like, are we that good? Is this the best team we've ever had? Or is it because it's expanded?
It's going to be – this is the most talented team the U.S. has had. I will say that with ease. This is the most talented. Is it the best? I don't know. You're going to have to ask me at the end of the tournament. But right now, I would say this is the most talented team that the U.S. has had.
All right. And so I'm perplexed. And the three of us have been talking this for a while. Like, I can't get it. I don't kind of understand why it can't get embraced here. We talk about and Jeff laid out.
I argue with you. I think it has been embraced.
It's not embraced at the level that like we're watching these other teams from around the world.
Well, because of I think obvious factors. It's just not. It's not the dominant sport in our country. It's not a dominant sport in our country.
So I'm haunted by walking into
you're
one.
Haunted, all right.
I'll tell you why I'm haunted. Now I'm going to leave this, and we're going to go to break, and I want you to think about this for a second because it bothered me when I heard it. And I was a young guy in a newsroom, and we were sitting around talking about covering high school football one night, and I was like, "Hey, man, there's a gigantic soccer game match between two teams coming up here tonight too. Maybe we should do that." And somebody in the group said to me, "Soccer? Why would we cover that?" I go, I don't know. They're supposed to have a big crowd at this game, and It's good, and I always respected guys that played soccer as I was growing up. A lot of them played hockey too, so that's why I kind of was like, okay, well, if they're playing soccer, they're playing hockey. But and looking at, and the guy said to me, he goes, "Soccer, man, that's a way for guys who don't play football to earn a varsity letter." And I was like, "Damn, that's harsh."
That's my point.
And I think that's the, that stigma has haunted me every time I've ever wanted to have a legit conversation about soccer at times, or I know who's in, but then I also know who's out, and it's perplexing to me. And I'm just curious: are you watching this? Are you watching this for the first time? Do you think we'll ever catch on the rest of the way the world does? 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Plus, we're going to talk some Guardians here coming up in just a little bit. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, everybody.
to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Guardians back home this weekend against the Mariners. Dollar Dog. There were hot dogs all over the studio. Did you have one yet for breakfast?
Why, no.
Is that your lunch? I see it over there, yes.
I stashed one just in case.
I figured that was a hot dog or corn. Kind of looks like a small ear of
Could
corn.
be a tamale in there, right?
Yeah, or burrito. Maybe a burrito.
It's got a shelf life of a couple of years, so it ought to be good by noon.
Just a hot dog, right?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, you're good for probably 2 days on that thing, right?
maybe.
I don't know.
Who needs refrigeration?
Yeah, who needs a inner lining in their stomach? What's the difference? Doesn't matter. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. The hot dogs are done now for Dollar Dog Night? Did you find that a little... Okay, I don't want to say anything. I'm just seeing some. It's only 10:20 in the morning. So we'll get to that. We'll get to the Guardians. I want to get to the Cavaliers a little bit later, too, and what more on Jaylen Brown, too. We'll get to that. I'm just kind of curious, and just as we kick off the show here, your thoughts on what we're watching on a worldwide stage, where our backyard is just kind of lit up around the world as we watch the World Cup unfold.
Looks like the country's getting good reviews.
You think so across the board? I mean, I've seen a lot of the internet stuff. I think we look good. Dan, let me ask you this question that I
We're
brought up.
supporting a party.
Yeah, is that what it is? Is this a giant party?
Yeah, it's a giant party.
That's what it is.
That's the best part of it.
Does it matter who wins?
I mean, it'll matter. You know, some teams have more. It's the funny thing with the World Cup. So, like, the Ivory Coast is the perfect example. They're moving on to the knockout stage. The fans are going nuts. They're loving every last bit of it. Same thing with South Africa. They're moving on to the knockout stage. They're going nuts. They're loving every last bit of it. If France were to get knocked out, okay, now we have a giant problem that's going to take place in France. If Argentina were to get knocked out, you would have to worry about the country of Argentina.
I mean, Germany took a pretty tough loss yesterday. I mean,
They did, but they had already won their group as well.
Yeah, so they were kind of like us. Did they play everybody or no?
Not really. No, that kind of.
I thought it was weird yesterday too. I'm like, because you had teed me up on it, so I was knowledgeable on this. I'm like, well, we didn't play most of our starters, right? We played like nine of our 11 starters sat yesterday.
Pretty much, yeah. Anybody who was on a card, because if you would have gotten another,
that means if you had a yellow card,
if you already had a yellow card, the yellow cards carried through the group stage. So if you would have had another yellow, you would have missed the knockout game against Bosnia. So that was a no-no. That's a no-go. You don't want that to save anything. So those guys all sat. Now all those cards get wiped clean.
I don't know if you caught this too. All the stars that were at the game yesterday too. It was in L.A. I mean, like they were showing. Paris Hilton was like within the first 5 minutes of the broadcast. We saw Will Ferrell right there towards the end.
Sorry, I missed it.
I know.
DiCaprio was there. Brad Pitt and Edward Norton were there.
So I'm supposed to care more because they showed up?
I don't. Did you watch?
Personally
I think
don't.
people watch. I think people watch the NBA Finals to see who's sitting on the sidelines.
I'm here for the kicking of the ball more than anything else.
I'm here for the shooting of the ball.
All right, so let me. I'm going to take a couple phone calls here in a second, too. 216-474-0092. Again, I'm just asking why can't we buy into this? Like, why doesn't?
Well, I think we are buying in.
So
I don't know, man.
At the level that our country cares about soccer, we're buying in. Andy, we don't even call it what everybody else calls it.
it is also generational.
It's a good point. All right, help me with the generational part of this then.
So, and I mean this very politely. Please don't get grumpy with me with how I'm going to word this.
Oh, Dad's going to
Trying my
call us
best.
older, Andy.
It's okay.
My generation, definitely the generation under, and the generation under that had this mystical thing called FIFA video games.
Okay.
FIFA 97 was the biggest one for us. I mean, that was Super Nintendo. That's a little Gen X on top of it too.
Yeah.
The millennials had all the FIFA games for PlayStation and all that kind of stuff, and it kind of taught us the sport by playing these games. And so that turned into a gateway drug for a whole lot of us where, like, again, no offense, you guys really didn't have that growing up. You know, you didn't have a lot of soccer games that were on all the time growing up. We wake up and on a weekend, on a Saturday, at 8 a.m., there are sports being played across the globe. You guys didn't have that. You had the Wild World of Sports, which was awesome. And going back in the day and seeing those was killer. But you didn't have it where you could turn on and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I have two European teams playing each other. Oh, Barcelona's playing right now. Oh, I could see Real Madrid. Like, this was like it's just a different world that you guys grew up in compared to how we were. Does that make sense?
Would we care more though if there were more Americans playing worldwide?
Yeah, there are. I mean, there are a good amount of Americans that are finding their way out to play worldwide.
You don't even know. See, that's the point.
Yeah.
But that's also that generational thing.
Kind of.
Yeah. I mean, you walk around.
Dano, you're not a kid. You're not an old guy. You're an adult. If adults like you aren't enough to support the sport in our country, then I don't necessarily think it's a generational thing, because if so many of guys in your generation loved it, it would be a big deal.
So then why is the MLS expanding? Why is the NWSL expanding?
Yeah, why would the Haslam's want to buy a team in a stadium? That's what I keep thinking about.
And why is it the third or fourth or fifth or sixth most popular sport in our country?
Because this stuff has to grow, man. It's not like you can just...
And I've been hearing that since I was in high school.
I understand. It's been America's sport of the future since 1972. I get that.
That was before I was in high school.
I got to be honest. It's kind of MLS is kind of like the Dipping Dots of ice cream.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, it was the future. It was always, and now I don't see that anymore. Dipping Dots are just ice cream now.
Oh, no, you see them every so often. They got like
but is it still the future of ice cream? Like, I don't.
But that's what it is. There's a bigger market for it now in a younger generation than where it was, where you guys would always look at it a little bit differently because you weren't exposed to it as much when you were younger. Does that make sense?
When I was a kid, and this is serious, all through growing up, do you know how much soccer we played in school?
Oh, my, all the time.
No, hold on.
Oh, we played all the time.
1 week of gym class.
That was it?
Period.
Really?
Yep. Period. Why? Baseball, basketball, football.
But you were playing that in gym class?
Golf. We played 1 week of soccer in gym class in my entire life. Yeah. That was it.
It was, growing up, I had friends of mine, essentially uncles, guys who are your age as well, frequently referred to it as commie kickball. Like, you want to talk about the worst marketing on the face of this earth? Call it commie kickball.
Here's the thing that's crazy. It's not. I mean, it's not like it's not a very expensive sport.
No,
you need shoes, and someone has to have a ball.
Yeah, but that's what it was.
Goals are helpful, but you can use 2 trees.
You would hit a certain age where then every adult would then look at you and go, "Okay, put the kid stuff away. Time to play a real sport." And like, that notion followed soccer for a very long time until recently, where that is now no longer the case. There's far and far less people going, okay, time to put the soccer ball away and play a real sport. Instead, they're like, no, soccer's a real sport.
Soccer is a great sport.
It's wonderful.
I mean, it is pretty interesting.
Its place in our country is behind football, baseball, basketball, hockey.
But
golf.
Here's a weird thing.
That's evolving.
Did you catch the broadcaster last night? I don't even know who they got.
I was watching it on Telemundo because I hate the hydration break commercials.
He was making a big deal about how Los Angeles is, like the hub of sports, is a big hub across the world in sports because they have 7 professional sports teams. I'm like, 7? I'm like, they have way more than 7. I'm like, I was just trying to figure it out. Why was
what country?
Us, L.A. He was talking about why L.A. was just because he was talking about the Olympics coming back, and I'm like, bro, you forgot about the Kings, you forgot about the Ducks.
They have like 11 teams in L.A.
Yeah, it's wild. But the other thing too is I think you're right about MLS. There's 30 teams in MLS now. When they first started, it was like Columbus, Chicago, Washington.
If nobody gives a damn, why are they expanding?
They're expanding at the level they're at. I mean, I don't see.
I think they did smart expansion.
I don't see 80,000 seat, stadiums getting filled, right? And I'm not poo-pooing it.
No, but don't you also think
I'm glad it's growing? But let's treat it for what it is.
But Jeff, you just witnessed a year ago an MLS game go into Cleveland Brown Stadium and sell it out.
Well, that's great, Dan. Let's see him do it for 40 nights.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's
I'm with you.
I'm not. I like the game. I'm just trying to add a little texture to where it actually sits in our society. And that's, Andy says, why aren't we embracing it? I think our country is to the level that our country wants to embrace soccer.
Yeah, it's funny. You talk about these stadiums too, and Jeff, remember the conversation with Joe Tate where what was that he thought at one point the NBA would be, I want to say cabaret style, dinner club cabaret style. I don't know that that's coming anytime soon.
It is right now. It is, but still with other people sitting there. I mean, think about going to an NBA game. MLB, NFL. Mm-hmm. I mean, you get the good seats, you get the buffet, you get the waiter and waitresses bringing you food. I mean, it's here, but it just hasn't morphed into 4,000 or 5,000 seat arenas with really high end tickets yet.
It's still like I have this like Olympic feeling about what's going on with the World Cup too. Like, I like watching sports during the Olympics every 4 years to kind of get into it, right? And I kind of have the same, maybe that's the World Cup feeling I have right now too. But I think I'm even more into it now because I feel like the USA has a chance. And I don't know if that's because they expanded it or because they're at home or because I feel like there are people kind of more into it than normal. But I kind of... It's that haunting feeling I have in the back of my mind that I said to you when we went to break.
And as crazy as it sounds, guys, it's also because they're watchable. For years, the United States played a style of ball that was unwatchable. It hurt to watch, which is they would move everybody in the back and prevent the other team from scoring and basically give up possession with the idea that you're not going to score because we're going to fall 9 guys back into the box. And now they've decided we're going to expand this and use the athleticism that we have as a team and actually play higher up the field, and it's more fun. It's the style you want to watch.
Yeah,
That's what makes the game beautiful.
I don't know when the World Cup's coming back here again. But we had it, 94, and then back here again, right? 94 was the last time it was here? That was the birth of the MLS, too, because of it, because I think we weren't getting a World Cup unless they were going to set up the MLS to start it. And so now you're there. I also think that, I mean, you tell me if I'm wrong, Dan, with the new dome, they're going to have a shot at some international games, right?
Got to put real grass in there. That's why I'm screaming to put real grass in.
I don't understand. That is weird. Why wouldn't they?
FIFA will not allow you, or any international competition will not allow you to play without natural grass.
I'm still haunted by that one line I thought. And I don't know. Do you think it would play here? That's the other thing, too. If an MLS team would work here. I don't know. I know that the AHL does great. I mean, I don't want to say the MLS is a minor league soccer league, but I mean,
well, it is in comparison to the
to the Premier League. Yeah. 216-474-0092. We're going to get to the Guardians here pretty soon too. Hey everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel on the biggest stage in the world, which we're talking about right now.
on the Odyssey app. It is Friday!
My, to see you.
And you know what that means, don't you, Mr. Phelps? That means I'm done.
Now let's all get drunk and play ping pong.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, more of Andy and Jeff. They're so adorable here on 92.3 The Fan.
Hi, Jeffrey. Have a dandy weekend.
Thanks for coming in the studio to yell at us.
Hope
We
the blood
appreciate
leaves
you.
your face.
Is he breathing again?
He's
I can't
back.
tell. Is he okay?
He's all right.
You sure?
Paddles! Where's the paddles?
Clear! Basket of Phelps, 92
watt.
through the fan. What were you going to say?
40-watt second. Clear.
Does he just come in? Is there a reason why he does that in here just to scream at us? Or is that
No, it's
Is
to
it-
scream at us.
is that the only reason why?
Yes.
I thought maybe there was a technical reason.
So we can stare each other in the eye when he screams at me.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure. I'm concerned about
I don't
you.
believe there's a technical reason.
I have a question. I don't know if I should do this right now.
Oh, good.
I'm going to do it right now anyways. Dan, I need to ask you a question really quick, and
There
I
you
forgot
go,
to
Dan.
ask you this.
This isn't good.
This has to do with the fact that he was in the studio. Please don't be mad at me.
Oh, boy.
At your wedding,
Oh, God.
you had earplugs at the table.
Yes.
I was trying to figure out why.
Because every wedding is incredibly loud.
Oh,
and
okay.
you don't get your hearing back when you blast things in your ears and you get that ringing in it. That's the lessening of your hearing. And I come from a family with degenerative hearing on both sides. And so I wanted to make sure everybody, when the music started to get cranking, you didn't lose any hearing on my behalf.
Which is why you and I left before the music started.
That's true. We were out of there.
Yeah.
Jeff and I were screaming at each other from two sides of 480 by the end of it. We were like,
Andy.
"Can you hear me now?"
Yeah. You don't get your hearing back.
I have you seen that at other weddings?
I've seen it at a couple of concerts and that stuff, but it was one of those things I wanted to make sure we had, is that everybody had a pair of earplugs at my wedding. It
was very
because
nice.
I wanted everybody to have fun.
It was extremely thoughtful.
Yeah.
Extremely thoughtful. Jeff, did you get a chance to ask him that too? It just hit me, by the way.
No, I knew why they were there.
Oh, you did know why?
Yeah.
Oh, did you know that the whole time? I thought we talked about it before.
No, I knew about the hearing situation in Dan's family, and I thought the minute I saw them, I went, that's a good idea.
Man, you do go the extra mile. Bravo.
Yeah, it's just what I wear them. I wear earplugs to Cavs games. I wear them to every concert.
I wear
to,
earplugs to big games. I wear them to concerts.
right, and that's nothing
And I
against
always
any
wear,
of the places.
like when I'm mowing.
Yeah, same thing. Earplugs are noise canceling headphones for mowing the lawn.
Yep.
All right, we're going to get to the Guardians here in a second. You heard about the call-up a little bit. It sounds like Cooper Ingles on his way. Was that
Coop.
going to help? We also want to talk about the Guardians pitching staff, too.
It's going to be great.
I kind of want to just wrap up this conversation about soccer here in the States and whether it's working or I mean,
Of course, it's working, but it's a slow build.
yeah. But Jeff,
It's a great game.
Our entire lifetime has been the slow build.
Yeah, well, your grandkids might be rooting for Cleveland's MLS team.
I don't know. Is Columbus blocking us from getting an MLS team? Dan?
Probably.
Would you know that?
Yes,
Same as the NHL?
pretty much. Yeah.
I don't think we could handle
It's
another
like
pro
we're
team here.
blocking
That's the other
Columbus
problem.
from getting an NFL team, although they have one.
It feels that way,
And
doesn't
so
it?
is Cincinnati. Don't rule out
And
Cincinnati.
Cincy.
Kevin's in Cuyahoga Falls. Hi, Kevin.
Kev.
Gentlemen, how we doing today?
Good. What do you think of this conversation?
Hey, before soccer, Andy, I'm here to support you. Do not let Jeff fat shame you into eating too much. I'm looking forward to see the slim, trim Andy on the YouTube, man. I know it's coming. He's coming. He
Where'd
is.
that
I know
come
he
from?
is.
This is from yesterday.
that?
Is this conversation from yesterday?
Yeah, where he was fat shaming you because you didn't eat enough at the wedding, right?
I trust me. Fat shaming is nothing I would ever do to a
Yeah,
person.
I'm going to have his back on that. But he did, he was kind of making fun of me
Kevin,
because I didn't have.
ate next to nothing.
He did needle you a little bit. He thought
It was
you were a
good.
little light
I
on
know.
the
I
plate.
did
Trust
really
me,
small portions. That's all.
I can guarantee you, I'd never have made any fat jokes about anybody. ever.
I'll back him on that too. But he did. He was kind of picking on me for not eating enough.
Well, the
at
dude
wedding.
had great food sitting there.
It was great, and I enjoyed every bite that I had. I just
Kevin,
did small
let
portions.
me tell you this. I made up for Andy not taking much.
Does that make you know what?
Hard to pass on brisket.
It is.
It was phenomenal.
There is another sidebar to the story, but I'm not. I'm. This I don't know if I could share. All I can say is that if you were vegetarian at that wedding, you had a special meal. You were good to go.
All right. Well done for Dan. Hey,
Yes.
on the soccer thing, I can tell you, my daughter was actually pretty good. She actually played club soccer coming up. So, and she's way into the World Cup. I mean, but then she played it the whole time, when she was growing up. So, and David Beckham said years ago when he came, hey, we got to build up this youth program. Specifically, it's club soccer that needed to get built up. And he's done a great job of advertising that. And Dan's right. The men's team has gotten much better. And you guys are right. Years ago, we lost good athletes. Puberty hitting a kid, all of a sudden 6 foot plus, 180 pounds, and he can run a sub 4.5. The football team came screaming, you're grabbing that kid, saying you can't play soccer, you got to play football, But that's not happening as much anymore. And this team that's out there is way more advanced than we've seen in the past. And that's due to club soccer on the boys' side finally catching up. Now, that being said, we're still way behind Europe in our club soccer for the boys. The girls, we're better, much better. Our club soccer is way better for girls. But the boys still, that puberty hits, and you get a stud athlete, man, Jeff, you're right. Football, basketball comes screaming, and it's hard to pass up on that for a young man, to say no to it. But we're getting better. The product is better for USA. 100% it's better. And by the way, if you look at the attendance at MLS games and stuff, it's going up. It is increasing. So I kind of agree with Dan a little bit. It is a little bit generational. I think the younger guys and gals are into it a little more than, us guys in our 50s. But, we didn't grow up with it as much as they did. So I do think it's going to keep growing a little more as the kids play more and more and more.
All right. Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, I think the kids have always been playing it. I just think it's a for little kids, it's easy. Like, you just got to run up and down the field and try to kick the ball. I'm not trying to
kick.
Yeah, I mean,
don't chase ball.
And the rules aren't crazy other than offside. I think sometimes gets a little confusing. Is that why that goal was called back last night? Was it offside?
Yep.
Okay. I caught it out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, oh, that looked like it was a good goal. Why wasn't that a goal? And then I was like, that must have been offside. Because it was quick, too. The replay on that was fast. By the way, to the ref, man, he looked mean last night. He was not a happy guy.
All soccer refs are mean.
Yeah, they kind of have to be. There's a lot of complaining. Kind of like you rarely see basketball referees smile because there's a lot of complaining.
Yeah, I don't normally see. I'm trying to think of which game. There was another game right before. There was they had a female referee, and somebody was like trying to talk, and she was like, "Get away." At one point, I think she did talk to the hand. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it. Steve is in Akron. Hey, Steve-O.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, what's up?
How are you, man?
I'm okay. Hey, I kind of agree with the last caller about soccer being generational. I mean, back in the 80s at the Richfield Coliseum, the Cleveland Forest, oh, my God, they had like 12 to 20,000 people in that place all the time. They just, it was cooking.
We used to watch games on Channel 43 at the games, right, Jeff? Did you call those games?
Yeah.
We played favorites.
Did you call those games?
You're actually talking to the former color commentator of the Cleveland Crunch.
Oh. Yeah, and they won a couple titles, too, over there in Cleveland State. But, like, with the Force, I mean, they had Kai Hoskevy, Carrick, and Marinero.
We all know, man.
Oh, my God. Like, that place was rocking for soccer.
I can honestly tell you one of the most exciting events I've ever covered was when the Crunch won the NPSL championship at the Convocation Center. It was unbelievable environment.
2 years in a row, man.
Center.
That was insane. I was there.
Kind of matches the Monsters win in the Calder Cup too. That was probably one of the coolest days in hockey history here in Northeast Ohio. I wasn't around for Freddie Glover and the Barons, and those days. But for my generation, or for anybody that, I mean, when they won the cup the other day, or a couple years ago, it was pretty awesome.
I truly was color commentator on Crunch telecast for a while.
So,
and you know what my knowledge of soccer is?
Equal to Star Trek?
Oh my God!
Equal to Star Trek?
A little bit more, but not much.
I don't know. I just think in some ways
it was great fun though, and honest to goodness, the Crunch teams, and now see I thought indoor soccer was really going to go, and it's not. We have the Crunch back now. Good for the guys who are putting it on.
They work hard to try to get you to come watch those games. Yeah.
But I thought we were on the cusp of it becoming a really big deal, and it really didn't. It didn't take off. But watching Hector Marinaro, Zoran Karic, Otto Orff, Tommy Tanner. Tommy was one of my color analysts when I did play-by-play on some of the soccer. These guys, Andy Schmetzer, these guys were phenomenal at what they did. I mean, it was unbelievable how good these guys. Hector Marinaro and Zoran Karic, as good at what they did professionally in our town than anybody who's played for the Browns.
And I mean, those guys still
anybody
give
who's
back
played
to
for the
city.
Guardians and the Cavs. I mean, they were so good.
So, but is it just Cleveland niche then? Is that
on the NPSL?
Yeah, that and the missile, right? MISL was when the Force was playing.
Yeah.
Do you think that was just kind of niche to Cleveland?
No, because it was pretty big in other parts of the country too. It really was.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
the Wolsteins did a great job when they had the Force. And honestly, the crunch just cooked.
All right, sounds good. All right, so we appreciate it. It was a good conversation. I hope you're watching, and we'll see what they do next week. I'm excited for them. When we come back, I do want to talk about the Guardians. They are home, tied for first place. As bad as that series in Chicago may have felt, they were able to battle back that last game, and it makes a difference because now they're back to tied for first place. Should be a big weekend with Seattle in town here. And it sounds like we're going to have another new name up here to try to help out the offense. We'll talk about that when we come back, plus Cavaliers a little bit later in the show. We're going to talk to Sam Amico from hoopswire.com. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports.
July 14th. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find us all on YouTube. It includes the morning guys, Ken and Anthony, 6 to 10. Andy and me, 10 to 2. Afternoon guys, Nick and Jonathan, 2 to 7. It's live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, which, by the way, you can subscribe to for free.
Free!
You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand right now.
Guardians back at home. They'll take on the Mariners over the weekend. And Jeff, all those years of hanging out with the weather guys, I learned a lot about.
Did you, Andy?
Oh, Jeff, I learned so much about making sure people are prepared and not scared, or what I forgot what the line is. But so just so you know, as I look at the forecast, I see excessive heat coming here.
Oh, you better
expected
dress
in the area.
light clothing, Andy.
Jeff, you know what's funny? I had to learn this. This is advanced meteorology. Light clothing.
Loose fitting.
Loose fitting.
Oh, my God. First of all, it is so hot, but I am so glad I'm wearing light clothing today.
See? Yes, exactly. And
lives.
more importantly, this was 2000 level class for me.
Yeah.
Hydrate. I was told that you should hydrate.
You must hydrate.
Hydrate.
That's as opposed to drinking fluids. Oh, no, wait a minute. I'm sorry.
Well, wait. Does drinking beer count as hydrating then?
Depends on the beer.
Folks at Dan's wedding were well hydrated.
The worst. Yeah, it's true. There was no chance of anybody being dehydrated at his wedding. Thank you. All right. So the Guardians, they head into this weekend.
Yeah.
Pitching, starting pitching is
Cooper Ingle, baby.
Has really done a nice job. But do they have enough to carry them, I think, for the rest of the season? Just get me to the All-Star break and get these guys get healthy.
You got to send down Fairchild, don't they?
I would think so. All right, so let's talk about Ingle, because I can feel you're itching to do that. I don't. We've been talking about Ingle for a month now.
He was hot. He's 0 for 15 since he went had his 3 home run game. But that's okay. That's all right.
Are we looking for him to be a savior? The one thing I do know is that if for some reason they get into some kind of catching trouble, man, they're loaded at catcher.
My God, this will be number 4.
What are your thoughts on him getting called up here? And they moved him to the outfield, and we'll see.
I have several thoughts in there.
Is it official, by the way?
No.
Okay.
They're opposite thoughts.
Okay.
On one hand, love it when a young guy gets his opportunity and can come up, and hopefully he can replicate what he was doing in AAA here in the majors, because, Andy, they need him. Correct?
They do.
They need some offense right now. The guys are 3-6 since Red Cross Saturday, and they need some offense. I mean, it's as simple as that. They need some offense. On the other hand, how many guys from AAA are you going to count on to bail you out? And how likely is that to happen? Chase DeLauder came up, was red hot right away. He's on the injured list now, but had cooled off significantly.
Mm-hmm.
Khalil Watson on fire right now. Last 3 games have been terrific. That's great. Bazana's come up.
It took him a little while to get going. It takes all these guys a little time.
Sure. Well, of course. Bazana came up. Travis has been terrific. That's really good. But if your answer is bringing up guys from your farm system and keeping your fingers crossed, might work. Right? It might work.
Well, there's no,
but it might not.
They don't have a checkbook Band-Aid to try to make something happen here.
Well, and where would you find that anyway?
I don't know where you would find it.
There are going to be teams sooner rather than later, I think, that are going to decide, even with the expanded playoffs. All right, we're done here. We can get rid of this guy. We can get rid of that guy. But I don't know if the Guardians are going to be players in that market, So keep your fingers crossed that Cooper Ingle could come up and do some things. He's already listed on the depth chart, by the way, on ESPN. So that apparently is going to happen. We went over yesterday who's hot, who's not. So many guys are not hot that I hope what Stephen Vogt does, put Ingle in left field against right-handed pitching and let him go. And if it's going well, leave him there. Against left-handers, just put him out there. Let's go. Let's see what he has.
All right, let me ask both of you guys this, too. This is how the Guardians react to things. Should they be reacting to things like, Red Cross Saturday in a frantic way, or I'm trying to piece together a major outlook on the season.
I think they're handling it appropriately.
I do too. And you know why? Do you know how many teams are at least 6 games back on a playoff spot in the American League? How many teams do you think there are in the American League that are 6 games back on a playoff spot?
Let's go 10.
All of them. I mean, the AL is just not good this year, and they're all kind of beating up on each other.
How many teams do you
10,
in
12?
the American League do you think are more than 6 games back on a playoff spot?
More than 6.
More than 6.
I'll say 4.
What do you think?
I haven't looked.
You mean how many are more than 6 games back?
How many teams are more than
3 to
6
5.
games back? You want to know what the answer is?
Sure.
None?
0.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that checks out.
0.
That checks out.
So the Guardians right now would be sitting in the 2nd playoff spot. There are 4 teams tied for the 3rd playoff spot, right? Yeah, right. And then, the Royals and Angels, who
5.5.
are 34 and 48, are 5.5 games back.
So it's wide open.
Yeah, so I ask then, how do you approach the rest of the season knowing that you're probably going to be, you're 500, you're over 500, and there's only 2, by the way, outside of the leaders in the American League, there's only 2 teams over 500, and that's the Rays and the Guardians. And so how do you approach the rest of the season knowing, you know what, babe, we could probably lose 5 in a row and still be in this thing.
I think
we could lose 7 in a row and still be in this thing.
I think there are 3 things. To me, the most critical things that could happen for this team, 3 guys need to find their bats. Stephen Kwan, Kyle Manzardo needs to continue to pick it up a little bit. He's been in a little bit of a slump in his last 52 at-bats, 212, as we mentioned yesterday, and Rhys Hoskins. I mean, they signed Rhys to be a force in the middle of the lineup. I was begging them to sign him before he got here, obviously, and he's just not been the hitter that he's been in the past. And if he were a left-handed hitter, Andy, I'd bet he'd be gone by now, because they have a lot of left-handed bats. What they don't have is a right-handed bat, and what a lot of the major leagues is looking for right now is a right-handed bat. If he got cut by or DFA'd by the Guardians, I'll bet he wouldn't make it through, and he'd end up being on another team. Somebody else would pick him up.
Well, here's the other thing.
He's got to find it.
Jeff,
it's critical.
To hang on to Hoskins, though, it's not going to kill him. He's $1.5 million.
Yeah.
He's a far way from when he was making $34 million over 2 years in Milwaukee.
All right, but he is going to kill them. You know why? Because he's hitting .096 in his last 15 games.
I know, but do you hang on to him because he's a veteran hitter that, if maybe we just need him to pinch hit?
I hope he finds
it. Or maybe that's the problem, is that you were so inconsistent in the way you were using him in the beginning of the season
that he never got on track.
Yeah,
which is what my contention was the whole time. Get him out there and let him hit, let him find it. And right now he's got to dig himself out of this. He's been a mess. He's hitting 107 since Red Cross Saturday. Last 9 games.
Are you doing that as a PSA, or do you just love calling it Red Cross Saturday?
I like it as calling it Red Cross Saturday. But everybody, donate blood if you get the opportunity. The Red Cross always has an urgent need. Also for platelets.
Look at the man is a walking PSA.
Thank you. You can come down to Euclid Avenue here. They have the big Red Cross headquarters on Euclid.
Jeff, will you come over? Someone gets hooked up to give blood. Will you come over and talk to him? Talk him through it then? No. Oh. You won't go that far? You're good talking about
Good luck.
him.
You're on your own. When they stick the needle in, just kind of turn your head the other way. If the needle gets stuck up against the wall of the vein, it's not going to bleed. So good luck.
My God. Jeff Phelps, phlebotomist.
Does it sound like I've done that before?
I think so. Anyway, this starts a big homestand. You've got 6 games against Seattle and Texas, and then 4 against the White Sox. And again, you could turn the whole. You could set the pace for the rest of the season with these games against Chicago. Again, they're like 2 games over at home, 2 games over 500 at home, and they're about the same on the road too. And so you kind of you look at the big perspective of the season, and like I said, they're sitting in that second wild card spot for whatever that's worth. I mean, like it's June 26th.
They're competitive right now with an opportunity to make the postseason,
and they're probably. I mean, they'll be competitive. You would think at least past the All-Star break, a couple weeks, but no matter what. So my question then is, can the pitching take them to the postseason? Because I think that's really kind of what you look at it. And unless they're, until you get healthy, the offense is better this year than it was last year, right? Can we agree on that? Can you agree on that?
I'd like to say yes, Andy, but the numbers tell you no. I think it was for a while. This offense just has been god awful. I mean, I'm hopeful. You know me, I'm real optimistic about them. But this offense has been awful.
Do you feel like the offense is better or worse this year, Dan?
The ball goes over the fence more. It's a nice change of pace.
These guys, but this has been a really bad stretch, and they have to get out of it. And I don't know. I don't know if they're going to get out of it anytime soon. Andy, when your best 3 hitters, your hottest 3 hitters right now, are a rookie who just got here and 2 catchers who are known for not hitting, you're not going real well. That said, I honest to goodness, if Rhys Hoskins gets it going, you're going to see what he's capable of doing. He's been extremely productive during his major league career, mostly with the Phillies. And
July's a good month for him.
Well, let's hope so, because I'm pulling for the guy like crazy. I mean, I begged for them to sign him. If he doesn't get it going, they're going to move on. And if he goes somewhere else and hits, great, but he's not hitting here right now. And hopefully he finds it, because if he can do what he's just done in his career during a healthy season, he's exactly what they need. Power bat that drives in runs in the middle of the lineup. Sign me up. But that's not been him.
So technically, I did a quick search on our friends at Fangraphs here.
Yes.
Pulled up the beginning of last season to this point in the season compared to where we are now.
A little better, right?
Last year was better. They actually hit better.
And that's
not by much. Now, mind you,
but that Daniel, they've been cold recently.
Yeah,
because at the beginning of the year the offense was better, and Andy, it's tailed off like
maybe
crazy.
It's just an optical illusion to me. Then I don't know.
It's been tailed.
I feel
it's
like
tailed
it's been a little
off.
better.
Well, remember we did our little hot or not thing yesterday?
Yeah.
Only 5 guys on the team are like on a good stretch right now of the position players. That means 8 are not.
You know what? I'm full of it. I read it backwards.
Yes,
I apologize.
you did. Yes.
I apologize. They are better this year.
Thank you.
That's
crazy.
Wonderful news.
Well, maybe I am crazy, but
that's great.
Not by much, but a little.
If David Fry can snap out of hitting 071 in the last 14 games, and Reese can snap out of hitting 096 in the last 15, you might have something.
Speaking of something, senior correspondent Ed is on the line. Senior correspondent Ed in Medina. What do you have for us today, senior correspondent
Good morning.
Ed?
So given the talk about the Guardians.
Yes.
When and there's a new owner coming in, right, with lots of money?
It will be up to them how they spend their money. You might want to look at David Blitzer and the group, and by the way, Travis Kelce, part of that too, along with Matt Colick.
My question would be, when do you look at the track record of all the minor league, the drafts and the acquisition of talent done by Chernoff and what's his face? Because Bo Naylor, where's he at? We have weak hitting. We don't have a power hitting outfield, correct?
That would be correct,
We have great pitching that gets us into the playoffs with some lucky, I shouldn't say lucky, but David Fry home runs and who was the other guy? But, I mean, when you look at the last 5 years, right, of the drafts and the players and all that stuff, when do you say, guys, maybe you could have done a little bit better? Because, every year we don't have enough power, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we invested in a young catcher who's where, right? And to go get another catcher that's great defensively, but how's his impact on the lineup? We got Austin Hedges.
It's actually a little better than I thought it was going to be.
Last 8 games, 375, Ed.
Last 8 games, it's not a whole season.
No,
right?
Ed.
I mean,
facts.
I hate
You're letting them get in the way of a great narrative.
Senior correspondent, I'm sorry, we love you, but we got to go. I'll let you sign off though.
All right. Well, when's the gun turned to them? All right. On behalf of Baskin and Phelps and Dan Mennigan, apparently got married or something. I don't know.
Yes, he did. He did. Congratulating. Yes.
I was in Kentucky, so I didn't get the invite. But anyway, have a great day, and go Guardians.
All right, there you go. Senior correspondent Ed reporting live from Medina using the 92.3 The Fan cam satellite hookup. Thank you. 216-474-0092. Continue on with this story. I mean, look, you're bringing up Cooper Ingle. Is that going to make a difference? And can you count on the pitching staff to make sure that they can make it through the season? Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
It's all about.
Yeah, an 11-game homestand. Anyone ever come to you? You know what's a great homestand, Jeff? A 10-gamer.
You know what's a good homestand, Andy? Where they win more than they lose.
6 wins is a good homestand. Right?
Well, not if you play 5.
Dan, seriously. What is with him today?
It's a Friday.
Is that what it is?
I'm going with that.
It's a Friday. All right. That's
I feel
fair enough.
nothing.
And my team, Turkey A, beat the USA.
Do you know how they won?
Yeah, in the final minute of the game.
Like the last shot.
Thank you for not saying by scoring more goals than the other team. Which is what
good point.
your
I thought
answer
he was
going
going
to
there
be.
too.
Valid
I was
point.
convinced he was going to go, well, yeah, they put the ball in the net more than the other team. Duh, Andy.
Why is it so hard to score? Why is it so hard to score in soccer?
216-474-0092.
So listen,
I was going to say, make sure you have ... in soccer on the tail end of that. We will not take those other calls.
Great big field.
I just
Great
got
big goal.
It took me a second to get that. I'm not 18 anymore.
I was waiting for it.
20 plus years of marriage will do to you.
Wait until after 11, then we can take those other calls. PM, that is.
Just to refresh you on that story that we did. Of course, my uncle's got to come through and give me all the answers for
Uncle
everything,
Stuart?
right? Yeah, Uncle Stuart.
Hi, Uncle Stuart.
Hey. So, I asked that question. We were talking about scoring. Why can't they score enough? There were 6 goals in that game last night, right? Only 5 counted, but there were 6 goals.
So if
one got called back,
count,
there were
was it
5
really
goals.
A goal?
Is it a goal? If it doesn't
Is
count.
it a goal if it doesn't count?
Is it a goal if it doesn't count?
Show up in anybody's stats?
Tree falls down in the forest. No one sees it.
Goal goes through the net.
What is the sound of one
Into
hand
the net.
clapping?
Who gets credit on an own goal? Or is it just own goal?
Who closes the door when the bus driver leaves?
That's a great question. Who does close the door? How does that happen? I've never thought about that. Is there like a little pulley on the outside?
Pinch them together.
Is that what they do?
Let's go with it.
Dan?
Don't ask for bus drivers to call.
I'm not asking.
Please don't.
I mean, do they have like a little suction cup on their key ring that pulls the door back?
I believe there is a manual pull on the door. Yes.
I have never once thought of that, nor... Oh, what a great trivia question. So anyway, Uncle Stuart says, the problem with soccer there is there's not enough scoring for Americans still. I feel like that's kind of an old thing. It didn't bother me
it
they
might
didn't
be
score
old,
last
but I
night.
think it's accurate.
Not enough scoring for a game that lasts an hour and a half. Too many games, 2-1, 3-1. Too many shutouts. Average amount of goals in a World Cup game. Is this right? Is he making these up, Dan? Average amount of goals in a World Cup game, 2.5. Average MLB game is 8.5.
Sure.
Unless you're watching the Guardians, I don't know.
I'm sorry that goals are a bigger deal than runs. Blame the English.
I haven't been disappointed on the goals.
Oh, the goals have been outstanding. The build-up for the goals is not to each their own. I'm not going to tell people how to live their lives. I enjoy this sport greatly, and if you do not because there's not enough scoring, I don't know what to tell you.
You know what? I know how to get rid of it.
It doesn't faze me, the lack of scoring. In fact, if there's too much scoring, it's not a good game.
If Rob Manfred was running the World Cup, would they get rid of offside so we could get more goals? Would it work?
There'd be less time wasting.
Could they put a shot clock on him?
Isn't it?
Why don't they have a shot clock? Yes. What? Stop! Don't give me the hurry up on this.
Get back to baseball.
I am in baseball. I'm talking about Rob Manfred. Where are you?
You want Manfred to be the commissioner of the Premier League?
I don't know what would the Premier League look like with Rob Manfred?
Oh gosh.
We already have video replay in soccer. Why don't they just call it video replay? Why does it have to have that weird? It's got a weird name.
Video assistant referee? Yes, VAR. Everyone hates it.
Yeah, they don't call them video assist umpires.
Universally loathed thing after taxes.
But they have 3 people in there to do it.
Well, you need a consensus.
This is where I give the NBA, Major League Baseball, and the NFL a lot of credit. It's just one guy and one little joystick. Forward, backward, pause. Good to go. They can figure it out. Soccer's got to have 3. 3 people. Somebody standing behind the editor.
Andy
God, that
Baskin
would drive
is
me
against
crazy.
Employment. That's what I'm hearing.
That would drive
Andy
me
Baskin
crazy.
wants less jobs.
That's not true. But really, does it take 3 people to watch a replay?
Apparently.
I guess in soccer it does. Sam's in Cleveland. Hi, Sam.
Hello, Sam.
Hey, good morning. So, I mean, Cooper Ingle, we'll see what happens.
Is he the savior?
Apologize if No. I tell you who should be the savior.
Tell me!
I think he's kind of getting off the hook is Quan. I mean, this has been a disaster. If I'm not mistaken, of all the starting outfielders in Major League Baseball, he has the worst OPS. And you would think with your 3 good hitters going down that you could rely on some type of veteran, and he's to the point where you can't even play the guy. And this is all going to come down, again, it's the same old Sable. It's going
He
to
was
come
2
down.
for 4 the other day, just so you know.
Yeah, but he's still, that's like, when Hedges is hitting 252. I can't.
Don't say anything bad about Hedges, man. He's the glue.
Quan, 154 in his last 10 games.
Yeah, this is going to come down to the Dolans again. I mean, are they committed to breaking the streak? Because they, I know they play a lot of tight games, so that has put a lot of stress on the bullpen. And I think the bullpen depth is a legitimate concern, and obviously they need bats. So I don't know if I think it's going to be same old unless they make a big move. What's your thought?
Here's where I'm a little intrigued, Sam. Thank you, and I appreciate the phone call. I'm intrigued by the thought that what if the Dolans think this is their last run? Right? What if they think they're handing ownership over to David Blitzer? Would they be willing to do something a little bit more at the trade deadline, knowing that their team, that they just need to survive right now? Just survive until you get these guys back. Would they be willing to do a little bit more financially? And then maybe you need Blitzer's blessing on that too, if he's going to take over the minority percentage. The problem is that we don't know what the league's going to look like on the other side, the financial part of this, what it's going to look like on the end of what seems to be a work stoppage at the end of the year.
Getting the 3 injured guys back is not the complete answer either.
But that's like almost making 3 trades at the trade deadline.
They still don't have enough offense.
Nothing, man. Crickets.
We knew where you were going.
Thank you.
They still need more offense. Can it come from within? Maybe. I'd be hard pressed. I'd like to see if it comes from within. It's Rhys Hoskins. It's Stephen Kwan. It's Kyle Manzardo picking it up a little bit. Kyle's had some moments where it looks like he's really coming on, and he's done so more than Rhys has. But it's got to be Hoskins. It's got to be Kwan. These guys have to get it going, man.
And then add those guys back in. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and then bring the other guys back. I mean, seriously, Andy.
And then we're sitting around going, well, why were we worried about that before? But he's right. I mean, Quan, lowest OPS figures has been, lingering around there, 567 among qualified outfielders due to lack of power, according to the internet.
Is anybody confident that Gabe Arias is going to figure it out at the plate? I'm not.
No one is.
No. Brian Rocchio's done a really nice job. The catchers, regardless of whether they hit or not, they're not going to change them, but they've been hitting. And can Khalil Watson continue to just be productive? I mean, he's had 3 games. It's too early to judge, but he sure looks like a fun player, doesn't he?
I think
he's been great the last 3 games.
He was fun in Columbus.
But, you're counting on a rookie. You're counting on DeLauder, who's a rookie. You're counting on a lot of young guys, and hopefully they can step up. But I honestly think it's got to be Quan, and it's got to be Hoskins.
Bill is in Parma. Hi, Bill. How are you?
How you been?
Hey, guys. How you been?
We're good. The Cardinals are 7 games back, man. What are we going to do about your Cardinals?
Well, this is better than where they were last year at this time.
That's a good point. That's the way to look at the glass, half full. Half full.
Yeah. But, the Cardinals need a little bit of what Guardians have, and that's pitching. But last weekend, I went to see the Cardinals AAA team in Memphis. They have a 6'3", 225-pound first baseman outfielder by the name of Joshua Baez. And he hit
Who, by the way, he's got
runs.
like 25 home runs in AAA.
Yeah, on the night I was there, he hit 4 home runs. And the last one I thought was a pop-up, but it was like a rocket shot. It went straight up and then out. And So, maybe the Guardians would trade a couple pitchers for someone like him. I'm just trying to put together some ideas, but it's really hard to get good hitting within organizations. It really is. And then if you do get it, what we've seen with the Cardinals, and I think we've seen it with the Guardians, it takes 2 or 3 years for some of them to get comfortable at that level.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's why going to the minors, Bill, you're hard pressed to make that your answer. And I don't know that they can. That's why I think truly the guys who are on this team right now just have to hit better. I think it's.
I don't think
simple.
there's any. I think Jeff's right. I don't know that there's an outside answer on this thing at all.
There might be one, but Andy, there aren't 3 or 4. The guys who are here have to just be better.
Bill, thank you.
I've always found it. All right. Hey, listen. Great talking to you guys.
All right.
Thanks, bud.
Great call. Great. Love listening to this.
And the Baez kid that he's talking about is he's got 25 or 26 home runs in AAA this year, and yet he's still down in the minors.
Does anybody have expectations? Do you think I'm off my rocker when I think that maybe if the Dolans think this is their last ride, that they might do something that's unusual for them? Yeah.
And stick it to David Blitzer?
Well, no,
David
I think,
would have to sign off on it.
I think Blitzer would have to be on board. And because,
He'd have to sign off.
let's be honest. I mean, he was on board.
He's a partner, Andy.
Yeah, he was on board with Ramirez too. So, with the
No,
extension,
I don't think they'll do anything out of character. But again, go ahead, make all the comments about money and not paying guys. This team has been successful. They've made the postseason. They compete every year. And I'm guessing that they think they can do that this year with what they have. But I honestly, Stephen Kwan has to find it. Rhys Hoskins has to find it. It's time. Come on, man. And if not, you're going to end up on another team, or get cut, and good luck. Find your way through AAA again.
All right, I'm just curious your thoughts on that too. If you were the Dolans and you're sitting here looking, and like I said, there is no team in the American League that is 6 games. Like every team is within 5.5 games. Let me just say that of a playoff spot. Every team in the American League, as we sit here heading toward the 1st of July, is still within 6 games of a playoff spot. So if you were the Guardians and you're one of the few teams that's even over 500, would you make some kind of a push? But you still have to navigate that with the injuries and the health of this team to try to make a run and do kind of give us that great feeling that we had at the end of last season. Can they still do that? 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. Plus, somebody was hanging around Northeast Ohio yesterday. Oh, talk about that when we come back. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
It's Jeff Phelps, and if you've even been thinking about an RV, now's the time to buy.
From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. Let's talk about LeBron here in a second. I want to take one more phone call on the Guardians. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Anthony is on line one. Hi, Anthony. How are you?
How you doing?
Good. What's up, man?
All right, good. Hey, so I'll go real quick here.
Take your time.
Quan, I don't have hopes for him at this point because the underlying metrics are bad. I think he's unfortunately headed for late inning defensive replacement. I hope I'm wrong. I do want to point out one other thing about him. The folks who tried out the quite hackneyed argument about the ownership being cheap were the ones hyperventilating about the team deciding not to extend the guy. So I want to point that out as well. As far as the ownership goes and whether they're going to go for a trade, I agree with Jeff that, a trade can typically maybe put you over the top. It's not going to replace three guys. You cannot be a responsible organization and prepare your team, or I should say spend for the contingency that three players go out within 90 minutes on one Saturday afternoon, because you'll bankrupt yourself trying to do that. So they all got injured once. You got to take a breath, and they're all going to come back. I think a trade is possible. The other thing on the ownership, just from what I see of the Dolans, they are not going to change anything because they might be handing off ownership. They're going to operate exactly how they operate all the time, and maybe that's what frustrates people. They don't get any social media buzz by doing that, but they're not going to change the way they operate. And
although they did, they did do the Ramirez extension with Blitzer. That was a little, right?
True.
That was a little different. Right?
That's fair.
Okay.
That's fair. The last thing I'll say, it is kind of interesting how similar the Guardians' year is this year to the Cavs, in that you're in a conference, or in this case a league, that seems eminently winnable, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I thought that bodes well for an optimistic finish to the season.
All right. Sounds good. Anthony, thank you. We appreciate the phone
See
call.
ya.
Have a good weekend. See you. 216-474-0092. All right. I'm going to fly this at you here as we head into the weekend. Some food for thought. LeBron James, I was just looking at some posts that we got reposted yesterday. I'm from Cleveland, which, by the way, I follow. I think it's a good follow. They always do this really cool, what's going on with Cleveland stuff. So it's a pretty good follow.
Nice.
So they had the pictures of LeBron yesterday playing golf in Bath. And then, if I'm correct, there's a picture of him his bare feet at it's got to be St. V's.
Do we need to see those?
Well, I will say they're
fine feet. Is that what?
You
got a foot thing going?
No, his cuticles look all right. I'm worried out for. They always say that the health of your feet is probably more important and indicates the way the rest of your body is too.
My podiatrist friend, Dr. Rick, will tell you that.
Okay. And so it's got the King James logo on the floor, and that's why too. There was another report that I was reading today just saying that, he and the Lakers really aren't talking about any kind of deal with him in Los Angeles right now. And so, I kind of feel like when LeBron's here and he's letting everybody know that he's here and that maybe he wants a contract with the Lakers. So I don't know if he's kind of saying, hey, maybe I will go back to Cleveland, or just trying to up his value. You think he's saying, hey?
Hey.
What the hell's going on out here? The only way that's working, and you have to go back to, what was said earlier in the week too, is if you do the trade for Jared Allen for LeBron. I wish there was a way that they could get LeBron to come back and not have to move your core four.
There is a way. There is a way.
He's got to come back on a league minimum, right? That's it?
I would think he'd have to come back on a veteran minimum. If he really wants to be here, he could. And he doesn't need the cash. On the other hand, he doesn't deserve to be paid the veteran minimum.
No,
because
not at all.
He's not playing like he's a veteran minimum player. He's also not playing like he's an upper echelon NBA superstar. He's 42.
But we don't need him to be an upper echelon.
That is
NBA
correct.
Superstar right now.
Well, you're absolutely right.
Conundrum, or this is not a story at all?
What do you mean it's not a story?
Is it a story?
Is what a story?
Should they be trying to figure out? First of all, would you trade Jared Allen for LeBron James? Straight up. Let me start there.
That's a tough question, Andy.
I know. That's why I asked it. I was like, I'm going to throw a softball at Jeff. See how he does on this one.
Here's Greg Schwartz was on the morning show today, and Greg covers the Cavs on the Bleacher Report.
Mm-hmm.
And I agreed with exactly what he said. If you bust up the core four to bring in LeBron, what are you doing? Is LeBron the missing piece to give this team a championship? Maybe, if you don't bust up the core four.
Exactly. I
mean, he would be the perfect guy to start at small forward for this team. The perfect guy. He'd be phenomenal. As long as they could figure out how to still keep Evan Mobley and Jared Allen involved when you have LeBron and Donovan Mitchell and James Harden who all need the basketball. But I agree with Greg. He said if LeBron would come back on a veteran minimum, sure. If you could piece together guys off your bench to make a trade work for the Lakers, sure. But to bust up the core four, no. Here's the deal. If I could trade James Harden right now for LeBron, I would do it. I would do that. I really would. Because at that point,
it's a time thing.
Go get somebody else who can play point guard.
Yeah.
You can do that. Go find somebody else to play small forward out on the wing as well as LeBron. Good luck with what you have to offer. They seem locked in on the idea of James Harden here. To me, that's been the issue on this team for some time. Harden, and before Harden, Darius Garland, with the partnership with Donovan Mitchell in the backcourt. I didn't think it worked. I was all for the trade Garland for Harden because we saw what happened with Darius. Darius is a really good NBA player, but I don't think that combination worked very well. I think the combination with Harden worked better. But if you're pinning your hopes to James Harden for the next 2 years, I think you're going to end up where you were this year, not getting to where you ultimately wanted to go. So I'd be really willing if I'm the Cavs, and I don't know the legalities of if Harden opts out then signs. I don't think you could trade him again until is it mid-December, something like that. And then where's LeBron? But to me, drop LeBron onto the team you have now, perfect. But to give up a big man for a 42-year-old, arguably the best player who ever played the game, but 42, and if LeBron plays 2 more years, would you be surprised? I would.
I think maybe 2.
I would. But at some point, LeBron's going to think, no, either I've had enough or, all right, I've played at this level as long as I can. He's not going to let himself, be a 6-point-a-game scorer. He's not going to do that, I don't think. And so I would think this is the 1 year. If he really wants to return to Cleveland, he can make that happen. And that's sign the cheap deal here. But I'll bet he doesn't want to do it that way.
All right,
and I understand that because he's worth more than the veteran minimum.
I got good news and bad news. You want the good news or the bad news?
I like both types of news.
All right, so I went to ESPN's trade machine, and I tried to get LeBron James. It won't let me trade. It won't let them trade out LeBron James to the Cavs. Even if I try to put
Did
James
you put
Harden.
multiple guys in? Maybe there's something in there.
I've got to do something more than just James Harden for LeBron James. It would, though. Now, this is interesting, and maybe you guys should go with this. This is big news. Harden for Luka works.
Nico Harrison's not running the Lakers.
You guys good with that?
Who says no?
Anyone think they can go Harden
I think
for Luka?
we're in.
216-474-0092.
Sold.
Done deal. Man, I wish this trade machine was real. I would you have any hesitation on that? It's such a great toy. It's like Tankathon too, right? Both those two things are good there. I still there are hurdles in LeBron coming back that I cannot ignore. One is Dan Gilbert. I just don't think Dan Gilbert wants to bring LeBron James back.
You know,
I can't say it any other way.
You keep harping on that. You know why? Because you're right.
Thank you. I don't even know if even if it was a couple years ago.
Nobody wants to think about that. But you've been close to the team. I've been close to the team. The team wants to win without LeBron.
Yeah, I don't even know that is it LeBron? Like I'm not talking about LeBron. Like I think the organization wants to prove that they can win a championship.
I agree
and
completely.
Be a team that can compete for an NBA championship without LeBron James.
Without LeBron having to bail out their bacon.
And that's just it.
Yep.
It's a bailout.
Yep.
It's exactly what you're talking about. I don't know if that's the right answer or not. I mean, I like championships no matter who's on the team. But if I own the team, man, they have worked unbelievably hard to try to do anything possible, including being the only team in the NBA to go into the second apron to try to win a championship. I listened, what were this the other day? Oh, the big national guy that was on with the morning show. Anthony was harping with him. And talking
Brian
about how...
Geltzeiler?
Yeah, Brian Geltzeiler. That's who it is, right? And talking about how the Harden deal failed because they didn't get to the championship. Why would you go out and get him in the first place if the goal wasn't the championship? And maybe we are soft around here saying, well, they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. Yeah, woo! Final Four, man. I mean, I can take that Final Four.
There were 26 teams that didn't.
True. But I also still have a AFC Central champion.
How's that going?
It doesn't fit anymore. It doesn't even come close. Frustrating, my friends. The other question too, I think we can get into too, is about Jaylen Brown, and then some of the issues with his team. A former Cavalier said something about the team and their issues. You're going to hear that when we come back. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092.
5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hope you're going to have a good weekend coming up here. It's supposed to be warm, so we're taking care of you as we head into the noon hour. We're reminding all of our friends to wear light clothing and hydrate.
Forgot sunscreen.
Oh, man, how did I do that?
I don't know.
Oh, man, that's it.
I don't know.
They're going to make me do weather overnights now when you don't have to worry about sunscreen.
You're stuck.
That's that widely scattered darkness. It gets me every time.
Never good.
216-474-0092. All right, so, Jeff, would you be good if the Cavs just ran it back next year? Just ran it back.
Good
everything.
with what?
Good with the roster.
What do you want to do?
I want to win an NBA championship.
No, I wouldn't be good with it.
Can they win an NBA championship with the roster they currently have?
Sure, why not? Do I think they would? No, I don't.
Okay.
No.
I know I have to watch
they
every
have a
word.
huge glaring weakness on the wings. I mean, it's huge. There are dominant players in the NBA on the wing, and we see how wing guys can really affect a game. And the Cavs are lacking there. Could Jordan Tyson become the guy? Maybe. You know, he's 6'6", 6'7", and he has some skill. Yeah, he could become one of those guys. I'd personally rather. I think they need 2 or 3 of them. Myself, they have way too many guys who are 6'4" and shorter. I mean, you can't play them all. So why are they even on the team? You can't play them all. You need depth, but you don't need all of those guys.
I would be okay with them bringing this core 4 back. They just have to figure out
core 4. Yeah,
like running it back from that aspect.
Add to it. But how do you do that? You get under the second apron. That apparently is the Harden move. And then, you're going to package guys and hope that some team has a surplus at that wing spot, and they feel a real need to get Max Strus. They feel a real need to get Dennis Schroeder. Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I like Max. But I don't think Max is the ideal guy to play that wing spot. I mean, look what OG Anunoby did for the New York Knicks. That's what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Go get a 6'8" guy with some skills. Put him in there.
Although I don't know that he was. I mean, he showed up when they needed him to show up in the end.
He was great.
But I don't know that he was great until the end. I mean, he was
good
scuffling
all season long.
He scuffled there in the first series.
I
don't know. I wasn't all in on him until the end. In the end, I was like, okay, that's why they got him.
Well, and they also have Mikal Bridges and Josh Hart. I mean, they had 3 guys out on the wing.
Dan, can they run it back the way it is?
They'd be competitive and they'd be good, but
are you just?
I don't think that team wins. I don't think this team weight is now.
Are you running on a treadmill if you run this back exactly the same way? Are you looking at being in the 4 or 5 seed again and going, okay, well, what are we? Oh, look, they made it back to the Eastern Conference Finals, but don't have any hope.
I think the main question that I have in all of that is, has Evan Mobley peaked, and is this Evan Mobley, or is there another evolution of Evan Mobley to come?
Quickly, I think there is. Do you? I think there's another level.
There is. I just don't think he's going to get it if you're going to run out an offense of James Harden and Donovan Mitchell.
Bingo.
So I heard something on the afternoon show that I thought was brilliant yesterday, that he didn't, and I can't remember which one of the guys said it, or if it might have been a phone call, said, when he came in the league, he never had to struggle as the go-to guy, because we've always had guards that have kind of been the go-to guy, and that maybe he needed that in his maturation process of becoming a great NBA player, if that was to be, that he needed to go through the aches and pains of being the man rather than having a guard be the man. I was like, that's an interesting take on Mobley's development here in Cleveland. I could buy that. Do you think there's a next level for Evan Mobley.
Well, yes. I'm with Dan. I don't think he reaches it if he's the third or fourth scoring option. And I don't know that we find it out. If he doesn't have a next level, how are we going to find out if he's not considered the third or, the second or first scoring option?
You don't. You don't find. The only way you're going to find that out,
that's my fear,
is to watch him go play for another team where he is. Are they willing to change their philosophy on this? And can you do that with Mitchell or Harden at the guard spot? Can they do that?
I think they're hard pressed. We've seen 5 years of him having to deal with two guards who score a lot, and I think it's limited him myself. And the productivity has gone up slightly, but I've mentioned too many times in his 5 years, his shots way too similar every year. His shot totals, basically 12 shots per game. Scoring was up a little bit this year.
I thought he was more aggressive this year than he was last year.
Yeah, I thought so too, Andy. But when you have two guys who have the ball and are scorers, it's real tough to make anybody else, be great. Donovan, who are both terrific, with them having the ball, I think it's unrealistic to expect Evan Mobley to become a more of a big-time scoring threat. I just think it's unrealistic.
Dan, let me ask you this. Channing Frye was on this road tripping podcast that he's had since I think they started when they were here. Didn't they? And he talked about some of the issues on this team, and they may not be anything about what we're talking about. Here's what he said.
The smartest thing for him right now is to go back to the Lakers. And here's why. Cleveland got too many what ifs now. After seeing what I saw, 52-year-old LeBron ain't going to solve them issues. They got soul issues. I don't like you issues, and I don't want to be here with you issues. If this team was like, hey, we just need this position, I'd be like, boom, go to Cleveland. That doesn't work with this, and this doesn't work with that. And when your youngest, best player is starting to get all these rumors, that means people are on the phone. That means they think he could get got.
Who?
And I'm not going to Evan Mobley.
Oh, they ain't getting rid of Evan Mobley. Yeah, Evan Mobley's stuck there.
He's stuck there. Oh, that's what I'm saying. He's stuck. So what happened if, let's say, Braun goes there? How does he fix anything? He doesn't fix the guys liking each other. He doesn't fix the continuity of the game. And you think James Harden only operates when he has the ball in his hand most of the time. I'm not giving the ball to James Harden if LeBron's on the team.
Well, that's kind of a twist. So let me get this straight. Channing Frye is basically saying that he thinks there's I can't play with you problems inside that locker room, or I don't like the way you play, or we have different philosophies on the way this game. And then my next question is, who? Is that Harden and Mitchell? Is that
he didn't name names.
He didn't name names.
No.
And it would have made it a lot easier if he would have named names.
It's hard to throw Harden into that because he just got here.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody will remember this. Do you remember when Channing came to the Cavaliers?
Let's put together the text thread. Was that him? Yeah.
When he got here, he quickly realized, wait a minute, this team's not like all on the same page here. And we have guys who don't see each other, talk to each other very much away from the court, away from practice. We're not as tight as we need to be. And he put together the text thread and got everybody kind of on the same page and acting like a real team. And it paid off huge. They won the NBA championship.
Is he trying to do that right now?
Well, I don't know if he's trying to, but I bet he's seeing the same thing that he saw when he showed up here in February of 2016.
How many NBA teams do you think have that issue, though?
Most.
I think so, too.
Yeah, most.
Wonder why.
Why? Because you've got young gazillionaires
that don't need each other if they don't.
Who all have their own agendas, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
They all have their own agendas. They all have their own business. You better look out for number one. Sorry, this is a team, and we're all in it together, and we're a family. Yeah, good luck with that. Most of that's lip service, I think, Andy. You've been around teams for years.
Yeah.
I think that's lip service. And
there's no team that is truly harmonious.
No, some teams are tight, but everybody's got an Uncle Ted who you think that guy's a loon. Well, teams
do you know my Uncle
teams are
Ted?
the same way. No, I know your Uncle Stu. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, he's not a loon.
No,
today he's not.
No, your brother-in-law. He's a great dude. You're lucky to have him.
Wait, you think my brother-in-law's a loon?
No, your brother-in-law's a great guy. He thinks you're a loon.
Oh, that's fine. He's known that for years.
Channing's a guy you should listen to because he saw that when he got here in 2016.
But do you think the guys are hearing that? I don't think guys in the locker room just heard what Channing Frye said.
Well, and nor would they care.
I mean, do you think they're like, oh, what's on road tripping tonight?
Andy, I've always felt this. I think the whole family concept and we got to be tight and we got to love each other and everything else, that's nice. It's nice. It's also unrealistic.
I don't know. Great teams preach brotherhood at the end.
Yeah, well, they always say, I'm here to support my brothers. No, you're not. You got real brothers.
It is pretty interesting, though, that, you're 10 years removed, and all of those guys but Kyrie, right?
Well, they were tight.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe
you know why they were tight?
Because they had a text chain?
No.
Because they won a championship.
Because they had the right grouping of guys who had the right mindset for the moment. LeBron was here to win a championship for Cleveland. That's why LeBron came back.
Right.
Right. And if you don't need proof of that, why do you leave then? If he just wanted to come home, then he would have stayed. He came home to win a title in Cleveland. He did it. And he left. That's okay. He's allowed.
Mm-hmm.
He needed help. They bring in Kevin. Kevin figured out, all right, I got to be the third scoring option on this team to make this work. And remember how uncomfortable it was? And we're getting calls all the time. Kevin Love stinks. Kevin stinks. He's not, not doing this, not doing that. And I kept saying he's going to be a Hall of Famer. Well, he is. He's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin had to accept his role. Kyrie had to figure out, LeBron's here. Okay, great. Tristan had to just think, I'm going to go grab every rebound I can get. And then you had a guy like Richard Jefferson who came in. Richard was a 20-point-a-game scorer at one point in his career. He had to accept his role. Channing came in. He had to think, wait a minute, you need me to knock down shots out of the corner? Okay, got it. I can do that. I mean, you had to have the right guys in the right place. JR, I'll knock down shots for you. What else? I got to play defense? Fine.
You don't even have to invite me back later.
No.
That's what he said.
Well, they had a collection of mindsets that fit at that time, Andy. And that was really special, and it was really underappreciated.
Didn't you kind of see that with the Knicks just now, too?
Yes, exactly right.
Yeah.
And how often do you see that? That's the point.
You don't.
Right. Not very often. If 10 teams...
Guys get jealous when somebody gets more pop.
Well, if 10 teams in the league have that, if a third of the league has that kind of camaraderie, that's a lot.
Yeah.
And Channing's not just blowing smoke. He's pretty smart. And he saw it here before. He sees it here now. And they got to figure that out. And James Harden has never been the guy who's been all warm and fuzzy about being a team player. Nor has Darius Garland, So, and not that either guy's a bad guy or a bad teammate. They're not. But
let's face it, Kyrie
wasn't independent contractors.
Kyrie wasn't warm and fuzzy, and he fit into that.
Well, he had to eventually. He wasn't real happy when LeBron signed up. He wasn't.
But he figured it out.
And that's what they have to do now. And if they don't figure it out, they got to figure out then who will figure it out.
Is Channing Frye right? Soul issues. Is that what the Cavaliers' problem is? Is that what needs to be fixed going into next season? Is that what needs to be addressed as we head into free agency for the NBA? 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Keene.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Sam Amico is going to join us at 1 o'clock. Guardians back home this weekend against the Mariners. We'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit later in the show. Right now, we're still talking about the Cavaliers and where they're going with this thing and how to regroup. I find it interesting because in some ways we look at it as, trade Evan Mobley and that'll fix the problems, or man, I don't know. Maybe Mitchell isn't the answer. Maybe they should bring in somebody else and let the big guys develop. Or, I mean, really, why are we wasting time with James Harden? Like, these seem to be the primary focus of how to change or make this team better than what they were last year. And then there's a little angel and a little devil hanging over your shoulder, and the angel is saying to you, Jeff, hey, Jeff,
if you touch one hair on Evan Mobley and trade him anywhere, you'll never forgive yourself.
That's true.
It's exactly what they say.
And little did we know.
Free agency begins next week.
Little did we know she'd be Danny Noonan's girlfriend, too, for a while there. Anyway, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, free agency's next week.
It begins next week.
Yeah.
I mean, Tuesday. And then you can make everything official in about a week. We're going to start to get some answers and get them soon. You know what? When you talk to people who have been in the game, work in the game, know really what they're talking about, Danny Green yesterday when he joined us, we were talking about Evan Mobley and Jaylen Brown, possible trade. Danny said he wouldn't do it. He said, good luck replacing Evan Mobley. Evan averages like 18 points and 9 rebounds a game, and everybody thinks, oh, boy, he stinks. He's underachieved, blah, 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 blah. Good luck replacing 18 points and 9 rebounds at a forward spot if you trade him. Good luck with that. And then Danny said, a lot easier to replace a guard.
It is a lot easier.
And he was more inclined to trade Donovan Mitchell than Jaylen Brown. Greg Schwartz on the morning show said the same thing. He said he doesn't want to pay Donovan Mitchell the huge contract that he's going to, if he doesn't pick up his option this year.
Yeah.
He said, I don't want to pay him the 70 to, and he said
he's not the only one that said
million.
that. I've heard other people say that.
Ken said he was listening to our show, and he said he heard me say I wouldn't want to pay him 60. I don't. And I think Donovan is great, but I don't know the way this team is built right now is ready to go for a championship. What I honestly think, Andy, I think there might be, nobody wants to do this or hear this because everybody thinks they're in their window. Right? You might need to just take your foot off the gas for a year or so. Take us a little step back, add a couple of young guys to the team somehow.
Get under the apron?
Get under the apron.
Okay.
And then go. Like if you could trade Donovan for a couple of young guys, a couple draft picks.
Next year.
Whenever. And maybe retool this thing a little bit. That might be a path to take. If you want to keep Donovan, all right, well then maybe James next to him isn't the long-term answer. Go get a real point guard. Go get you don't need a guy who led the league in scoring. Go get a point guard who can distribute. Guy who averages 10 points and
I kind of felt like Harden could be that guy when they first brought him in.
James can. And we've had numerous guests say, can you get James to take a step back and play facilitator? Or come off the bench and be the sixth man. He was the best sixth man in the NBA when he was in Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm.
There are options here, but I think the problem is, Andy, I think many people are uncomfortable with those options and don't want to go that way, and the Cavs might be in that group.
Yeah, do you think, I say PTSD, I hate to say that, but like with the Garland trade, like don't you think we all kind of have our eyes on what he's going to do next?
I don't at all.
There's a part of me that
You mean
does.
Darius?
Yeah, when he gets healthy, like you're going to wonder.
Darius is real good. But how many times did we need to see Darius and Donovan fail in the playoffs?
Right. It didn't hurt us this year. You didn't see it this year.
I don't think it'll ever hurt us. And I really like Darius. I think Darius is a really good player. I defended Darius like crazy when he came into the league and didn't do real well as a rookie. Like he's like a kid. Leave him alone. Let him grow. He's a really good player. It comes down to fit. I think James Harden was a better fit for this team this year than Darius Garland would have been. Is he the fit to get you to the NBA championship? I don't think so. But he was better this year. I think a lot of their deficiencies showed up in the playoffs. And not just against the Knicks. You know, you had a couple of 7-game series there. That was tough. And I just think it's all about the fit. You've got to make it fit. And I don't know that James is the right fit for this team, but that seems to be what they're on their way to doing, is bringing him back for a couple of years. Good luck.
All right, so there's two ways to look at what's going on. One, I'll go back to what we were talking about here last segment about, whether it could be internal philosophy. But there's another thing here, too, that, okay, so we want to say, hey, which direction are we going in this? And is Evan Mobley the trade piece that perhaps they should be looking at to try to rebuild and reestablish what could be Cavalier basketball down the road? Are they, is Evan Mobley the answer by staying or perhaps by trading Evan Mobley? Eric Pincus from the Bleacher Report was on Afternoon Drive, and he kind of talked about that for a little bit. So clearly, Jeff, you would make the argument for keeping Evan Mobley.
Well, I'm not trading him. To me, there's not even an argument. I mean, if he never becomes anything more than he is right now, Andy, good luck replacing what he is right now. Defensive Player of the Year, one of the better defensive players in the NBA, and a guy who averages 18 points and 9 rebounds a game. Good luck replacing that. I mean, seriously. What kind of a hole are you going to have on this team if you trade him? What kind of hole are you going to have in the front court? Dean Wade's not coming back, probably.
All right.
At least from everything you hear. That leaves Jarrett Allen as the only big man on this team.
All right, so what about it? Would you make the argument for letting Mobley go or keeping him? Eric Pincus from Bleacher Report said this yesterday on the Afternoon Drive.
At his height and size and skill and age, he's going to have a better rest of his career than Jaylen Brown will have, because Jaylen Brown is right around the 30 mark. Let's say he's got 3 or 4 more really good years left, whereas Evan Mobley should have another 8, 9, 10 years of really good basketball. What he does is special, and I think we're seeing that you need, with Chet Holmgren and Victor Wembanyama, I think teams are remembering size matters, has always mattered. That's the old traditional way of, the Wilts and the Shaqs, and it kind of went away with Michael and Kobe and a lot of wings, but even Jokic has been dominating the league. I know they only have 1 championship, but he's been one of the best players in the world. I can argue it. It's really a kind of a time frame question. If the Cavs are looking at their situation and saying, we're going to try to win right now, we're thinking that Donovan is going to be happy, he's going to want to stick around, we can do this. We have this duplication at that front court position, so instead of choosing Mobley, we'll choose Allen. I get it. I don't want to say that I love it. For the Celtics, I probably love it because they've more or less burnt that bridge, and that doesn't mean they can't repair it. But in trying to trade Jaylen Brown for Giannis and it not working in a very public situation, if they can turn an older player into a younger one, the Celtics, I would say yes. From the Cavs, I'd be very diligent. It's not my favorite move for them, but I get it.
Yeah, I don't see getting, not now. I don't see getting rid. I still have another year to kind of gauge where I want to go with Mobley. I don't feel like there's pressure to go.
He's really good.
He's
now.
so young too. That's the other. I think we forget that he's not like 30 years old. It's not like, oh well, if this doesn't work now, it's never going to work. I've seen progression in his game every year that he's played here.
Even if he doesn't get any better, good luck replacing a guy who's capable of being the Defensive Player of the Year and averaging 18 points and 9 rebounds a game. Good luck with that.
Bob is in Akron. Hi, Bob.
Gentlemen, I would certainly get rid of Mitchell, but I think in order to see the Cavs moving forward, Kobe Altman's got to go. I have no confidence in his ability to build a winning team. He's got the highest payroll in the NBA, and it's not a premier team. And I don't see any way to get good enough to beat the Spurs or the Knicks or the Thunder.
How many?
Right
I'm just
now.
curious. How many premier teams are there in the NBA then? Just
I'd say
those
there's
three?
right? Three,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
I've got, before last season, I would have added a fourth team, the Celtics, but they fell apart.
I before injury, I would have put Indiana in there too.
Yeah, I could go on that. Now, Mobley, I have a lot of trouble with Mobley. When I've watched every NBA championship since 1956.
It's a good res.
And when I first saw Mobley, I thought, this guy reminds me of Bill Russell. He's like a little taller, not as athletic as Bill Russell was, and, defensive oriented. But, Bill Russell used to throw up before every game. He was like Michael Jordan. It's not that he liked to win, it's that he hated to lose. And I don't see the fire in his belly like in Brunson. Brunson's a warrior. He brings it. Evan Mobley seems to disappear. So I don't think he could ever be the first or even the second option. He could be a very skilled and useful third option, but they still need two better players if they're going to compete against the Spurs and the Thunder and the Knicks.
All right. Thank you, Bob. Bob in Akron. Do you agree or disagree?
I just until Evan is given the opportunity to be the number one or number two scoring option, I don't think we can say that he can't be. And I know people have argued with us about that and say he doesn't have the offensive game. Chris Fedor is one of them. Chris really knows his stuff. Let me see him be the second scoring option. And Chris has said at the beginning of the season it wasn't working real well, and it kind of went back to what it was. Well, commit to it. I mean, if this team is going to get over the hump, Andy, it's probably not going to get over the hump rolling back the same thing in the same roles that it did last year. I mean, you might have to have some growing pains, and you might have to turn them loose. By the way, I just for giggles threw this out. Tell me, would the Celtics ever do this?
No.
The ESPN trade machine says Jaylen Brown for Jarrett Allen, Max Strus, and Dennis Schroeder works.
Say that again?
Jarrett, Max Strus, Dennis Schroeder for Jaylen Brown. It works. I don't know why the Celtics would ever do it unless they think
and Brad Stevens said that Wendy said on ESPN that Brad Stevens said he was never trading Jaylen Brown. He was not about to do it.
Maybe his wife wants him to come to the Cavs.
Oh, it's the whole
Rocky River native thing.
It is the Rocky River native.
If I'm the
way
Celtics,
to bring it home, Jeff.
If I'm the Celtics, I'm not trading Jaylen Brown unless I get somebody who I think is
instant impact,
at least as good in return. And Jarrett, Max, and Dennis aren't as good.
Headlines straight ahead. Then Sam Amico right after that. So we'll get back into the Cavaliers too. Still have a little Guardian stuff I want to talk about too before the end of the show. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Sam Amico, hoopswire.com, is going to join us at 1 o'clock. Jeff, let's sit back, relax, and then discuss all the things that are going on in sports. We like to do that in a little segment we call Headlines.
Can't relax.
I can relax.
This is big.
Oh, sorry. Now, for the most intense sports news in the history of the games, all of them, all the way to marbles, here's Dan Menigan.
I was going to say, there is no relaxing during this segment. I'm not going to sit here and pontificate on my own for 15 minutes.
You guys ever play marbles?
Maybe when I was a
My
kid.
mom tried to show me once, and I couldn't.
I've never played the actual marbles. You know, the way the game
Inside the circle, outside the circle?
I've
Yeah.
never played.
You guys playing cards?
We all had marbles, but
Yeah.
did anybody actually play the game the way it's supposed to be played?
No, but we always
Not me.
we always lost them.
And they were just pretty to look at.
That is true. That is very true.
You don't
So-
see a good game of marbles anywhere. Really? You just don't. I mean, like,
Let us know at 216-474-0092. Where can you get a good game of marbles going?
Sounds like a segment for next week.
Yeah.
When's training camp start?
lose your marbles on 92.3 The Fan. I never see a good game of although there are guys that play dominoes. but
Oh, guys are great at dominoes.
Yeah, I haven't seen
That's a
dominoes.
big deal, man.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up.
Dominoes or marbles?
Someone losing their mind. Because
Yes.
that ended up taking place with a little help from our buddy Nick Carboni of WCNC down in North Carolina. Well, there's some people who are still not very happy. So Nick, with the LaMelo Ball trade, so Nick went out to kind of do a little man on the street type of thing.
Sure.
And, well, someone decided to pull over from their car and let them know their thoughts.
LaMelo Ball, man. Trading LaMelo Ball from the Hornets, that's like y'all traded Michael Jordan out to Chicago Bulls. Y'all already didn't give us Kobe Bryant. Y'all keep messing up the team chemistry. He was the hottest on the team. He bought us all the ticket sales. He made the most points on the team. It was nobody else better than him.
He made it beautiful to watch.
I swear, he made it great to watch. He made us want to come here. Man, look at my man's on side the building, looking good.
Now they got to take that
Now
picture.
they got to take him off, man. This is crazy. Why would y'all trade LaMelo? Bring back LaMelo, reverse the trade. Tell him reverse the trade, man.
Now we got to
Reverse
take it
the
down.
trade.
We had that over here in downtown Cleveland.
Yeah, we did.
Now we got to take it down.
The best part of that whole thing is his buddy in the passenger seat driving it.
Exactly right. That's awesome. Love it.
Just need a cold pop.
It was
Love it.
awesome. I
saw the Timberwolves get a really bad grade. And this is the great thing about NBA trades. Somebody gave the Timberwolves a D+ for picking up LaMelo Ball. And then the next grade I saw, B+. What a great trade to get LaMelo Ball. Love it.
Truth of LaMelo. There are people who absolutely love LaMelo,
Yeah.
and there are people who absolutely hate LaMelo.
He can play, though. I mean, he can play. He's pretty dang good. Will it fit with Anthony Edwards and Rudy Gobert and whatever else they end up with there? We'll find out.
He might be the most frustrating player in the NBA right now is LaMelo.
You think so?
Yeah. Maybe, and that's just a personal thing. I watch LaMelo do amazing things, and then I watch LaMelo do things where I just want to like grab him by the jersey and go, "What are you doing? Why do you think this is a good idea?" It's not even 90-10. It's like 70-30, 60-40 when it comes to LaMelo. I hope he's clearly got the passing gene. So we'll see what this looks like. It'll be a lot of fun, though. But yeah, people are shouting from cars. Did you guys ever have one of those? We did a man on the street and somebody pulled their car over and yelled at you?
Oh, every day.
We always do.
Every
man-
time you do
man
it.
on the
Is that
streets for
common?
fun.
Yeah, the most dangerous thing is it's like you do a live shot from a bar after a game. Like that, you don't want to be there. Oh, man. I can tell you, we did when we were at Fox, we did entire shows from the Varsity Club in Columbus. Those are fun.
When I was in Texas,
Yeah.
I thought this will be fun. I went to the local mall that was owned by Jacobs, Visconti and Jacobs.
Yeah.
Who owned the Indians at the time, the Jacobs brothers.
Yeah.
And I
the
said,
Galleria, right?
I said, you're shopping at a mall owned by the team with the worst record in Major League Baseball. And just,
There you go.
Yeah.
It's a small world after all.
It was great.
So
it was fun.
Glad you brought up that up because
Sure.
the Mets have decided to fire their manager Carlos Mendoza. The Mets have been a bit of a mess this season at 34-47, spending a boatload of money on that roster. So Andy, they fired their manager. That'll fix it.
Just like the Red Sox, right?
That'll fix them.
That'll fix it.
The Red Sox got fixed when they changed
Right.
manager. Oh wait, they're still in last place.
That'll fix it.
Yeah. Yeah. When in doubt, blame the manager.
Everybody does.
It's easier to change managers than players.
Is it just as simple as we can't fire the player, so someone needs to be held responsible?
Yes.
Pretty much.
Exactly correct.
And both of those situations are proof that, okay, you can spend a ton of money, but it doesn't mean you can have a great team.
Baseball's
increases your odds, but,
Remember how I was saying
doesn't
that
mean-
almost the entire American League has a shot? Yeah, who doesn't have a shot?
Not the NL.
The Mets. They're 15 games back.
Yeah, not the
How's that
NL.
Lindor deal look
Made-
now?
By the way, made 5 errors in a game. 5 infield errors in one game, the Mets.
Yeah, that's the manager's fault.
Yeah, huh? He has a glove.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Would you
Manager's
still
fault.
do the Lindor deal now, knowing what we know?
Yeah, no way. I would have kept Francisco Lindor and thrown a bunch of money at him and say, you stay right here and play shortstop for me forever. Like, that would have been the easiest move I could have made.
Ideal world, Dan's right.
I agree, but
keep in mind, what would they pick up for him? Nobody who's here.
Yeah. A guy who
Med
might,
Rosario, Andres Jimenez.
guy's got a shot to start the All-Star game.
Okay, every team has an all-star, right? I mean,
By the way, have you guys seen the All-Star voting? It's pretty funny.
yeah, I started looking at it yesterday, but it wasn't as complete as it was when I saw Bazzana was like in second place. By the way, do you think the Guardians have spent $341 million?
Every Blue Jay is, I want to say close to every starting Blue Jay is either first or second in voting, with the number one vote getter in the AL, guys, Ernie Clement. The way we all threw him.
Yeah.
Way to go, Ernie.
Good old Ernie.
He's just a regular baseball guy, isn't he?
Good
Would it
old
be
Ernie.
Ernie?
Number 1 in the AL, number 1 in the NL. Shohei Ohtani. That's not shocking.
Surprise.
Surprise. So we'll keep an eye out there.
When you have an entire country voting for one team, that helps.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
Could inflate the ballot box a little bit. NFL have announced that the 2027 NFL Draft will be held in Washington, D.C.
Oh, boy.
That'll be a lot of fun.
Maybe.
Is Meredith going to go?
I'll probably be here working the Browns draft.
If I were you, I'd take time off. Go. Why not? It's a once-in-a-lifetime deal, right? Don't
I
you
mean,
think?
we didn't even get to go to the draft when it was in Cleveland because we were in the studio producing our Browns radio draft show.
Oh, I'm sorry. You have time to ask off for it now.
That's
right?
true. Do you think if I put in my time off request now, Keith will approve it for next April?
Yeah, I mean, it's
Fearless Leader's pretty good about that
He's really good, especially if you give him notice.
MK, is that close to when the cherry blossoms bloom?
Depends on the weather, but yeah, cherry blossoms usually like late March, early April. So it could be it could be an absolute disaster of a tourist season if you have the NFL draft and the cherry blossoms at the same time.
Are they doing it on the White House lawn too, or no? Is that it's like I heard that's the place to be now.
Is there going to be an octagon where they have the draft picks go through?
Oh, now that would be cool, wouldn't it?
Word. All right, gentlemen.
Oh, they could use the ballroom, the new ballroom at the White House.
Gentlemen, you've been waiting for it. Here we go.
Baskin and Phelps present Dan's World Cup Roundup.
You're darn right. It's the best time of the year.
Are those Vuvuzelas in the
Yes,
background?
they are. They are the Vuvuzelas.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ted hooked us up. Ted knows what he's doing there. So, of course, we know U.S. men's national team came up short against Turkey A. We talked about it a little bit earlier on.
Turkey A.
Ecuador beat
Is
Germany.
there a Turkey B? They have 2 teams. Is that the deal?
I was watching.
They have politely asked us to refer to them in that way, and I'm obliging. I'm sorry for my obliging.
I was watching TSN and it sounded so natural.
Turkey A.
Turkey A?
Turkey B.
You want the official word on that?
Jiminy Christmas.
Turkey officially changed its English name to Turkey A on June 1st, 2022, when the United Nations formally accepted the country's request to update its designation.
There you go. So it is now locked in that the U.S. will take on Bosnia and Herzegovina. And so I wanted to do a little bit of research on this, and I wanted to bring you guys up to date on what you're going to face against Bosnia and Herzegovina.
That's awesome. Yeah,
Courtesy of our friends at Fox, I found this interview with a Bosnian fan who is locked in. And I want to know, are you as committed as he is to the party that is the World Cup?
I haven't had a bad day since March 26th. We beat Wales March 26th, and then a week later we beat Italy. Swear to God, man, every single day, coffee with my boys, drinks with my boys. My girlfriend of 6.5 years broke up with me. I miss you a little bit, but yo, I'm telling you, not a bad day. She broke up with me the day after Wales. Every day has been a good day, bro. She picked the perfect time to break up with me because we're World Cup, and all is good, dog.
Where was this guy from?
Who needs chicks when you have the World Cup?
He's rooting for Bosnia and Herzegovina. That's right, gentlemen. Are you willing to get dumped for your fandom?
Yeah,
He's
why
been
not?
dumped. He's having a party.
So I'm confused. Is Bosnia and Herzegovina, is that like the Cleveland Heights University Heights School District with a dash in the middle of it, or is like how does that work?
Yeah, it's Bosnia and Herzegovina. There's an and.
So it's two countries as one.
That is
right?
correct. In the same way we say Trinidad and Tobago.
Wait, I thought that was just one country. Is that two different countries?
I think it's one.
I think it's just one too.
Anyway, we're missing the point here.
Well, I'm just saying, when they come in on the yellow bus to play the games, does it say Bosnia and Herzegovina School District?
We're really missing the point of the fact that guy got dumped and is partying, and we were supposed to enjoy
his
that
misery
one
is
instead
your
of worrying about
game.
yellow school buses from
dance
countries.
attempted humor.
Did you notice that a few years back on those school buses, they went to the word stop on the back and they painted the inside in red? You guys ever notice that? Ever been buying a school
Hey,
bus?
Dan?
Yeah.
How does it feel to experience Mr. Turn to the Left?
Well, in a
going right
school
down
bus-
a path with headlines, all of a sudden,
I'm just concerned that we have to play two countries at once.
Well, yeah, you're at a disadvantage. You got to make sure you bring it. But again, you've been preparing. CONCACAF has had you with St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You had to go up against all of them.
Wow.
The world's favorite soul band, St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
I have a feeling that high schools are going to start doing this with football. We're going to have communities together.
We're going to have them together with the dash.
Yeah.
Is there going to run out of kids?
Yeah, to play.
They had to go up against Trinidad and
Well,
Tobago.
school districts aren't going to want to pay the insurance on football. So you can just smell it. Blame
So
the
anyway,
insurance company.
your big match today is going to be Norway versus France at about 3 o'clock. That's the one to keep an eye on. That'll be very, very fun. Back and forth there. It sounds like Irving Holland isn't going to play for Norway, sadly. But
Irving.
still, you'll get their fans.
You know, I used
which
to
are
buy
awesome.
suits. I used to buy suits from Irving Holland. Nice guy.
All right. Well, we tried our best today.
I don't know, he's always good. It's just awkward
Lord
when
knows
he
we're
has to stand in front of that mirror.
You see what he does, Dan.
Guy gets dumped. Andy's focused on school buses.
Because see, there's more to life to it. In Norway, they will tell you there are plenty of fish in the sea. Right?
Well, there are 300 and some odd million people in our country, and a lot of them are women, Andy. So you get
A little
dumped,
bit
you got a chance.
I'm hearing a little bit more than half, Jeff. Analytics told me that.
I do believe
I
that's
saw
the case.
that at the Cavaliers Analytic Championship Parade. It said a little bit more than half the people in this country.
Go to break.
Are women. Sam Amico! Speaking of giving us a break, he's going to give us the lowdown on what's going on with the NBA. Free agency coming up. Sam Amico, hoopswire.com. Next.
Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hope you're going to have a great weekend. I saw Jazz Fest is going on right down the street. Did you catch that? Right down.
I saw they're setting up goodies.
At Playhouse Square.
Yeah,
it's always a lot of fun.
Nice. Always good.
It's a great atmosphere down
Sure
there.
it is.
I enjoy. Are you being sarcastic?
No, it's really cool.
No, I was thinking it's fun. I love hearing the music downtown.
Right by the chandelier?
Yeah, it's right underneath the chandelier. Yeah,
I know, it's nice.
They're putting stages up, so
it's really good.
You got that. You got ball games this weekend. You got. That's an old thing to say, isn't it? Ball games this weekend.
Get ball games.
The kids will be playing ball games over there at the ballpark.
Some ball games going.
Yeah, something like that. And we've got free agency right around the corner for the NBA. That's why we need the wisdom of one Sam Amico from HoopsWire.com. He is on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Hi, Sam.
Hi, Sam.
Hi, guys.
How are you? Good.
Very good.
Did you watch World Cup last night? Just out of curiosity.
I did not. Did the U.S. win?
No, we lost. Final shot of the game. In extra time, too. In cheating time.
To Turkey.
To Turkey A.
Yeah,
Did you know that?
I did know they were playing Turkey.
No. Turkey A. Not just Turkey.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Turkey A. I have a buddy who really follows it, and I said, it looks like the U.S. is doing pretty well. And he said, yeah, they haven't played anybody yet. They'll play somebody tonight, and that was yesterday.
Yeah, but we didn't play. It'd be like the Browns only using, 9 of their 11 starters. We only use
like playing Dylan Gabriel.
They're not using 9. They had 9. Yeah, I don't know.
The Browns approach most games like that.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
I made Dan laugh.
Good job.
Not Dylan Gabriel.
You're welcome.
Hey, Sam, you can't have enough guards.
No, you can't. Apparently. Maybe Kobe Altman thinks this is soccer. I don't know. No, I'm just kidding.
Were you like me? I was so hoping that they deemed the guy with the best upside and NBA career ahead of him to be 6'11" or 7 foot.
Yeah, listen, a 34 pick, it's a shot in the dark.
It is.
And I think you run into trouble if you draft for position, and I think that they obviously do too. I mean, let's never forget that Michael Jordan was once passed up so that somebody could draft for position. So I think that, you have your draft board. And what's funny about this is I actually, in my mock draft ahead of the draft, I had the Cavs taking Malik Thomas at number 29 in the mock draft. So, this is somebody they had their eye on, and they didn't draft for position. Obviously, you drafted the guy that was at the absolute top of your draft board. You cross off the names, and that's just how it works. And Kobe Altman said it at his press conference. Let's not talk ourselves out of this. So they took the best guy and that they felt was at the top of their board, a guy that they thought a lot of people thought would be a late first rounder. And you never know how the rest of the offseason is going to shake out. Now, again, you're talking about a guy who probably, based on history, at first is destined for the G League at first.
Right.
But potentially, there's probably going to be some moving parts in your back court a little bit, and may open the door for him to play a little bit too.
Sam, you would have taken Hakeem Olajuwon, though, first in 84, right?
I would have taken Hakeem first, yes.
It's Sam Bowie that drives you crazy.
It's Sam Bowie that I probably would have taken Michael Jordan over, even though they had Clyde Drexler.
Does he give all Sams a bad name?
Yeah, but thankfully, myself, I believe, and probably Sam Merrill rescue that.
Oh, good for you. I was
That's nice.
I was very concerned about that. Very concerned. Sam, what's LeBron James going to do? Are the Lakers going to re-sign him? Is he going to Golden State? Are the Cavs going to figure out a way to get him to come here? Are there any other teams in play?
I think those are the three. And I think they're probably still in play. You know, everything we know, obviously LeBron was overseas with his 2016 champion buddies. And this is the negotiating window that you can negotiate with your own free agents. So it sounds like he and the Lakers kind of touched base. But I think LeBron's maybe, I don't want to call it a rude awakening, but I don't think there are a lot of teams out there, probably the Lakers included, that want to pay him out the wazoo at this stage of his career. And I wouldn't be surprised if that creates a little friction between LeBron and the Lakers or some uneasiness. So I don't know. I think if things were going great, you know, we're seeing teams like they just signed Austin Reeves and Kobe White just re-signed with the Hornets. So you're free to negotiate with your own free agents right now, and it's kind of been crickets there. So I don't know if that's by design or if there's a little bit of let us figure out what else we want to do first, which would be the first time LeBron James has probably ever heard that.
True.
So, you know, I think there are pathways for him to exit. Do I think it's a huge amount of tension right now between him and the Lakers? I don't, but I think it could get that way. Now, again, these are all thoughts. These are not inside information.
So do you think if the Lakers kind of try to lowball him here to come back, do you think he'd go to the Spite store just to go to another team to take less money, just to say, whatever, Lakers, see ya? I can't see him doing that.
I think it's outside the realm that he would sign with someone else out of spite, but I do think that if he's not set on the Lakers, like, you know, I want to see what they give me, because listen, they just paid Austin Reeves the max, and LeBron, I'm sure, understands I'm going to be 42 years old here soon. But I do think he would like to go someplace where he feels like he has a great shot to win. Is that L.A. with the Spurs and the Thunder and the Nuggets and maybe still the Timberwolves, you know, and some other teams out there? I don't know. I wouldn't think so. I think if you're going back to L.A., it's for, you know, the Hollywood farewell tour kind of thing.
Sam Amico joining us from hoopswire.com. Sam's coverage of the NBA draft, outstanding. You can go get caught up on it right now. Do you see any way, other than, say, a Jared Allen sign and trade type of thing, where LeBron could actually end up in Cleveland, Sam?
I mean, my gut tells me it's a long shot, but that means nothing because, you know, my gut will sometimes tell me to go to Taco Bell at midnight. So,
valid.
You know, it doesn't really matter. Put it this way: in 2014, I thought there's a good shot he's coming back. I don't know why I felt that way. I was just getting that vibe. Now there's almost like no vibe, and as far as other GMs and scouts I talk to, there's like, we have no clue. And I don't think he does either, but they're all leaning Lakers just because his family's there and all that. But I don't know. I mean, if negotiations get tricky, which they could, then, yeah, I'd be real hesitant to trade a young starting center for him at this point in his career, because then all of a sudden you have a center problem. And you got a major defense problem, because people forget LeBron does not defend very well at all at this stage of his career. And then you've got just Evan Mobley back there protecting the basket. So I think the Cavs might even be hesitant to do that.
Any chance LeBron retires?
I think it's out there. I think there's a shot. You know, I mean, if he's finding out what I suspect, which is, nobody's really wants to pay you probably what you want, then I think it's out there. But by all, everything I'm seeing is that everybody thinks he's going to play at least another season.
Do you think the Cavs think, I'm asking you to connect some dots there, that they're close enough that this team just needs minor tweaking? Because I keep thinking maybe this is the time you need to take a step back, just a touch, and maybe trade a guy like decide you don't want to trade or pay Donovan $70 million a year for 5 years until he's in his mid-30s, and you make a move there now and reload a little bit and then get after it. Which way do you think they lean?
I think they lean to keep Donovan and pay him until he's 35, 36. I do. He's the heartbeat of that team. And I think if you take that out, you're really running the risk of, listen, they got to the Eastern Conference Finals this year, which it was a rocky road on there. It wasn't, it was frustrating watching them get to the Eastern Conference Finals. Then they got blown out when they got there. Right. Still made it. Still got that taste of what it's like to be there. And there are probably 5 guys in the league who can put the ball in the basket like Donovan Mitchell. He doesn't do anything else great, but that's the name of the game. And on top of that, he's a great leader, the best leader I've ever been around in an NBA locker room. He always falls on the sword. He always blames himself. He always builds up his teammates. And he's that way in the locker room, on the court, at practice. Not to mention an occasional first-team All-NBA guy. So I think if you trade a guy like that, you're just saying, you know what, we surrender. And I don't think that they want to do that. I think that they're looking at it like this guy's become the face of the team. He's become a guy we greatly admire. His teammates admire him. He gets along with the coaches. He came out and supported Kenny Atkinson when the world was against him at the end of the playoffs. So I think that they're more apt to say, we believe we're close. We're not gonna gut the roster, but if there's a move that makes sense around Donovan Mitchell, then we'll certainly do that. But I think, Jeff, that they're more apt to say, convince us to break up this core 4. In reality, we want to add reinforcements around them. Listen, last year, everybody was saying the New York Knicks needed to blow it up. Everybody. You're not going to get anywhere with Karl Anthony Towns. You're not going to get anywhere with Jalen Brunson. He's too ball dominant. He's too small. And I think that there's something to be said for, you can't run it back as is, but building around your base. And I think that's going to be their approach this offseason, with the possibility of someone blows them away and they end up trading one of their core 4 guys. But I don't think that'll be Mitchell.
I want to get this your thoughts on the Giannis trade, because we didn't get a chance to get to that yet. Just how does that change the entire Eastern Conference?
Well, it made the Bucks worse, and I'm not sure it made the Heat a whole heck of a lot better, at least not at this point, because they have Adebayo and Giannis, and I'm not really sure what else. Norman Powell, who was an All-Star last year, may not be able to re-sign. He's a free agent. Andrew Wiggins is a free agent. But even if those 2 guys come back, I think you're looking at, the absolute ceiling of a 4 seed. And that's not, who knows what could happen in the playoffs. But that's a team, by the way, that's very interested in Dean Wade, the Miami Heat. So I would say, I don't think that impacts the Cavs too much, but and the rest of the East too much, other than Milwaukee's probably not going to be much of a threat. And Miami probably at this point has has slightly gotten better, but no depth, no bench, no, where's their outside shooting? I think they've got to figure some things out too before I say, boy, that really shook up the East balance of power.
So lay this out for me. Legal tampering, whatever it's called now in the NBA, begins next week, and then you can officially sign guys, but we all know those deals get announced starting Tuesday at 6 o'clock. Do the Cavs have to have a deal done with Harden before they can get anything going with other free agents? And do you expect that to happen? Is that the way that goes? And is there anybody out there in free agency who you think is a great fit for the Cavaliers that they're actually able to get?
Yeah, to answer your first question, it's pretty much they've got to get that agreement in place with James Harden. We don't have to know about it. It doesn't have to be announced, but it's kind of because that will move them down below the second apron and allow them to make other moves. We may hear they sign somebody and be like, how'd they do that? And then later hear about the Harden deal. So that agreement and it has to be in place. It would make it easier for them. But, they have money because Dean Wade's a free agent. Keon Ellis is a free agent. Larry Nance Jr., Thomas Bryant. So some of these guys, you don't know what you're going to do with them yet, or maybe they do, but I think that the entire off season will revolve around them trying to bring in some reinforcements. I don't know.
Is there any name you can kind of circle around though? I mean, I don't even know that you can do that until they do the Harden deal.
No, I don't. Only because, and to promote the website here for a second, I've got every free agent listed by team on there, and I went through this morning, and I was like, I don't know, what these guys are going to command and how the Cavs would be able to work them in. I say guys like Tobias Harris, and then all of a sudden I see it all over the internet. Cavs interested in Tobias Harris. But I think that those are the types of guys that realistically could slide into kind of what they're looking for. Think veteran guys who have been there before, who aren't going to be super expensive, who are going to serve as your 7th, 8th men. Those are the type of guys that I think that they're targeting. I do think they've been very active. In fact, just talking to other people across the league, they've been active in trying to make trades and seeing what's out there and exploring deals. And I'm pretty sure Kobe Altman has talked with his good friend Mike Gansey already, now of the Sixers. So I know that they're exploring a lot of things, but I think they're just at the exploratory stage where it's like, okay, let's see what the Oklahoma City Thunder, who are making a bunch of moves, what are they looking to do? So, and certainly, listen, Kobe Altman certainly would have interest in Jaylen Brown, but I don't know how they could make that happen.
Sam Amico, have a great weekend. Hoopswire.com for your look at all the latest on what's going on in the NBA. Thank you, Sam.
All right, guys. Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks, we appreciate you. Soon. Thanks, Sam. Sam, of course, was on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline. Update now. college sports story that has kind of been hanging around for a while. So there was a committee that formally approved the 5-and-5 model on Tuesday, right? Are you guys up to speed on that? So there was a committee for the NCAA Division I that formally approved the new 5-and-5 model, meaning you have 5 years to play 5 years of college athletics, okay? Starting at age 19, which at first it looked like they weren't going to budge on that. Hockey went crazy over it, and the NCAA wasn't even going to listen to hockey at all. At their annual meeting, 63-0, the NCAA hockey coaches voted against it. But then what happened was basketball got on board, and there was another sport that got on board too. 2 major sports got on board, especially basketball was the big one. So the NCAA had pushed the rule to 19, because at one point they were talking about making it 18. The minute you graduate high school. So what the NCAA did, 5-and-5 starts at 19 rather than 18 because hockey made a big deal. Now, there are some exceptions to the rule. Military service is one of them. Pregnancy is another one. And the third one, I know, I just can't remember off the top of my head. Religious. If you have to go on a mission or something. So those were like the only 3 rules to the exception. Now there's an interesting thing because there's a lawsuit that's going on in Ohio, and there are 15 basketball players that are from the class of 2022. They used all 4 years of their eligibility already and did not take a redshirt year. And they think it's not fair that they're not getting a 5th year. And the NCAA doesn't want to budge on this. They don't want to come back and give them a 5th year to let them play. So a judge denied a request for a temporary restraining order and scheduled a hearing for next Wednesday on the preliminary injunction. So my question for you, Jeff, is if you were somebody who was this year, right, last year, you played your 4 years straight out, should you get that 5th year the way they're giving it to everybody moving forward? Should those players be grandfathered, essentially, much like when this state where the drinking age was at one point 19 and then moved it to 21, let the 19 and 20-year-olds continue to drink beer? That's how I kind of look at it. But should they be grandfathered to be able to play a 5th year?
I'd say yes.
I think so, too.
Yeah, I'd say yes.
But I think the reason you would fight against it is what's to stop someone from who graduated 2 years ago to say, well, hey, I did 4 years and I still want to play and I want to come back for another season, even though I've expired my eligibility. Is it good for the 1 year? I think it should be good for the 1 year. If you played 4-4 and didn't have a redshirt year, you absolutely should get the 5th year next year and let them play. Let them play. It's a 1 year hiccup in the changeover in the system. But there was a judge that denied a request for a temporary restraining order and then scheduled a hearing for next meeting on the requested preliminary injunction.
Yeah, I think I'd do it.
Dan, fair or not?
Do it. What's the difference? There's no rules anyway.
It's kind of true.
I mean, it's just
they're trying to make the rules now, though.
That's a nice change of pace.
Timing is everything on this too, right?
Exactly. It's just there's no rules. The NCAA has no power over Division I sports. So yeah, if you want it for D2, D3, sure, sounds great. D4, great, run with it. Who cares? Division I sports is just going to go operate in its own entity, and everybody's going to do what the hell they want anyhow.
Well, sure. Although the question you asked, they've already said you're not getting that year.
As of right now, they've already said you're not getting it, but now it's going to court to try to get these guys the year as fast as they possibly can. To try to get, and it's basketball guys that are pushing it. The lawsuits in Ohio. It was down in Cincinnati, I think is where they filed this.
You opened this door when the pandemic took place, and you canceled sports. You gave everybody a year of eligibility, and now this door is open. And it's the NCAA where they're not going to have any kind of power whatsoever to come back and go, nah, we shouldn't be able to do that. NCAA is just going to go, I don't know. Congress, save us. I can't figure this out.
Well, that's another thing. Like Bill Rabinovich, who's a great writer on Substack, had a story. It came out yesterday, talking about Ohio State's athletic director Ross Bjork, saying that the next few weeks are going to be pivotal to curbing college sports chaos. So over the next few weeks, if you want to end the chaos that you're talking about, obviously they're looking to the Senate Commerce Committee that passed the Protect College Sports Act last week.
It's blazing saddles.
It's going to go to a vote to the whole Senate.
I mean, we're blazing saddles right now. Why? I'm not going to get myself killed. Let the governor bring someone in here to get killed. I mean, that's what we're doing. Like, it's just blazing saddles. All right, sure. Let Congress solve it. We're not solving it. I'm not making a decision. I'm not going to court.
All right, so are we good then?
Billable hours.
Are we good with that? Is there some sanity to doing 5 and 5 with one transfer? Because that's kind of where we are right now.
No, these kids should. I'm a fan of these guys should go whatever the hell they want to go because the coaches could go wherever the hell they want to go.
So I think
and you still get your 5 and 5.
Yeah.
You get your 5 and 5.
You don't have to sit out when you transfer.
No, you don't have to sit out or anything
I don't know
like
if
that.
you use one. If you want to I think it's if you want to transfer again. If you want to take a second transfer, you have to sit out a year, which to me is like you're out of time. Right?
Run it by me one more time. I'm not trying.
I'm pretty sure the rule is, and I'm double checking, so please do not hold me to this, that if you want to transfer again a second time within the 5 and 5, you do have to sit out a year. I think if the coach leaves, you should be free to transfer.
Of course you should.
I don't think there's any question on that. But you guys hate me when I say this, but I think if you're a member of the community, you should be able to play college sports as long as you want to. As long as you're good enough to make the team, why not?
Terrence is off the IL after his hip replacement. Nice to see him.
If he's good enough to be on the team, why shouldn't he be able to play if he's going to school there?
Walt's got that fresh knee. I'm excited to see what he can do on the ice.
I absolutely, positively believe that it's discrimination if you're a student athlete at a school, you're paying to go to school there, you're beyond 5, 6, 7 years, you're going for your 3rd or 4th degree, you're a part of the community, and if you're good enough to make the team, that's the key. You should still be able to play.
Carl has to sit out Sunday. He has to prep for his colonoscopy.
Well, that doesn't matter. You should be getting colonoscopies as young as you can. You want to make sure. I mean, that's easily detectable. Come on, man. Get with the program.
I'm Andy Baskin for screening.
Guys, seriously. Baskin Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Sponsored by
summer play will be on Friday, July 10th, and they'll be playing visitor to the Pacers. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Hey, if you missed a moment in our show, any show, you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration. They are your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Integrated Restoration.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a great weekend. There are a lot of things to do. Hopefully the weather stays perfect for you. Obviously, we got some heat coming in this weekend. So, as always, because we care, right? Baskin and Phelps cares. Well, you want to make sure you stay hydrated, bring plenty of sunscreen, and of course, Jeff, tell them the most important thing about
loose-fitting clothing.
Loose-fitting clothing. I mean, no one cares more than we do, and we want to make sure that you know we care more than every local TV station, every weather person in town that's going to give you that same information, news you need to know. That's why Jeff and I are here.
Oh, my God. First of all, it is so hot, but I am so glad I'm wearing light clothing today.
See, we care first. I think that we are the heart of Northeast Ohio sports.
I saw one of the TV stations talking about the hot weather that's coming, and it said something about the light clothing and hydration. Also said smash burgers, and I thought,
what?
Really? Hamburgers in hot weather. Okay.
Wait, what about smash burgers?
What's the deal with a smash burger? It's just a hamburger you squeeze, flatten that baby out, crisp up the edges. What difference does it make?
I don't know. My wife makes them. They're awesome. I mean,
it's a hamburger.
Yeah, it's a hamburger. It's just thin. That's all.
Yeah.
It's like a flatbread pizza if you think about it, right? Same kind of thing.
Well,
Dan,
fewer
you down
carbs
with that?
on the flatbread pizza.
Yeah. Do you remember there was a
more
place...
protein on a smash burger? Are you better off stacking 3 smash burgers or just eating one big burger? With some little width to it.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's psychological, I think. You feel like you're getting that same great taste in a hamburger, but you don't feel like you're eating as much, not as heavy.
Well, when
right?
you bite into the thing and there's this much meat, it's like you're biting into a big burger.
There was a place.
Love the crispy edges, though.
I like the crispy edges too.
I do like the crispy edges.
There was a place called GD Ritzy's a long time ago. Do you remember that place?
Yep.
Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Was there one by you?
Yeah.
We had one on Mayfield growing up on the east side. And then they turned
ice
into
cream too, right?
Yeah, it was ice cream too.
Mm-hmm.
That was a great concept. At least I liked it.
Burgers and milkshakes, hard to go wrong there.
Yeah, and now I think there's a couple places that do that.
Goes all
now.
the way back to Mayberry.
Isn't that weird?
Sure.
Couple things I wanted to talk about too. Just going back to the beginning of the show, I was just wondering: are people actually watching the World Cup here in the States? Yes, they are. The United States Paraguay match, 18 million on Fox, 9.5 million on Telemundo, including Dan Minigan, who watches in Spanish so he can be educated, right?
Yes, I'm trying to work on learning Spanish by osmosis.
Really?
Yeah. It's like falling asleep listening to Mozart,
That's the most watched soccer game in U.S. history, by the way. I'm just curious, why are you watching on Telemundo? Because I've had to watch.
The hydration breaks upset me greatly. There should be no breaks in 45 minutes, and it's a pathetic excuse for Fox to ram more commercials down my throat, and I object completely. Therefore, I watch in Spanish.
Wait, did you not just hear us talk about how important it is to hydrate while it's hot out? And that we are doing a public service here?
Not hot in Seattle.
And if they need to take...
dome?
If they need to take a 4-minute... By the way, that 4 minute goes into the cheating time too, doesn't it? Right?
Goes into extra time, Andy.
The cheating time, yeah. Can we be honest? It's just called cheating time.
How do these guys play for 45 minutes straight, running around like crazy?
Without drinking water.
If they subbed, wouldn't it be a more intense game?
And do the
guys
goalies...
would be fresher and they wouldn't pace themselves.
Are the
That's why
goalies...
you've got 5 subs that you use.
Are the goalies allowed to keep a water bottle?
Yeah,
in
they
the
have
net?
one behind.
They do, because I've been looking for it the last
And
couple days.
anytime somebody gets hurt and is writhing in pain on the ground, you see the water bottles come out.
I got to tell you, there's nothing better than watching a water bottle explode on a hockey goal when it's sitting up top. And they because if you go bar down, it's kind of hard to do it. But if you can get it to go on the top and it makes the water bottle explode, it's pretty cool in slow motion.
That is cool. I've seen
It's
that a couple
awesome.
times.
So the ratings for that are through the roof, and I just thought that was something interesting. The other thing we had talked about, too, was that golf ratings are way up. Travelers is this weekend. Golf Magazine did a story earlier this week, or not earlier this year, like beginning of the year, on why TV ratings for golf are bigger now than they were before. Now this was before the Masters, but they just said that scheduling was one of the reasons. The way that Nielsen is now looking at ratings gives them more of a better look at who's actually watching because of smart TVs and stuff. Scotty Scheffler was a big reason why ratings were up for PGA. Brooks Koepka was a big reason, and then
back, baby.
And then a thing called coherence. It's almost become. It's from that story. It said almost cliche to talk about the PGA's big goals for the future, greater significance. West Coast swing feels a little bit juicier, they said, and they just thought things were just a little bit better. So ratings are up for golf. You think it's generational, don't you, Dan?
Yeah, the younger generation really likes golf. It shocked me when I was at the Memorial Tournament, the amount of 20-somethings that I was walking all over the place with who were completely locked in, knew the golfers, knew what they were doing, knew where they were in the standings at tournament and all that kind of stuff. It was impressive. I think it was like COVID turned a lot of people onto golf, and more people are starting to watch.
I also think the advent of the alcoholic slim can drinks are another reason.
What?
Yeah, I mean, it's another way at golf. Like,
why?
I just think that's
more drinking.
Yeah, it's more drinking. It's not only
beer doesn't do it anymore.
No, I don't think so. I think the upward trend on the slender alcohol-induced water
wine.
It's not wine. It's not wine.
The seltzers.
Yeah, it's a seltzer.
Yeah,
stuff.
either the seltzers or the canned mixed drinks.
Yeah, I think that's kind of changed the world too a little bit. One last story in 1 minute.
Options?
Yeah, you have one more last story in 1 minute.
Yeah, this is floating around. I'm not 100% sure how true this is as I do more and more research for it, but I want it to be because it's just really funny.
I want it to be.
I really want this to be true.
That's great.
Apparently, a man in Dallas has been arrested for going to 4 different chain steakhouses that are known for having some of the best rolls and butter on this planet. I think you could put this together.
Cinnamon type butter.
Yeah. And by the way, you can buy that in stores now too.
Claiming that he was the roll inspector and proceeded to eat a whole bunch of rolls.
That is not true.
Arrested. I don't think it is, but I really want it to be.
Do you know, it's funny because he got fired from his last job as the official U.S. bikini inspector.
Oh, that's who we're doing that one now. Yes.
Yes. I don't. That was a coveted role for a long time. I know a lot of people that held that job because I saw their T-shirts, which means
it is amazing how many people had that occupation at one point or another. I wonder what it paid.
I used to run into them when I would go to the big ceremony in Los Angeles every year for World's Best Father.
Yes.
How'd that work for you?
It was pretty good. I got the trophy.
Higher than number 1 dad.
Who'd you have to give it to?
That is wrong. Here I was coming off of Father's Day thinking I was the best father ever because I got the T-shirt and the mug. There's no way anybody else got it. They only make one of them. Meredith Kane, if I could give you a trophy, I would give you a trophy for about what you're going to tell us for a moment of the show. Yes.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the missing giraffe. I believe that was it in Texas? There was a giraffe that ran away from the zoo and they were looking for it. I think her name was Gracie.
They're hard to see.
Yeah, I know. They're very, very hard to find.
I heard, though, they're close to finding her. Things are looking up.
I think I read maybe about an hour ago that they have found Gracie the giraffe.
See, I told you things were looking up.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So if you want a moment of the show.
Should take a lap for that one.
That was the moment of the show. I think we're done.
Just take a lap around Playhouse Square. Barefoot. If you want a real moment of the show, we can hear this clip from Sam Amico where he was talking about what he thinks LeBron will be doing next season.
If he's not set on the Lakers, I want to see what they give me because, listen, they just paid Austin Reeves the max, and LeBron, I'm sure, understands I'm going to be 42 years old here soon. But I do think he would like to go someplace where he feels like he has a great shot to win. Is that L.A. with the Spurs and the Thunder and the Nuggets and maybe still the Timberwolves, and some other teams out there? I don't know. I wouldn't think so. I think if you're going back to L.A., it's for, the Hollywood farewell tour kind of thing.
There you have it. We now reach this point in the show that we like to call Why Are We Smarter? It's brought to you by our good friends at QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. That's 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan, why are you smarter?
Smarter today, courtesy of our buddy Sam Amico. A lot of good stuff in there. 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts. And, of course, our social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers.
Meredith Kane.
I'll say I'm smarter because of our World Cup talk in the first hour of the show. I never in my life thought that we would get an entire hour of soccer talk on this show, and I'm so proud of you guys. I'm very, very proud of you.
You know, it's easier to do when the boss is off too.
Don't get retroactively fired.
Don't tell them our secret,
he
Andy.
Has the Odyssey app.
Oh, that is true. He does have the Odyssey app. Jeff Phelps.
I'm smarter after our conversation about the Cavs. There are a lot of different things that are going to be going on, and Sam helped to enlighten us on some of it. It starts next week with free agency. I get the feeling that the Cavs are either in a really bad spot and aren't going to be able to do anything of major significance, or they're going to drop a bombshell on us that nobody's expecting. And I'm not sure which way that's going to go. But it starts on Tuesday, 6 o'clock. Free agency, tampering, stealing from the NFL.
I'm smarter today too, but Jeff, you threw some massive wisdom about the popularity of soccer/football around the world here in the first hour, and
sure did.
You made me smarter. I just want you to know that.
How about that?
I'll take that into the weekend as we come back on Monday after a big weekend. Let's hope the Guardians can advance a little bit of a lead here in the American League Central. Have a great weekend, everybody. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. We'll talk to you Monday at 10.
That didn't go well.
Not for you.
You feel a different intensity. You feel a different passion the minute that your plane touches down.
The only
Alicia
thing...
Keys had it. I just listened to that song and I'm like, yes, 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 yes.
I really do think of all the people I work with, you might be the most basic bee of all of them.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson on Afternoon Drive. It is a beautiful Friday in our fair region. Hi, Cleveland. Hello, Northeast Ohio. We got a 10-game homestand beginning tonight for your Cleveland Guardians. Let's get it. We got all things quiet on the Browns front and rumors and innuendos galore for the Cavs in the NBA. Oh, boy, that opened courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, we salute the Supreme Leader because if we did not, there would be consequences. Bang, bang, pow, pow. We got Jake Merriman on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe, as always. It is free, and like our videos, we desperately need to be liked. Meredith Kane in the 2020s, and across from me for the second straight day. I didn't scare him off yesterday with all of what you heard in the open there. It's Cleveland.com NBA and Cavs reporter Chris Fedor. What's up, buddy?
What's up, man? Thanks for having me back.
Doesn't it feel good? Aren't we all excited?
Yeah, because it's Friday.
And I'm going on vacation after this.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, because I haven't had enough time off recently. I get to blame that, though, on dead grandma. So I win on that one. So you can't call me out for it.
Really?
What?
Do we have to?
What, blame it on my grandma?
That way?
Well, no, I'm just letting anybody know if they want to challenge me about how much time I've taken off over the last 2 weeks. It is because I've suffered a devastating personal loss. So what does that make you for calling me out for it?
I am sorry to hear that.
I don't think you are.
Condolences.
Yeah,
you've
and the
got
family. Like a glint in your eye. You don't like Hungarians. I can tell by you're just tone and timbre. But no, thank you.
Oh my.
No. So we've got obviously a lot to get to on today's show. But I thought it was interesting because we do have an update on the Jaylen Brown situation, the Pistons' big game hunting, LeBron stuff, Donovan stuff. Today is really chock full of really interesting Cavs stuff, on top of what I thought were really interesting conversations yesterday, if I may say so, on Donovan and the Cavs. But I think the James Harden stuff, and there's two unrelated things, but I think because it's related to James Harden, it all kind of ties back around. There is Jake Fisher and Mark Stein reporting that the Cavs should have a verbal agreement on a new multi-year deal with James Harden. And then there is, I can't remember who had the report, it might have also been Jake Fisher as well, that when the Timberwolves were looking for a playmaking combo guard, that James Harden was one of two guys they looked at before moving on to the LaMelo trade. And so it's interesting. I thought that this was already a done deal and that we're just basically waiting for the new league year to begin, and then, we go from there. I thought it was interesting that some of the reports have said maybe it wasn't as a done deal as maybe previously thought.
Well, it's a done deal from the standpoint of it's up to James. Mm-hmm. And it's always been up to James. It's been up to James since February when he decided to waive his no-trade clause to come to Cleveland. But if there's a situation out there that he thinks is better than Cleveland, he's probably going to explore that, right? And maybe the Cavs are going to give him some latitude to explore that. But I think when all of this is said and done, James Harden's going to be back on something like a 2-year $60, 2-year $64, 2-year $70 million deal, something like that. Because here's the thing. It is also beneficial for the Cavs. Mm-hmm. I know people are down on James and they didn't like the style that he played during the playoffs. And
I'm right here.
Yeah, they have a hard time with him dribbling the air out of the basketball and the ISO stuff and some of the defensive breakdowns and things along those lines. But the Cavs knew at the time that they traded for James that they were going to use him in a way to get below the second apron, and they needed some of the things that he brought to the table. And I think the Cavs understand that they would not have advanced, maybe even past the first round in Toronto, if they didn't have James Harden on this team, and they don't have the means to replace him if they don't come to this agreement with him, which will be a little bit more team-friendly from the Cavs' perspective.
I just think it's, we had the Harden Wars on this show. The morning show had the Harden Wars. I had the
the Harden Wars with the morning show, it was Donnybrook after Donnybrook after Donnybrook. And I came to appreciate what was some of the James did early in the playoffs, the first 2 rounds. So I'm not as maybe out on Harden as I was when they traded for him. He earned some of my respect, even if I still find him to be a pretty maddening player. I do think, just from the side of me that's interested in chaos, and I think at this point, if he was going elsewhere, we'd probably know about it by now. But I do think I would be fascinated to know what is more interesting or what is more explosive in the Harden Wars. Harden opting out and signing elsewhere, or Harden opting out and re-signing in Cleveland at one of the 3 price points you said, because I do think either way, the Harden Wars would kick up one more time.
Why are there wars, though?
Well, because JP and Lima were staunchly in the James Harden camp, and I was staunchly out of the Harden camp.
Okay, but they can't do better than him. That's the problem.
Oh, no, I know. I'm just talking about, I think that's where I'm interested in is how would the Harden Wars evolve? Because I would imagine all those staunchly supportive Harden people, if he opted out and signed elsewhere, would all of a sudden be very defensive about their previous stances on James Harden.
Yeah, I don't think it's a situation, Nick, where James Harden's the best running mate for Donovan Mitchell and you can't do any better than him. I don't think it's a situation where it's James Harden's the perfect playoff player, and this is something that a lot of fans should just ignore some of those playoff-related limitations and some of those shortcomings that he has had both throughout his career and throughout the course of this Cavs playoff run. But there also has to be an understanding that if James Harden's not on this roster this coming season, then it makes the Cavs a worse team, and they don't have the means or the finances to go out and find somebody to replace him and give them comparable maturity, comparable production, comparable ball handling, comparable shot creation, and all those other things that the Cavs wanted from him in February. Because if you look at the free agent market, what are you going to do? Go sign DeMar DeRozan?
Aren't one of the Joneses available?
One of the
Tyus
Joneses?
Or, oh my gosh.
Stop.
I'm being facetious. I'm not being serious.
Keeping up with the Joneses?
No, we are actually in a point where, because...
Are you going to go get Zach LaVine?
Because, no, never. Ever. Never.
You want to overpay for Norman Powell?
I like Norm, but not as the point guard of this team, no. But I do, so I actually agree with you, and I think we're now in a point where if Harden did opt out and sign elsewhere, and I would actually see it as the beginning of the end of times for Donovan here, because you can't replace Harden. And I think it puts a lot of pressure on the deadline, and it puts a lot of pressure on remaking this team over the next 6 months. And some of that is based on luck. Like getting those kind of deals, for instance, like what's happening with Jaylen Brown. I think there might be an element of luck for whoever lands him, because I don't think the market can be as robust as the Celtics wanted, given the needle they're trying to thread. Like, that's the kind of thing you need, but then you need it at a specific position and point guard if James opts out and goes elsewhere.
Yeah.
That is, we're weird, because again, they did not love the Harden trade, was annoyed by it. I thought it was a panic move. I understood it on a lot of levels, but I also just didn't like it, right? And now I'm like, well, right now we need to get him in the fold, because I also think this is where, going forward, I don't look at James as a guy definitively going to be here for the next 2 or 3 years. I look at him and saying, he's here now, and this next year is a big year for his spot with the Cavs, but we could also get through either the trade deadline this next year or next summer, and the Cavs could have one of those other doors open up, and his salary becomes the thing that allows you to get that other player to pair with Donovan, Evan, and Jarrett.
I think the benefit of James is that he's not preventing them from doing other things. He's not preventing them from getting a star that's out there. He's not preventing them from, having all of this financial flexibility. They were never going to have financial flexibility. And if anything, his contract situation compared to what Darius Garland's was is a benefit to the Cavs, especially when he agrees to this new 2-year deal that has less in terms of what you have to commit to him. Now, you have to give him that extra year, and maybe that makes you a little bit queasy because we're talking about a 38-year-old guy, but that's the carrot that you provide to him for taking less money and helping you get below the second apron and having some semblance of optionality and flexibility this offseason. If they would have kept Darius Garland on this roster, the way for them to get below the second apron would have been cutting players that are meaningful to their success and guys that they want to keep around.
So I think they're committed to James now. And the question becomes, all right, can James find something better elsewhere? I also think that as early as next, January, that their commitment to James could change based on what's out there and what's available.
Sure.
How long do you think they're truly committed to James beyond whatever the contract says?
For as long as they continue to think that he helps them win and compete for a championship. That was the situation with Darius Garland, right? I think that's the situation with Jared Allen. I think that's the situation with Evan Mobley. Every single time that they have any kind of trade conversation with another team, the thing that they have to ask themselves, because of the situation that they're in and because they want to maximize this championship window, they have to ask themselves, the deal that is presented to us, does it make us a better basketball team? The deal that's presented to us, does it improve our chances of competing with the likes of Boston, New York, Indiana, San Antonio, Oklahoma City, Detroit, some of these other teams? And if the answer to that question is yes, then they're going to give it some real thought, and they might actually, pull off the trade. But if they're presented with a package where they sit there and they say, we're still a better basketball team despite the flaws of James Harden, we're still a better basketball team with him, we're going to continue to stay the course.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Chris Fedor on Twitter, social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40 today. And Super Bowl winning quarterbacks say the darndest thing. That's where we're going with quick hits. We've also got Ohio State. Barstool, a huge Cleveland sports fan. He'll be joining us at 3:20. We'll talk about the LeBron coming home rumors, the Jaylen Brown stuff. We'll talk about James Harden. I get into a little bit of Browns and Gardos as well, as, again, the Guardians have a 10-game homestand that begins tonight against Seattle. Would be nice to maybe just sweep the whole damn thing. I'm not asking for too much. We got James Palmer, Bleacher Report, NFL lead NFL writer there. The last time he was on with us, he teased a quarterback idea for the Cleveland Browns. We will demand first thing at 4:20. He finally pays it off because he said, I'm not telling you now. I'm going to leave it for a tease. Hopefully in the last 4 weeks, that tease hasn't gone. Hopefully it's not it's Arch Manning, right? Or Brennan Sorsby. It could be either one of those guys. We'll see.
Or Dante Moore.
Oh, man, I do like Dante Moore. I like him more now that he's going back to college for another year. I know.
More.
You backed me into that one. That's your fault. But we got the lead at 5 as well. Fedor's here all show long. How committed to James Harden are the Cavs long term? And I have I'll say a spicy theory on why one rumor got put out there and how it could impact the Cavs. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Woo! Northeast Ohio. It's Mesozoic Mike, Dino D'Amato here, with 65 million reasons you should stop dragging your tail and get over to Nissan in our Thumbset or I-90 Nissan. No bones about it. Our deals are so mammoth, it'll make other dealers extinct. My favorite old fossil deal, Brontosaurus belza, is
July 14th. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Chris Fedor. You know, it's I'm about to go on vacation Friday when I have the same song stuck in my head. And not only.
What song?
Do you know the Ohio Players song, Love Roller Coaster?
Yes, of course I do.
Thank you. See, I know you're a man of culture. I just wanted to make sure. JP would have no idea what the song is, by the way.
A roller coaster, baby, baby.
See, so I have the horn part of that. So I have that thing, and it's just been stuck in my head. And normally, when I'm getting ready for a show, that would drive me crazy, and I would just have to listen to the song as many times to try and flush it. Today, I'm just in the breaks going, I'm just doing the Peter Griffin because it's just a vibe here on a summer sports talk Friday.
Especially when you look outside, you've got the Jazz Fest going on.
I know.
You've got the Guardians.
So
don't giggle about the Jazz Fest.
Here's
it's
why.
A big deal.
The
They've
Jazz
blocked
Fest
off
is
the street
awesome.
and everything.
It is. But when I walked in, or when I was driving in, I was taking a left to go to our parking garage, and I couldn't read the Jazz sign Fest fully. So I saw the J and I saw the double Z, and I had to do a double take because I was like, okay, what fest is this? I mean, the weather is nice. If you wanted that kind of fest, you could have that kind of fest right down there with these blue skies. I just didn't think we'd do that, with big banners saying
Yeah,
it.
I don't think Cleveland has a Jers Fest, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
No.
You sure?
That's for New Jersey.
Yeah.
Or New York.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have a Jers Fest.
Well, there is a guy. There is somebody.
The New Jersey Shore spinoff.
There's some knob with Jersey plates that is parked in Dustin's spot, which is where I park when Dustin's not here. So I'd rather the guy from Jers Fest go to the other fest I was thinking about than
Just
park in my
fist
spot.
bumping all along.
Oh, he's doing something. He's doing
laundry.
something. You think you're better than me? That's him at the other fest. That being said, we do have an update potentially here on the price for Jaylen Brown that I want to get to because it did send Cavs fan into a panic. But one of the other reports today is that the Celtics could look at Jalen Duren in a sign and trade with Jaylen Brown. And within maybe 60 minutes, the Pistons rushed to the market to let everyone know they're only focused on bringing Jalen Duren back and not trying to sign and trade him anywhere. And that tells me two things. One, Jalen Duren's agent is doing a good job of stirring people up. But two, I think it benefits the Pistons I think it benefits the Celtics to have that news out there as well, because I think the less teams that you see tied to Jaylen Brown, I'm starting to get the sense here that while, yes, there will be suitors for Jaylen Brown, I don't know there's going to be a lot of serious suitors for Jaylen Brown because I refuse to believe that the Boston Celtics are going to take two steps back.
That's right.
Just to split up Brown and Tatum.
It's the same thing that we went through with the Cavs for how many years before they traded Darius Garland? It wasn't, are there teams out there that are interested in Darius? It wasn't, are the Cavs willing to listen about Darius? Same thing with Jared Allen, by the way. It was always, will somebody meet the demands that the Cavs have? Will somebody present a package that they will take, that they will say yes to, that they believe will allow them to continue to compete at the highest level? And if you think about some of these teams that would be interested in Jaylen Brown, a majority of them are going to say, hey, we've got a bunch of future draft picks. What about that? Or, hey, we've got some young, unproven commodities on team-friendly rookie-scale contracts. What about that? But Boston's going to turn around and say, we want somebody that can help us now. We want somebody that we can pair with Jason Tatum that's going to allow us to continue to stay competitive in the Eastern Conference. And the number of teams that is actually willing to give up that kind of player and think that they can still compete, it's a pretty small group, I would say. The Cavs are one of them, by the way.
I can really only find the Cavs.
I think if Houston was motivated enough, they could do it. I think if Atlanta was motivated enough, they could do it.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly Minnesota could have before the deal that they made for LaMelo. But, if you're Atlanta, it's probably more Jalen Johnson-centric, and you probably don't want to go that direction.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's Dyson Daniels, and maybe you don't want to go Dyson Daniels and other stuff, obviously. And what is the other stuff that you're giving up, and what does your roster look like after that? I think the thing that the Cavs have on their side, to me, is that they wouldn't have to gut the team and take that many steps backwards, because Evan Mobley is somebody that is a centerpiece of a deal. And he's somebody where you don't have to add a bunch of stuff along with him to make it a sweet enough offer.
The Houston thing's interesting to me because you could just say, well, Şengün, right? That feels like an obvious place to start. But the problem is, so I guess the Rockets are just going to have all wings, no point guard, and no big. It's Steven Adams going to be giving you 35 minutes a night.
Just remember, everything's short term, though. And it's what do you do then with the remainder of your offseason? And we talked about this a little bit yesterday, Nick. At the time that the Heat went out and they put the Heatles together, LeBron, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, they had only 2 other players under contract. And they had to fill out the rest of their roster. And they did it. And it's the same thing with Miami right now after acquiring Giannis and giving up everything that they gave up from a depth perspective. Now they have to go out and fill out a roster. But just because you make one move, it doesn't mean that you're done. And that's what your team looks like. Just because here it is on June 26th and you potentially make that trade, that doesn't mean that you're done. It doesn't mean that you don't have the ability to make other moves. So if Houston, hypothetically, were to get involved in this and they would lose Şengün, one of the things that they would do is turn around and look at the free agent market and say, okay, what's available to us at the center spot? Or look at the trade market and say, okay, what's available to us at the center spot? Is it going to be as good as Şengün? No, but you take a little step back in one area because you took a big step forward in another area.
So I think of this the way when the Cavs were in the Donovan sweepstakes and everybody put them as the distant second and it was all about New York. That's the kind of market that I'm expecting for Jaylen Brown, just given everything you've said and everything I've said, right? And I kind of think the Cavs are in a spot where you might actually be able to afford to get a little cute with this and maybe not go as hard as you would if, again, the Celtics really truly were saying, oh, yeah, I'll take 4 firsts. And, you're basically what the Cavs got what the Cavs gave up for Donovan Mitchell. But even then, I don't think you're getting a Lauri Markkanen. And Dyson Daniels a really nice player. Is that the centerpiece of a package for Jaylen Brown?
No, but if it's Jalen Johnson, that's the centerpiece of a package for Jaylen Brown for sure.
You given that? I feel like the Jalen
Am
for
I
Jalen.
doing that?
I feel like the Jalen for Jalen's a little too. The same thing that people have said about the Mitchell for Brown thing, which is how much better you get. I think the Jalen for Jalen thing is you just traded for a younger, lesser version of Jalen.
Teams before San Antonio made the run to the NBA Finals, teams were kind of circling them, saying, "Hey, they've got a bunch of young talent, and not only is it cost-controlled talent, but it's ready right now." But after they made a run to the NBA Finals, I don't think they're sitting here saying, "Okay, we're going to trade Dylan Harper," or "Okay, we're going to trade Stephon Castle." So you might be right. It may not be a situation where the Cavs have to give Boston everything. But here's something to consider. And I was thinking about this yesterday, Nick.
Was it after one of our fights? Or
No,
was it
it's
after
when-
the show?
It's when I got home and kind of regrouped a little bit before doing the Wine and Gold Talk podcast for Cleveland.com.
Cheap plug. Love it.
So you have this offseason, and you have mega stars available. I mean, we're not talking about LaMelo Ball here. We're not talking about John Morant. We're talking about Giannis was available, and now Jaylen Brown is available. Top 10 players in today's NBA that shift the landscape of the league. It's not every offseason that those kinds of players become available. And it's not every offseason, and it's not every team that is equipped to meet that asking price. If you're the Cavs and you can meet that asking price, you can. You have a piece that Boston wants. You had a piece that Milwaukee wanted. So not only are these guys available, but you have what they want. And you're coming off a season where, yes, you accomplished something, And yes, you got to the conference finals for the first time since 1992 without LeBron James, but you also had a disappointing ending to that season. The way that you were non-competitive in the conference finals. That's got to make you do a little bit of soul searching. That's got to make you do a little bit of self-evaluation. So you have these guys available, and you have the means to get them. And you're telling me you're going to let an offseason go, and those two guys are available, and you're getting neither? That's tough.
So you're not wrong.
It's tough.
The Giannis thing I thought was much more of a tougher question for anybody on your roster.
Because of the contract thing,
and
because
the
of the age, because of the injuries.
And I don't very rarely will I ever get turned off by this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The way he's handled himself with, I want to go, I don't want to be the guy that, that did turn me off a little bit, to be honest, no matter how great he really is.
Passive-aggressive like LeBron.
Yeah. Without
the tweet.
Yes. But I guess my thing is, it does seem like the Cavs are willing to at least explore that, talk about that with Evan Mobley. My thing is, then why aren't you willing to have that conversation with Donovan? Like, you know what I mean? Like, again, I'm not trying to push this to a Donovan conversation. We had our wars yesterday. Today, we're releasing about that. We can get to your take on Donovan, which I think is a fair take, by the way, later in the show.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think, like, I agree with you on the general premise of there is a top 10 player, a needle mover, the thing you haven't had since LeBron left. Why wouldn't you talk about everything?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you push for, like when we talk about this trade, I know it's a sticky wicket because if you strike out on Jalen and you piss Donovan off, are you in a situation then? Then you have to understand, you have to like kind of communicate with Donovan and you have to kind of massage this situation in the real time, just saying, there's this player out there. We're considering all options. And honestly, if I were the Cavs, I'm not, and I think they would go the opposite way. I would try and push the Celtics more towards Donovan than to Evan. Now, again, your greater point, though, is valid of this doesn't happen every offseason, and it certainly wasn't happening at the deadline when you were looking for ways to upgrade yourself.
That's exactly right. So the thing about Boston and Donovan, if there is a Jaylen Brown sweepstakes, and ESPN's Brian Windhorst characterized it as that, they don't win those sweepstakes by offering Donovan. They don't. Somebody can beat that. Because Donovan comes with some of the same questions that Giannis did. And the number of teams that would be comfortable and confident in acquiring Donovan Mitchell, given his contract situation, given his age, given some of the injuries that he's dealt with, given the way that some people feel like his game is going to age once he loses a little bit of burst and athleticism and explosiveness, it just limits the amount of people that would be interested in giving up a bunch for him. Not that would want him on their team, not that would sign him to a contract, but would give up assets for him with an understanding that he may or may not re-sign with them. That was one of the drawbacks of Giannis, and it's why the pool of candidates really shrunk to 2, because he let it be known, this is the place where I would be most comfortable, or these are the 2 places where I would be most comfortable. And the other teams are saying, I'm going to give up some of my most attractive assets for a guy that may just leave in free agency in a year. If we don't win a championship, we're left with, not a lot in terms of the asset chest. It makes it really, really difficult. Evan is different because he's under contract for a longer amount of time than Donovan. He's at a different point in his career than Donovan, and there's more perceived, emphasis on perceived, more perceived upside attached to Evan than there is Donovan, where you could convince yourself, if you're the Celtics, you mentioned the Thunder yesterday, if you're one of these teams that have his interest in Evan Mobley, you can convince yourself that his best basketball is still ahead of him, where Donovan has already played his best basketball.
If Donovan got traded to Boston and didn't want to re-sign there, I would get a tattoo on my ass. I would be shocked, beyond all shocked.
Yeah, but
if Donovan wouldn't go to that franchise and want to play with Jason Tatum for the next 5 years for $70 million a year.
Sure, but if you're Brad Stevens, do you want to put the Jaylen Brown trade in the hands of that assumption?
Yeah, well, no, it's not an assumption. You have those conversations. They have those conversations happen all the time in the NBA. Or do you just
explore other options? The other thing is they don't want a player that looks like Donovan. They don't want a player that
like a whole
plays
3 inches
like
taller.
Donovan. They want a guy who looks and plays like Evan Mobley because that's the weak point of their roster. So if they can take their best asset, a top 10 player, and fix their roster, like to them, this is their way of potentially fixing their roster, strengthening their roster. I don't think that Donovan, if all of the teams said, we're going to put our best offer out there for you, Boston, I don't think Boston would look at the Donovan Mitchell package from the Cavs and say, that's our best offer.
We'll have more on this. We also have to get to winning the Super Bowl might be more miserable than you and I think. That's in Quick Hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Multitask this summer with your smart speaker. Crank up the Cleveland sports scene. And when you say play 92.3 The Fan.
Ohio's Tate. Coming up in 40 minutes, Nick Wilson, Chris Fedor, back with you on an F-Off Friday, on a Feel-Good Friday, on a Feeling Good F-Off Friday. But before we get back to the Cavaliers, a Todd Monken thought in about 20 minutes there. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. It's Quick Hits.
Well, feeds Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold won a Super Bowl in his first year in Seattle. A big glow up for his legacy there, previous draft bust, all that. But still, he was somehow disappointed, which he relayed to Bussin' with the Boys.
I didn't play great in the Super Bowl. Like, I missed way too many throws, and we still won. Like, our defense balled out, and I didn't turn the ball over, which helped. But dude, to win the Super Bowl that way, I was kind of bummed. You know what I mean? I get it. I want to freaking score.
That's the true competitor's mentality.
I want to score 40 points. You know what I mean? I want to go out there and ball out, and it's just dang, I didn't play my best football in the Super Bowl. That sucks.
I hated everything about this answer. You won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You get to pass go. You collect your $200. I understand that we would love to win the Super Bowl, but there's nothing better than just winning the Super Bowl.
I like the competitiveness. I do. He wanted to play better.
Yeah,
he has higher standards for himself.
But that's individual competitiveness over team competitiveness.
No, he's not putting it over. He's saying it alongside it.
No, he said it bummed him out.
Yes, of course. He's allowed to be human. He's allowed to have emotions. He's allowed to be bummed about his individual play, despite the fact that his team won the Super Bowl. And despite the fact that he gets a ring. It doesn't mean that he's choosing individual play over team play.
Does that mean if he had a great game and they lost, he would have been happy in some ways?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
If one part's true, isn't the other part true?
No, because I think the loss of the Super Bowl would have trampled the natural emotions of how he actually played, because it didn't lead to the success that he ultimately wanted.
I think you're making a big assumption for the ginger quarterback.
No, I think one thing's more important than another.
Yeah, you won the Super Bowl. Maybe don't be a baby.
Wow. It's unnecessary.
Also, George Thomas calling me out and asking me what the hell I know about the Ohio players. I know enough, George. It's called Love Roller Coaster. Look it up, Fred.
He called you while you were on the air
no, he
to talk about.
Me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he'll text me occasionally.
I was going to say.
He'll bust my balls about things I say. I'll take a lot for a lot of takes I have. But you question my knowledge of the Ohio players. Thank you very much.
Former Titans GM Rand Carthon dismissed the comp that his colleague Ryan Wilson at CBS Sports had for Arch Manning.
My comp for him is Andrew Luck. You okay with that?
No. In my head, and I have this in my notes as a reminder, that I can't allow myself to get jaded by the last name. I got to go with what I see on tape, and I'm looking at all the games that I've watched over him over the course, and it's 5 games over the course of 2 seasons. And realistically, I only have him having I have him having a very good game against Mississippi State, and all the other games are either above average or average.
All right, here's what I'm torn on.
Okay.
5 games isn't enough.
Well, of course not.
So, but what he's getting to, I love when guys say this. I gotta watch a tape. I can't put it on the brand. The problem is the NFL puts it on the brand a lot. It happened with Trevor Lawrence. He was anointed, and I don't think they really pushed beyond what the obvious kind of thoughts were and the success at Clemson. I do think it happened with Andrew Luck. And I think it's happened with quarterbacks. About every 5 years, there's a guy that is anointed as number 1 pick. And once that brand is put on that guy, good luck coming off it. Now you put the Manning name on it, and I think it's going to be really hard to be objective about Arch Manning 6 months from now.
Do you think that's why people are so excited about him?
Yes.
His name?
Yeah. And, he does play in Texas. Let's not act like that doesn't add some hype to it.
Do you think that's why he was one of the top recruits in the country when he was coming out of high school? Or do you think it was what he accomplished in high school?
I think it helped. And I think it helped that his family pushed him to the right spot, where to go. I think he has been guided his entire career that I think if you put comparable physical talents, and he does have them, I'm not saying like he's a scrub.
6'4", 220. He runs well.
Mm-hmm.
He has an arm.
Yeah, there are guys that fit that description.
3,000 yards. You're right.
Every year. Yes.
Not every year.
6'4", 225 good athletes with a strong arm.
Not that have accomplished what he accomplished in high school.
Yes.
Not that have accomplished what he's already accomplished at Texas.
What has he accomplished at Texas?
He threw for 3,000 yards, nearly 30 touchdowns.
Again,
low interceptions.
Where did most of those numbers come from?
He can't control who he plays against. You asked what he accomplished.
Well, but when you play against better teams and you play poorly,
sure.
And so a bulk of your numbers only come when you're playing crappy teams. That is telling 2 years in.
No, I think you have to look at everything. Is Georgia a crappy team?
Last year, they're fine.
Okay. Threw for nearly 300 yards against them on 63%.
He's got one game, huh?
I mean, you asked.
Well,
what kinds of things stand out? It's not just one game, though.
It is one game.
He played well against Florida.
The whole tag on him, that's a bad Florida team, by the way, but the whole tag on him is that he plays well against inferior competition. And by the way, you could make a case through the first... Through 4 years, he's been a disappointment at Texas.
Okay, that's fair. That's fine. It doesn't mean that he can't get better, and it doesn't mean that he hasn't accomplished things beyond having the last name Manning.
He's been very guided. That's all I'll say.
That's okay.
The Blazers.
Nothing wrong with that.
The Blazers had
Johnny Manziel would have been guided
away from Cleveland. the Blazers had
Shador's.
No,
not going
don't you
there.
do it.
Oh,
I'll give them your home address. No, I would never do that. The Blazers had a social media video welcoming their new head coach, Ohio's own Micah Nori, to Portland
with Haichu.
With Haichu,
I love Haichu.
And
They're so good.
And a 12-pack of Diet Coke. Retail, we're talking like $20. So I'll ask you,
it's the thought.
Did Tom Dundon allow this expense to go through, or did that social media admin, is that all out of their own account?
You are so cynical and you are so jaded. It's so unfortunate, Nick. It really is. It's the thought that counts. The fact that they thought about what he liked for candy, what he liked to drink, and they gave him those things shows that they care about him, shows that they did their research on him, and shows that they wanted to put a smile on his face.
A guy that makes about $3.5 million a year getting a thing of Haichu and a 12-pack of Diet Coke. I think he could have done that on the way in.
It's a nice gesture.
No, it's a very nice gesture.
It's not the only thing that they're going to do for him.
What else are they going to do for him?
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
But it's a nice gesture. Appreciate the gesture.
I've never had Haichu.
It's so good.
What is it? I know it's a Japanese candy, but it's like a chewy candy.
It is a chewy candy. Kind of like Laffy Taffy, but maybe not that chewy.
Uh-huh.
It is good. Every time I go to cover the Golden State Warriors, they give both Cavs players, Cavs PR staff, and me Haichu. And it's very, very good.
Would that be part of your welcome Fedor package when
I go cover the Golden State Warriors and Cavs in San Francisco?
I was going to say when you go full bond temps and somebody hires you into their front office.
Hey, I'm available.
Yeah. And I'll be your lackey.
Oh, thank you.
I'll be your turtle.
Very, very nice. In fact, the Warriors, when we go cover Cavs Warriors game, they give me a pack of M&Ms. They're great. Great.
Just for you?
Just a great organization.
Yeah?
Yeah, because I'm the only one who travels to actually cover the Cavs on the road.
So they remember, this guy likes Haichu and M&Ms.
And the Minnesota Timberwolves, by the way, inside information, they reach out to a lot of the traveling beat reporters, and they ask for some of your favorite things because Target Center is very, very close to a candy store.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that they ask is your favorite drink. One of the things they ask is your favorite candy. And 1 year, when I checked into my hotel, and they also ask where you stay when you go there. So when I checked into my hotel, there was a care package specifically for me with my favorite candy, my favorite drink, and some beef jerky. Isn't that awesome?
Is the Plain Dealer hiring another Cavs beat reporter or just any reporter?
No, they're not.
Okay.
You just
sorry
want the
about
free stuff. You don't
Yes.
want to do the work.
that. Yeah, because radio
I've been
stopped
on
getting
my
free
phone.
stuff.
Yeah, okay.
Like
I mean, you know this. I've been on my phone basically morning to afternoon today with a bunch of different people. You don't want to do that part of it.
Yeah.
You just want the perks of the job.
You don't say. Really? Oh, no, they didn't. Oh, Where's he going? All right, I got another agent coming in. Oh man,
no,
I hope your bicep isn't torn up from doing that.
You've gotta share intel too.
Yeah,
that's the important part.
I wear tighty whities, and
not the kind of intel they're looking for.
Okay,
man.
I'm just saying. I can do that too.
While you might not care about the World Cup, I do. It's certainly
that's
also
still going on.
Yes, it's certainly also it's into the knockouts. By the way, it also means
is that
a
what
lot.
they're showing on the TV and breaks? The knockouts. Ecuador had some knockouts on the TV the other day.
Why? Why does it always turn sexual to you?
Because look at me. I'm a hunk.
Oh my. Oh my. I don't know how to proceed after that comment.
You got this. You're a radio pro.
You know, I don't want to say what I should say in response to that. I'll just bite my tongue.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'll do. It means a lot to this Bosnia fan who is still recovering from a broken heart.
I haven't had a bad day since March 26th. We beat Wales March 26th, and then a week later we beat Italy. Swear to God, man, every single day, coffee with my boys, drinks with my boys. My girlfriend of 6.5 years broke up with me. I miss you a little bit, but yo, I'm telling you, not a bad day. She broke up with me the day after Wales. Every day has been a good day, bro. She picked the perfect time to break up with me.
All right. I'm a little worried for our guy because I think he might be burying some pain there. But I guess 6.5 years. What did he do wrong? You think he took her for granted, Chris? I bet you stopped.
Probably, yeah.
Started maybe treating her like a mommy instead of a significant other.
Stop doing the stuff that he was doing at the beginning of the relationship and let the flame die.
Or do you think she realized the World Cup's coming up? He is going to ignore me for the next X amount of time. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to see some fellas, see what the market's doing. And if it's not doing well, by the time the World Cup's over, I'll be right back here and we'll be right where we were. We'll just, go off and do our thing.
I don't think it was that. I don't think that's why you break up with somebody. Not after spending 6.5 years with them. Something
Chris,
else happened.
You're a decent person.
Thank you.
All right? It's not how you might operate. It's not how I might operate. The world is not.
But this fan operated that way.
But I'm just saying that the world is filled with people who do not always do things for, morally and ethically right way. They don't do things the right way all the time, is all I'm saying.
That's fair.
With love and respect to that Bosnia fan. One national outlet is setting the bar a little too low for Todd Monken. We'll get Fedor's take on this in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Summer's here, and Browns training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with The Fan all summer long. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I do love his dingers.
Ohio's Tate. Coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Chris Fedor with you. We got plenty to get to, but you guys can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app, or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 to 2, and JP and myself from 2 to 7, I believe, is the show. Live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now. And don't forget to like our videos. We like to be liked. Looking at you, YouTube. I'm seeing those likes. I want more likes. I need them. I don't really need them, but I would appreciate them. This being said, Fedor, I don't know if you saw this. CBS Sports was basically going through all the year one coaches of the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And they had like their definition of success. And I'm just curious, like, what is your definition of success year one for Todd Monken?
I don't think it's a win-loss record. I don't think he's ready for that level of judgment. I don't think this team itself is ready for that level of judgment. But I think for him, you can evaluate him and the job that he's doing independent of those outcomes. So I think, can you build a competent-looking offense? Because offense is supposed to be his thing. Quarterback stuff is supposed to be his thing. So can you build a competent-looking offense? And can the young guys that you've invested in, specifically on the offensive side of the football, can those guys look like they are going to be fixtures of this Browns renaissance, if a renaissance ever happens? And can you put them in positions where they can be maximized, where they look like something other than just rookies out there?
All right, I didn't realize what I had done there, because that's effectively on the sheet in front of you. Just be honest. Did you just read that before? Because it was
no.
CBS Sports had developed the youngsters and improved the offense.
No, I mean, like, if you're Todd Monken and that's kind of what you're known for, that should be your bar. That should be the thing that allows you to stand out as a coach in your first year, even if you don't get a bunch of wins.
So I don't disagree with the sentiment, and I also don't believe that you weren't looking at the paper.
Because I'm not going to judge him by what does this defense do. That's not his thing.
He's the head coach. You can't judge him by the whole product.
I mean, you can, but
He hired Mike Rutenberg.
Yeah, but this product isn't ready for that level of judgment.
Okay, so listen, I don't think we have to set the high bar for him. I also don't think we have to set the bar on the floor. So, like, improving the offense feels like a little bit of like a no-duh. It was the worst, one of the 5 worst offenses I've ever seen in my life, not just in Cleveland, but in the NFL.
Okay.
Like improving the offense, you could still be the 27th best offense next year and still be an improvement off what I saw.
That's why I said make it look competent. And here's the thing. I think one of the marks of a great coach is if you don't have everything on your side and you still find a way to make it work. And that's what Sean McVay can do. That's what Kyle Shanahan can do. The wide receivers don't necessarily matter. The running backs don't necessarily matter. He finds a way to make that offense competent, make that offense explosive, make that offense productive, even when you don't have star players at every single position. Do they have some stars? Of course they do. But he also turned them into stars. So that, to me, is the judgment for Todd Monken. If you're supposed to be an offensive-minded guy, it's not a case of, well, I don't have this, I don't have this, I don't have this. No, man, make it work.
So I agree offensively. And I do agree, just like development across both sides of the ball is something I want to see. I know you approximated it more to the offensive side of the ball. You have so much youth. And one of the spots of this team that actually has developed players the last couple of years has been the defense. Guys like Ronnie Hickman and Delpit, right?
Mm-hmm.
The one thing that is missing that I think is a success. Meaning if those two things that you've said and CBS Sports says, and the third thing, and I still think this is a relatively low bar, if all three things happen, it's not even a debate that it's successful. You just have to go above Vegas wins and losses. And after Myles Garrett, it's at 5.5 wins. You were a 5-win team last year, and that was with, again, one of the 5 worst offenses I've ever watched. If you get to 6 wins and the offense looks competent, and I'm assuming the defense will take a slight regression, but the defense still looks like it's got a lot of promise, and you're on the precipice next year of getting your quarterback, there's going to be real hope, real excitement going into year 2 of Todd Monken. I think you're building that bridge, but that bridge, you got to clear a couple of those things, including what Vegas thinks you can do this year.
So they win 5. They come in below that mark. Todd had a bad season as a head coach, and you want him fired?
I'd probably ask why they won the same amount of games this year as last year. I think then I don't know that I would automatically
the loss of Myles Garrett is part of that.
Yeah, I mean, Vegas says he's worth 1 win a season.
Okay.
Which is huge for a non-quarterback. I'm not trying to dismiss that.
It's about as big as it gets for a non-quarterback.
1 win a season, and I would say a competent offense is worth, 2 or 3 more wins than last year?
Well, not necessarily, because you might be playing against better teams.
Oh, no, you've got one of the easiest strength of schedule, both in
as
who
of
you
right
play.
As of right now,
Well,
but things play themselves out, so you have to do it as... I mean, winning and losing, obviously, no duh. It's a measure of you against the other team.
Mm-hmm.
So if we get to that game and the status quo changes and some circumstance changes, and then all of a sudden the Browns are the underdogs instead of the favorite, don't you have to kind of move the goalpost a little bit?
No, and the Browns are going to be underdogs in almost every game this year.
But maybe, 2?
I think it was 2.
Yeah.
I think you're spot on. So I understand that. But to me, like, competitiveness means those games, and most of their games where they're dogs, you are talking like a 1.5, 2.5 point dog scenario.
Mm-hmm.
You have to turn a couple of those into victories. I just think, like, if your offense takes a step forward, I do think that, because you've said it, what was it, competent?
Yes.
I've said functional. We're saying the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I think a functional offense allows you to spring forward in this NFL in a way that I think going from a non-functional defense to a functional defense doesn't, just because of the way the game's built.
I agree. I also think the thing that I want to see from Todd is just a level of discipline across the roster.
No.
I don't think we had that with Kevin Stefanski. I think that showed up in a lot of different places, some of the pre-snap penalties, just not being able to control some of their guys and their emotions and getting into it, and the ridiculous, taunting stuff that, I mean, a team that was the Browns and was winning as few games as them probably shouldn't have been doing, but he didn't do anything to corral that. So where do those kinds of discipline-related things show up where it looks like you do have the ear of the guys?
Yeah.
You do have, like, a level of authority that maybe Kevin didn't have.
Well, and I think you're going to see it early, because there's always a honeymoon period when you're coming off an old coach, and so many of these guys were here.
Yeah, because you're like, hey, this is a different voice. This guy's different.
Where it'll be key to me is November and December. Because if they're let's say
they're a bad team, they're not winning games.
Well,
yeah.
And if you're still bought in, that tells me that his message is still getting through, but he also understands you're walking a line. Like, when you're not a good team, or when you're not winning games, the hothead coach can just keep blowing up and keep blowing up and basically lose the communication side of things. And so if you're still out there competing in November and December, and they still look like they're playing for him in a lost season, that's as good of a stamp as you can get as a first-year head coach in that scenario.
This is a small thing, but this is an example that I saw earlier this year during the playoffs, actually. So Mike Brown took over as head coach for Tom Thibodeau for the New York Knicks, and the Knicks are preparing. They're in the middle of a shoot-around, getting ready for the NBA Finals. And Karl Anthony Towns is just, like, leaning up against the scorer's table. He's got a backwards hat on. And they're getting ready for shoot-around. And Mike Brown calmly walked over to him and asked him to take off the backwards hat. He didn't roll his eyes. He didn't talk back to Mike Brown. He didn't do anything behind his back. He said...
We call that the Myles Garrett.
He said, He said, you know what? You're right. Took it off. and then continued with whatever it was to get ready for shoot-around. That, to me, was an example of Mike Brown has a pulse of that team. Mike Brown has authority. Mike Brown is respected. And that's Cat. That is one of the best players in the NBA. That's one of the most important players to the Knicks. And that's also him, as a captain, as a locker room leader, behaving in a professional way that resonates with the rest of the team. And that showed me that Mike Brown had the locker room. Again, a small thing, very, very small. But, we saw some things with the Browns and Kevin Stefanski and Myles Garrett and Kevin Stefanski. And you might say, like, hey, that's on the individual player. Like, they have to be a better pro. They have to be a better leader.
I mean, that's what the Browns vets said themselves, and I never bought it.
Yeah, but as a coach, you have to find a way to communicate and get through to these guys. Because so much of the job, it's not as much about X's and O's. It's not as much about scheming up these great plays in the first 15 plays of the game or something like that. Yeah, that's part of it. But you have to be a people manager. You have to manage 53 different personalities. And it's hard. There's no doubt that it's hard. And you delegate some of that responsibility to your defensive coordinator and your offensive coordinator, your quarterback coach, and all that kind of stuff. But I just think we saw too many signs of, not outright eye rolls, but internal eye rolls toward Kevin Stefanski from a lot of the players.
I got to be honest with you. I'm more excited about this camp than I think I would have been if you had told me 6 months ago, hey, it's going to be Deshaun versus Shedeur in camp. And it doesn't have anything to do with the quarterback spot. It's Monken. Like, I hear about the energy. I hear about the tempo that they're practicing with. They've stayed really organized in kind of how they're structuring these things. And it's not going to surprise me if Browns fans see these practices when they come out to training camp and they get excited about this team, even if we're still incredibly realistic about whether it's going to be a 6-win team, an 8-win team, or a 4-win team. Like, I do think that energy is going to resonate with Browns fans who I think have been beaten down by the end of the Baker stuff, the Baker wars, the Watson wars, the entire failure of Deshaun Watson. And I think that's most interesting because Deshaun could still end up being your starting quarterback week 1. I don't think that would have been possible thinking about this last December, knowing we were going to be getting that new head coach.
One question that I do have about Todd Monken is just how does he handle it if this season is a disaster and they aren't winning games and they're one of the worst teams in the NFL? Because you're right, Nick, he is coming in with all this energy and all this confidence, and he's talking about this team overachieving and exceeding expectations and proving people wrong and stuff like that. And yeah, you want a guy to have that level of confidence. You want a guy to be like, I'm not listening to all that stuff. I know we've got more talent here. But if that doesn't show itself and the losses continue to pile up over and over and over again, how do you handle that as a first-time NFL head coach? That is very, very difficult. It is very, very difficult to go through a rebuild and have to deal with all those losses. See, we always talk about, and fans always talk about, hey, just lose a bunch of games, and then you can get the best pick possible.
Yeah.
We don't have to go through it. Like, we're watching it on Sundays, but we don't have to be on the other side of it where we put in all this preparation throughout the course of the week and have that not come to fruition in any sort of way. So how does he handle that? Because this is a difficult situation. This isn't a great football team. This is a very questionable position group from a skill set standpoint offensively.
Except Harold Fannin Jr.
Okay, here we go again. And the quarterback is just a giant question mark. And it might be the worst quarterback situation in the entire NFL that, like, it makes it hard to win games and perform well on Sundays. And you know, Todd Monken has to deal with all of that and the emotions of all of that.
What does success look like for year one of Todd Monken? Ohio's Tate of Barstool Sports will answer that. And Jaylen Brown rumors, LeBron homecoming rumors, all in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at a new truck this month, you know a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. And the truth is,
can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Wilson, Chris Fedor back on Afternoon Drive. If you guys missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We might have just lost Fedor for the next little bit here. He's something deep in the World Cup matchup. He's a big Francophile here. It's okay.
France, buddy. France and Norway.
Okay.
Name one player for the French national team.
Mbappe.
There you go.
Yeah.
Attaboy. That's all you need to know.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's because I definitely heard you say his name 5 times in the break there. But to talk, not World Cup, not even a little bit, but maybe talk about that CBS Sports report about success for year one for Monken, the many, many Cavs reports that are out there. Let's see what else we get into. We head out to the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Ohio's Tate is joining us right now of Barstool. Hey, buddy, what's up?
What's going on, boys? How we doing today?
Doing all right here. I'm with somebody who's really invested in the World Cup, and that's only marginally annoying in the breaks.
United States isn't playing right now. We don't care about the World Cup right now.
Oh, come on. When you have a bet on France to win it, yes, you do.
I'll accept that then. I'll accept that, yeah. I got World Cup fever when the red, white, and blue's playing. Other than that, I don't catch much.
All right, Tate, I do want to get to – I will actually start – we were just talking to some Browns, but I do want to start with the Cavs here because, you know, there's maybe a little bit more LeBron 2.0 fever. There's the Jaylen Brown stuff. Where do you sit with kind of the Cavs and maybe going big game hunting this offseason?
Well, look, what I know about Dan Gilbert is when he says he's going to do something, he's going to do it. So when he says at the end of the season how that ended, that didn't sit right with him, and he's going to make some changes. I expect the Cavs to make some sort of change, whether that be, I don't know, big game hunting would be Jaylen Brown. It would be a LeBron move. I don't necessarily think that the LeBron thing's going to happen, but I do expect us to be sitting here some point this summer and be like, wow, Dan Gilbert just made sure that the Cavs made some sort of move to put them in championship contention for next year.
Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown. Do you do it?
Here's all I'll say. You better be darn sure that puzzle's going to work. Because if you're trading a 25-year-old defensive player of the year to the Boston Celtics, we can all close our eyes and see what happens in the future. And that's going to be a whole lot of championships for the Celtics, and it's going to be a log jam here in Cleveland. But if you're sure it's going to work, if you know that Jaylen Brown and James Harden and Donovan Mitchell is going to fit together like a glove, Jaylen Brown is a better basketball player than Evan Mobley. So if that helps us win a championship, the Cavs have made it very clear when we traded for a 36-year-old last season, we're trying to win a championship right now. So if Jaylen Brown helps us win a championship, I will do it if it's going to work. If it's an absolute cluster, then we're giving up a pretty nice piece to a really good organization, and they're going to win that trade.
All right, Tate. I have said I would rather see if I can push Donovan to the Celtics instead of Evan Mobley. Fedor thinks I'm being disrespectful to Donovan. If you could have the choice, who would you rather trade for Jaylen Brown, Donovan or Evan?
I don't know, man. I'll tell you what, Donovan Mitchell's a superstar in this league. I really believe so. They always say 5 nickels doesn't equal court. Donovan Mitchell's don't just come along down the street. Like we have one in Cleveland right now, so I'm not giving up Donovan Mitchell if I have the choice. With that being said, though, Evan Mobley's 25 years old. He's a defensive player of the year. I don't want to give up on. I don't like this narrative that Evan Mobley is just we can just ship him off somewhere. But if you're getting back to Jaylen Brown, I mean he's a bona fide superstar NBA champion in this league as well. But I'm not trading Donovan Mitchell. I'll tell you that.
Nor should he.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. What's your argument?
I think Donovan is capped out here, and I think. I actually think Evan Mobley, Jared Allen, and Jaylen Brown make you an elite defensive team, and I think absolves you of the 2 ball-dominant guard issues you're going to have.
I don't hate that explanation at all. I am nervous with like I said, James Harden.
Nice.
No, James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, and Jaylen Brown is like a three-headed monster, but they all want the basketball.
Yeah.
And so is that going to work? I don't necessarily think so. But with that being said, in no world am I trading Donovan Mitchell off this basketball team.
Would you welcome LeBron James back?
Well, what's the reason we're welcoming him back? Are we welcoming him back for a swan song so he can go to each NBA arena and receive a gift and go out with the team that brought him in? If that's the case, I'm not. If we think that we're doing something to win another NBA championship and he's going to do what's necessary and we're going to be able to build with pieces and not sell our souls to make sure that we get LeBron and we get Bronny and he gets to control the coach and he's at an age now where he can't control our franchise and he's gone from place to place to place and he wins, but he doesn't necessarily leave the place better than when he found it. And so if we're finally back to a point without LeBron James in this organization where we're in the Eastern Conference Finals, where we're a team that could be winning. We're far away this year, but my point is this: like we're back where we're on a stage where we can win basketball games and win in the playoffs. And if we're going to sell that so LeBron James can come home and have a swan song poetic ending, I'm not in the business of doing that.
Tate, let's say the Cavs run it back and they kind of just redo the deck chairs and the Titanic there. What would your reaction be?
I don't hate it. I think the NBA right now is way too centered on blockbuster trades and the players getting to choose where they want to go, and everyone needs to make a blow-up change. I'm not saying we were right there this year, but I also don't think we were as far off as some people might say. I mean, the Knicks went on to win the NBA Finals. Was it 4-1? So I guess my point is this: like I'm not ready to blow everything up right now. And I think that at some point maybe we bring them back and we get better and we don't need to go get a James Harden in the middle of the season. And then all of a sudden that didn't work out for the rental that we had or the end of the year there. And then all of a sudden we need to go out and get a Jaylen Brown or what's the next big move? I don't think we're as far off as some people might want to think we are.
All right, Tate, I do have to ask you because I know you're coming home for your first home Guards game of the year. So panic check with where the Guards are after, let's say, the little bit of a June swoon that they've gone through.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's a tough question because on one hand, I've watched this team lose, 2-1 3 times in the last week and a half. Like, if you're going to win the division, if you're going to make the playoffs, you have to win games when all you need to do is score 2 runs in a game. If your pitching is going to be like that, you have to find a way to win those games. But then, I don't know, I went to the White Sox game last week with the Guardians. I look up on the scoreboard, and I'm like, where in this lineup are we piecing together 3, 4, 5, 6 runs a night? So we're in the American League Central. No one's going to go on a 15-game win streak. No one's going to win 18 out of 20. I think we're going to be able to tread water until we get, some of our lineup back together. But ultimately, we got to hit the baseball if we're going to. I think we're going to be right there in the Central. So I'm not pulling any sort of panic button out of the closet. I'm not hitting anything right now. I don't see any of these White Sox or Twins or Tigers running away from us. But we're not a great baseball team right now by any means.
So if you're running the Guardians and the trade deadline comes, what is your approach?
Well, there's two things. We know the Guardians. They're not. I was reading an article today about all the big names that you can go out and get, and the Scoobles. Is Byron Buxton going to be available? Even people are talking about Taylor Ward. It's like the Guardians don't go do those things. They never have. They're never going to. Do I want to go for it? Yeah, I do want to go for it because it signals to the organization and more importantly to the fan base, like, hey, we're trying to win. So do I want to go get, make a trade with the Red Sox, bring in a bat, maybe bring in an arm from the bullpen? Yeah, I want to. But also if I was in charge of the Guardians, I would not hate playing some of the younger guys and trying to win the AL Central this year, knowing that we're not going to win a World Series anyways this year. So let's not go get a rental and do something just to do it.
All right, Tate. We talked about this in the previous segment, CBS Sports' definition of success. For year one of Todd Monken, what is your definition of success look like for year one of Todd Monken?
I'm optimistic about this football team. I'm optimistic about Todd Monken. I'm optimistic about last year's draft. I'm optimistic about this year's draft. I would like to be in a position next year, not this year, next year, where we're a quarterback away, where we get our quarterback and we've built around him and we've got a line and we've got our skill positions and we've got our defense and we've got our coach. I'm not sure our quarterback is on our roster right now. So I guess this year my definition of success is can we be competitive and can we be in enough games where our guys are getting meaningful experience, they're getting better, and then going into next year. Like this team's not going to go make the playoffs. What's our win total? 6.5 right now. There's a very good chance that we go out and win 6 games. That doesn't mean it's a failure, but can we look like an actual football team where if we get someone under center that can handle this football team and win games, I think in 2 years from now, we could absolutely be talking playoffs.
So you're a Browns fan. Let's say training camp comes and Todd Monken names Deshaun Watson the starting quarterback. How do you react?
Well, I think when you're paying him what he's been paid and what you gave out to get him, I hate the answer, but I don't think it's a sunk cost. I think you have to give this football team the best chance to win. So while it's been the most rocky relationship that it could ever be, and the fan base hates him, and we traded away for him, and then we signed him to this guaranteed deal, if he gives you the best chance to win, I think you owe it to this year's draft class and last year's draft class and to your head coach this year that he gives you the best chance to win, and that puts your franchise in the best position to succeed. The problem is this, though. What's success look like for Deshaun Watson? Is there a chance where he plays well enough this year where it's like, well, should we re-sign Deshaun Watson?
No, never.
No, right?
Please don't do that. Yeah.
Like 0.0% chance, though. So then what are we doing here? It's a tough question. Where do you guys side on it?
I really only want to see Shedeur play this year, and if it's not Shedeur, I'll take itty-bitty Dylan Gabriel. I'll take that human giant that is Taylon Green. It really is anybody but Watson for me.
Well, here's the variable that you can't ignore. Todd Monken is a first-time NFL head coach, and players know who the best quarterback is. Mm-hmm. If he determines that Deshaun Watson is the best quarterback, the most competent quarterback that they have, he can't pick anybody else other than Deshaun Watson. He would lose the locker room before he ever had it.
I agree with that. And do you think that's the case, or do you think that – so are you telling me you actually think Shedeur Sanders is the better quarterback, or you're just so out on Deshaun Watson that he's just out of your mind?
Oh, he's out of my mind, yeah. He's made his money, and I wish him well in the future. And I just refuse to believe that 23, 24-year-old Shedeur isn't on par or better than a guy coming off major injuries to his shoulder and his Achilles.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the one thing that can't happen in my eyes is we can't go to Deshaun and then we stink, and then we go to Shedeur and then we stink, and it's just a dumpster fire and it's the same old Cleveland Browns. So correct. I would like to think that whoever we go with is because they're the best quarterback and they can keep this team competitive where it's not just a rotating, revolving door of quarterbacks, but we've seen it before.
Tate, from one Wadsworther to another, be good, buddy. We appreciate you and enjoy the Gardos game.
Thanks, boys. Love talking to you. See you guys.
Man.
Ohio's Tate there on Barstool on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say. And this might be Fedor's most anticipated segment of the week, because I've been talking about my new hobby. I think he's going to enjoy making fun of me in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Northeast Factor Direct. If you're looking for a hot tub or a swim spa, Northeast Factor Direct has you covered. Don't forget NortheastFactorDirect.com.
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, Chris Fedor here on a beautiful Friday in Cleveland. A little less beautiful with the news that the Heinen's is closing downtown.
Oh, no.
I'm legit pissed about that.
Not that trash can.
Here, what?
Yeah.
You have something to say about Heinen's downtown?
That one. Yes, I do.
Wait,
I just did say.
What do you mean, that one?
That one.
It's over there.
Where are we? Oh, yeah. It's behind us.
Yeah. Why do you think it's a trash can? Show your work.
No. I said what I said.
But you're wrong.
Because if you go to another Heinen's across this area,
it
doesn't look like that one, and it's not maintained the same kind of way.
Yeah, you mean looking like that one being a part of Cleveland history and taking an awesome building and reinvigorating? Is that what you mean by that? No?
You think that's what they did?
Yes, I do. It's a very nice building.
You think it's well maintained?
I didn't say
Heinen's?
that.
Okay.
I said it looks nice and it's always busy, and I don't know how they're losing money on it.
No, the idea of it was nice.
The idea of you was nice, and here we are.
The execution of it, not so much.
Take the Fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. I don't know why my voice did that. So you've been chomping at the bit on this one.
Yeah.
All right? And I will give you the example up front, but I do have a new hobby. All right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think you were going to make fun of me because my kids make fun of me already. So, I will give you the example that this weekend we went to a new trail over by our house, and I really enjoyed it. And so I took a couple pictures, and then I found the listing for, the trail, and I posted pictures, and I left a detailed review on its pluses and its minuses. And the problem is, according to my children, is that I'm doing this with everything now. That I get a genuine zeal. I find joy in life.
You're reviewing everything?
Oh, as much as I can. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You're a Yelper.
Pretty much. Yeah. I mean, that's not the one that I use, but yes, I and not just that. It's restaurants. It's trails.
Do you have one?
Yeah.
Pull up a review.
All right. You stall for time while I find one.
I can't believe you review everything. Restaurants, too?
Yeah.
You put your name on it? Your actual name on it?
I don't think my actual name is on there. It's a different display name.
All right, good. At least you do that.
Why am I having trouble?
I can't believe you take your time to actually write out reviews like that.
Why not?
Wow.
All right, this is taking
I just
longer.
don't understand what the benefit of it is.
It's fun.
What about it makes it fun? What about it makes you feel good about doing it?
Most of the time, I like to do this for especially small, family-owned places. So I get the thrill out of sharing the good word about that.
Okay.
But very occasionally, there was a chain restaurant.
Do you do it for real?
What do you mean
give
for
a
real?
real, honest review, or do you?
Or do I lie?
Yeah. Do you get really snarky? Do you try and come up with big words to confuse people?
Don't you also do that? I feel like that's a little pot meets kettle moment there.
No.
You said optionality earlier in the show. And
Well,
somebody
that's
called it
because that's ingrained in my head because Cavs use that on a daily basis.
All right, so this isn't great because you don't see what I actually wrote. But here are the things.
No, I want you to read it out loud.
Okay.
The review.
Oh, well, all right. You have to give me a second there.
Yeah, that's what I want you to do. I want an example of how you go about this.
All right. Give me a second there. I'm scrolling.
Do you take notes while you're there?
That's what I'm saying.
No.
Put it in your iPhone notes.
I take notes. It's that hard to be their burgers were good.
You have to write out your quick hits every day.
Sometimes with me, as I'm laying down before bed, I have my phone right next to me, and sometimes I think about a lead for a story.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh man, I don't want to forget that. That's really, really good. So I write it out on my iPhone notes. So if you're taking a bite of your burger or you're in the middle of something and it comes to your head how you want to describe it, just put that baby in your iPhone notes.
I can't do the one because it didn't save the words that I wrote for it, but I can do the one that is...
Words are hard.
That is down to... No, it wasn't me. It was them. But I can do the one that I did here. All right. Insert place here is my favorite go-to breakfast spot option in Northeast Ohio. Diverse menu, great quality and taste, and family-friendly service. I gave it a 5 out of 5
Wow.
for food, 5 out of 5 for service, and 5 out of 5 for atmosphere. Quiet, easy to talk, kid friendliness, wonderful family restaurant. I take my daughters here whenever I can, and then look, I even posted a delicious photo.
Wow, you even personalized it.
Yeah, I did.
Didn't name drop your server though in the review.
I didn't.
Could help them out.
I felt like that would be like doxing, though. Like I have done that, but I get a little weird when it, especially if like they're an attractive human being. I don't want to be like, this is a very nice person, because then the weirdos might come out.
So if you thought that your
didn't
server
say
was ugly, then you would feel more inclined to give them a compliment on their service?
Yeah, because nobody's going to show up and then go all crazy about them.
You don't have to say that she was gorgeous.
No, I wouldn't.
Just say she was nice and she provided good service.
Yes, but the point is, if somebody says, I would like to sit at, let's say, Cheryl's table, and then they become all weird about it, I'm going to feel partially responsible.
I don't think anybody is going to look at your review and then like specifically request a server.
You don't know that. You don't know the power of reviews.
Out of anything, I know that because I used to work in the restaurant industry before got into the industry, but
the
anytime,
adult film?
Yes,
Okay.
you nailed it.
I
No,
think
but
you nailed
anytime, yeah, more ways than one. But anytime that there was a review or anything like that, and the names were specifically mentioned in there, like they would get highlighted by the managers and would get put up in the back, basically.
Okay, I'll start putting names in there. If that's the right call, I will start doing that. See, this is the thing I need. I need to perfect my reviews.
What you should do is you should take on a persona.
Uh-huh.
If you want to perfect your reviews, take on a persona.
Okay, so I've already taken on a very patriotic alter ego called Saul American. But it's just when, like, it's like the 250th, right? Or when the U.S. plays World Cup. I don't watch it.
Uh-huh.
But I do still, I got like a American like patriotic glasses, a patriotic necklace, patriotic shirt, and I just get into it. What could my food counterpart be? Oh, it's never.
Wow.
Is that Keith?
That is scarring.
Oh no,
photo.
That's Saul American.
That is.
Yeah.
That's over the top. Even for you, that's over the top.
You just can't handle it. I get it.
Obvious.
And Bay Village, if Saul American
we
walked
don't do
through,
that in Bay Village.
You guys couldn't handle it.
Maybe in the country.
Yeah.
Maybe in the boondocks. That's where that's okay.
God's country, as many people call it.
Okay, Blake Shelton.
Don't be jealous.
I'm not.
So what would my nom de food be?
Maybe your thing is come up with a descriptor, the kinds of words that people in this era don't use.
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
I think that's half of my show.
Perfect.
Yeah. Would you like to hear a negative review that I left?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to.
Oh,
Is it scathing?
This one's, yeah, for me, because I don't like, I even when I'm grumpy, I try and remember that people work there and that, everybody's got a job to do and it's tough, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. The food was fine.
Whoa.
Average is as good as this insert place is. The young lady at the drive-thru was nice, but everyone else was terrible.
Wow.
We had a prolonged wait despite no list ahead of us, both before and after ordering. The real issue was the back door was wide open, and one of the workers was having a screaming meltdown complete with obscenities. Compared to her, hellhounds sound like Aretha Franklin. I still gave him a 2-star review because I was like, 1 star. This is just, I'm not trying to shut the place down.
Now, that's the case where the nice worker, I would have made sure to get her name and make sure to put her name in that.
No, not in a 2-star review.
So how did you get into this? What prompted this? Something had to prompt this.
Yeah, I think one day that I was just...
was your first review negative or positive?
Oh, positive, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Most of my, I tend to... You have to really earn a bad review, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think there are people out there who like to go too hard on places because they get their kicks off of it.
That's not you.
I don't really go to places unless it's good. Like,
okay.
You know, like
Yeah.
and it's usually not my first time when I go there either, because I like to go to the same 7. But it was actually my favorite Chinese spot.
Ooh.
In Fair Lawn.
That's tough.
And I saw somebody's review, and it was one of those people. And I said to myself, I'm going to undo your damage,
Yeah, I'm going
sir.
to counterbalance this.
Yeah. And I might have actually mentioned the handle of, not the handle, but whatever the nom de douche they had. And I might have mentioned that and been like, yeah, clearly this person's actually never been to a Chinese restaurant before.
I think your persona should be over-the-top review guy.
Okay.
Yes. Just to the extreme.
So just like Sol American, but for reviews.
But for reviews.
So we have to find the Sol American name equivalent for, Nikki Reviews or something like that. Yeah. I got nothing. As soon as I said it, I was
you
like,
need to workshop it.
All right.
This thing has to happen organically.
I mean, you kind of came up with the idea, so I kind of feel like you also have to workshop it.
I came up with the idea. That's as far as I go.
All right.
Do you like that idea? You want to be over-the-top review guy?
Well, yeah, but I'm going to be like Bruce Valanche. I'm just going to be so positive
There
that
you go.
everyone's like, this guy's a vibe. Except when he goes to that one restaurant where the
one Chinese restaurant.
With the hellhounds and whatnot. All right. Nikki assessment? No. Nikki appraisal.
Nikki appraisal.
Okay.
That's not bad.
Nikki analysis. That sounds like a...
Nikki
Tony
critic?
Cormain.
Wait, one more time?
Nikki critic?
No, I don't like that one. Because I feel like I'm a friendly critic, right? Ooh.
Well, yeah, friendly critics.
The friendly critic. Come on now. Because I'm friendly, and I'm a critic.
The friendly.
Yeah, like the
Capital.
Ohio
Oh,
State.
yeah, of course.
Yeah. Mac, what did you say?
I said Tony Cormain instead of Anthony Bourdain.
It's not bad. I don't think I'm going to use it, but that's not bad. I give you some credit there. Now, here's the thing. My kids have started to realize that I do this at everything.
Yeah.
And they call attention to it. Mom, he's taking pictures again. Oh, gosh, he's going to review this place. If only there were Google reviews for my children.
There's so many different hobbies that are out there.
Yeah.
That are a little bit different than this one.
Yeah.
And you pick this one.
What hobby would you have?
I golf.
Okay.
I run.
Oh, anybody can golf.
I walk trails.
I also walk trails.
I play basketball.
I walk trails while I'm reviewing them.
I bowl.
Bowl.
You name it. Active things.
I can do those while reviewing them. 216-474-0092. I can also review a gambling service.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Ooh, 1 star.
It's got to be food.
1 star.
Food's your thing.
That's fair. And walking trails.
I don't know how that's possible.
Well, I like to walk despite being obese.
How do you... No. No, I'm saying...
Oh, you now want to say, okay, yeah.
How do you differentiate from one trail to the next and leave a review that way?
How well is it? How well is it kept?
Okay,
right.
That's fine. Like Heinen.
What's the optionality, to use the words, of the trails? Right. Is it well marked? Meaning, like, do the signs tell you where you need to go? Right. All those things.
Yeah.
Are there a-hole bicyclists out there?
Well, that's not the trail's fault.
Yes, it is. No, it's not their fault.
And it was just one day that they were there. It doesn't mean that they're going to show up all the time.
If I've been there
it's a terrible
5 times
review.
and those people are there 5 times,
it's not a helpful review.
Yes, it is.
That should go to the very bottom of the list on a Google search.
You go walking with little man. You want to know if there are a bunch of problematic bicyclists there?
Yeah, but just because they're there on a Monday doesn't mean that they're there all the time.
If you go there 5
so
times,
you would
and
have to
they're
say, I was there this one day and this one time it happened.
Yeah, that's why there's a specificity of the review. 216-474-0092. Am I a nerd for my reviewing hobby? My children say yes. The ultimate nerd in Cleveland sports, Chris Fedor, clearly says yes. And Fedor thinks Cleveland is taking this person for granted. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Meredith Kane.
A smart move for the Cavs that you will call stupid because of a stupid thing that this guy did in the NBA Finals.
Meanwhile, the Knicks fans said they had no chance to win a championship a year ago. Could that be the same for the Cavs?
It's the Emerging Podcast Scene presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com and on the free Odyssey app.
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Yes, 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 yes.
James Palmer, NFL insider at Bleacher Report, coming up in about 20 minutes. I want to tell you about the kind of jagaloons I work with. Fedor immediately craps all over the chicken parm in one of the pictures.
It had no parm.
That I showed. You have no parm.
It was chicken sauce.
Your chicken sauce.
On top of a bed of spaghetti.
And then
You
Mac,
know how many great Italian spots are in this area?
Yes, because I'll review them all. That's what I'm going to do.
Gosh.
And then Mac goes, well, how many views does your have? That's why you guys are where you are in life.
Is that right?
Yeah, a bunch of cynical, negative Nellies out there.
I'm cynical.
Yeah.
Okay,
bunch
Nick.
of, you know what? You don't have love for local business, and that's fine.
Not when they make chicken parm that looks like that.
You didn't even see it. You did.
I did see it.
Yeah,
There's no
one of these
parm
days,
on it.
I'm going to bring in their parm, and you're going to like it.
There is no parm on it. It's sauce, spaghetti, and weird-looking chicken.
The parm. What? You can't see what kind of chicken it is by looking at the picture.
Yeah, you can.
You know you can.
It's supposed to be, yes. It's supposed to be like this flat, pan-seared piece that is breaded.
It's exactly what it was.
It did not look like that at all.
Well, then maybe you're bad at looking at things.
Maybe
everybody
knows that I can throw down food with the best of them. Yeah, I can. Maybe your next hobby should be photography.
Yeah. Maybe.
So that you can work on some of these pictures.
This is why you guys will never be the friendly reviewer.
The moniker you picked is not helpful.
What do you mean?
Reviews are supposed to be ruthless.
No, they're not.
And they're supposed to be honest so that if somebody doesn't know about the place, they get a genuine, honest evaluation and then determine, do they want to go there? If
Those
you're just
two
going to be
things are not the
friendly
same.
about everywhere that you go, it's not helpful to these people that are going to this place for honest reviews.
You can be friendly and honest. Thank you very much.
No, not really.
You can't be ruthless. Well, you can be ruthless and honest, but the
Yes,
point
you
is,
can.
you don't need to be ruthless. You can be friendly and honest. Thank you very much.
How are you going to give a 1 star and then come across as friendly?
I cannot wait to give you a 1-star review.
For
I'm going to
what?
find you on Google Maps.
You're going to read my story on Cleveland.com.
You know what? Next story. You're going to look at the first comment is bland. Did AI write this? I miss Jason Lloyd. Is that something I can
Parmesan.
say? Where's the parm?
Where's the parm?
James Palmer, not James Palmer. James coming up in just about 15 minutes here. But you think we're taking someone for granted?
Yeah, Donovan Mitchell. You've said it for the last 2 days. You've basically openly admitted that we're taking him for granted. Do you remember how bad this organization was and the situation that they were in before Donovan got here? They were losing play-in tournament games to the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, they were in play-in team, though.
They were a play-in team. That's not good.
They did that.
You don't want to be a play-in team.
But they did that in 3 years.
The best night for the Cavs during the non-LeBron or Donovan Mitchell era was the draft lottery.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second best night was the draft itself. Think about how far they have come.
Yeah,
Donovan is mostly responsible for that. He's been the leader of that.
I think Evan has been responsible for that. I think Darius for a part of that was.
Just like 2016, RJ was responsible, and Channing Frye was responsible, and Matthew Dellavedova.
Donovan is
and
not LeBron.
all these other
Stop
guys.
it.
But
Donovan's not LeBron.
led them to a championship, just like Donovan has led the turnaround of this franchise.
Evan is Kyrie. Darius is K-Love, or you can strike that and
You are
reverse it if
out
you're
of
better.
your mind.
No, I think you're out of your mind.
He has been an MVP candidate every single season that he has been here. He has led this organization to 4 straight playoff appearances, 2 semifinals, 1 conference finals, 3 50-win seasons.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just assume that Evan Mobley was going to do that if Donovan Mitchell wasn't here. You can't just assume that Darius Garland would have done that if Donovan Mitchell wasn't here.
When
He
you
put
traded
his
for him,
imprint
did you
on
say,
this organization.
I want to get to the second round of the playoffs consistently?
No, of course you want to compete for a championship.
Okay, and you haven't.
They have.
No,
they
they
just
have
got to
not.
the conference finals.
They got swept. They were not
They were
even
one
close to that
series
team.
away
No,
from
they
getting
weren't.
to the NBA finals.
That is a very convenient Donovan-centric way of explaining that. That saying it, they were one series away. No, they got swept in the Eastern Conference Finals. A team you and I think are fraudulent in the Detroit Pistons took them to 7 games.
You also act like it's easy to turn a franchise that had no success whatsoever, that was playing for ping pong balls and lottery picks. You act like it's easy to turn that franchise into a consistent, stable winner.
Show your work on that. How do I act like it's easy?
Because you just took for granted getting to the conference finals.
No. The point is, he's done stuff. He's done some stuff.
Yes, he has.
But the Cavs are treating him like
more
LeBron.
Than
he
Evan
doesn't
Mobley
deserve that.
would have done. More than Darius Garland would have done. Yes, we do.
You know you don't.
Because there's a difference in their talent. Yes, they needed the talent of Donovan Mitchell. They needed somebody who was going to play like an MVP candidate. They needed a pro with maturity who knew how to win basketball games consistently, not how to get to the play-in tournament and lose to the fraudulent Atlanta Hawks.
Every single year, somebody comes available. Not every single year. I don't want to say that. I know. Almost every single year, there are names that move the needle that come available in the NBA. Last offseason was the anomaly that we didn't have that. But most every year, Donovan's getting traded, a Harden's getting traded, a Kevin Durant's getting traded, a Kyrie's getting traded. LeBron moves on every 4 years. Well, now it's been like 8 years, but you know what I'm saying. Like, there are great players. And again, none of this is to take away what Donovan has done. It is to look forward and go, can he get you where you want to go? And if not, who can? And that's the conversation we should be having instead of, but look at what Donovan's done, so I guess he's a made man. Donovan shouldn't be a made man. You can respect what he's done without going overboard and giving him so much credit of things he has not accomplished
yet. Do you understand how hard it was to get Donovan Mitchell and how long it took this organization to get Donovan Mitchell and the missteps along the way and the dark times?
Yep. Yeah, and they're no longer in dark times.
No, because of him.
Yep, and which doesn't mean you should keep him infinitum.
Well, as long as he continues to give you a consistent chance at winning, you keep him.
Yeah,
and
unless
he
you
does
can upgrade.
Still.
Unless you can upgrade, which Jaylen Brown is an upgrade.
But they're not taking that deal. Boston's not taking that deal.
That we know of. By the way, we don't know. Just because it's leaked that they would take Evan Mobley. Find me the package that is better than Donovan Mitchell for Jaylen Brown, or Donovan and a future first-round pick or two for Jaylen Brown.
Jalen Johnson as a centerpiece from the Atlanta Hawks.
I feel like that's just as much of a sidestep, but okay.
Why? How is that a sidestep?
Because Jalen isn't the player Donovan is?
No, he's not, but he's younger. He's on a different kind of contract, and there's not a level of concern that the player is potentially going to walk after just 1 year.
It's Boston. Donovan's not going to go walk after 1 year.
Teams all the time spend more for players under team control. Mm-hmm. You understand that?
Yep.
Yes.
By the way, why did the Cavs trade for James Harden? Because they worked out contractual futures with him.
Yes, because they thought they were going to have him under team control.
Yes, because they had that conversation. So those conversations in the NBA happen all the time. You're telling me before they would trade for Donovan Mitchell, the Celtics wouldn't go, hey, Donovan, you gonna stick here in a year?
He could change his mind. You can't take him at his word.
Yes, you can. No, Teams do that all the time.
Okay, and it also backfires.
Yeah, and it also doesn't at times. That's the right word.
Yes. So if you're trading Jaylen Brown, you don't take that risk.
Listen, I think the Cavs feel like they have to choose between Evan and Donovan. I do. And I think they're going to choose Evan. So I think you're going to end up winning this argument no matter what.
They should. But they should choose Evan. He hasn't proven nearly as much as Donovan Mitchell.
Donovan hasn't proved nearly what you've said he has.
Yes, he has.
No, he's been a very nice he's been an elite regular season player, and he's been really good at points in the postseason. But in the end, you are the best player on your team. That record, your end result, speaks to who you are.
He took a franchise that was nothing without LeBron James, that was playing for draft picks, and he made them respectable.
They weren't the 15 seed Cavs.
They were a play-in team that couldn't beat the Hawks.
Year 3 of what? Year 1 of Evan Mobley, year 3 of Darius Garland.
Yes.
So the idea that core wasn't going to get better
they weren't
by
going
themselves.
they weren't going to get to the point that Donovan took them.
Donovan, right. Here's where we'll agree. Donovan jump-started the rebuild.
No, he led the rebuild. He
jump-started it.
No,
the rebuild was jump-started when you got Evan Mobley. And then you had
Technically,
Darius.
the rebuild was jump-started when you traded for Jared Allen.
I'll also agree with that.
Yes.
But the point is, did he level jump you? Yes. Now you have to ask, can he still level jump with you? I don't know why anyone just assumes that he can. So I'm not taking him for
Why do you assume
granted.
that Evan Mobley can?
Because he's much younger and because the
Because
circumstances
he
haven't
hasn't
changed
proven
around
nearly
him.
as much? Because he hasn't improved his game?
Because he hasn't been put in a position to.
Wow.
Because Donovan has been the best player on,
Yes,
9
he has.
consecutive teams?
Yes, he has.
And he has topped out with one Eastern Conference Finals appearance. And by the way, in which you got swept.
Since when does going to the Eastern Conference Finals, since when is that a bad thing?
When you get swept. When you get absolutely worked. And he's not the only one, but he is the best player on that team that got swept. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, where's the accountability for that? Where's the honest conversation with that?
I think there is an honest conversation.
What is it?
I think a lot of
Is it
people
blame
are
it on
questioning.
Darius?
No,
Is
I
it
think-
blame it on Evan Mobley?
I think a lot of people are questioning whether Donovan Mitchell can be the best player on a championship team. Yes,
the
that
Cavs,
is happening.
But yeah, the Cavs aren't maybe making that question, are they?
I think they are. Yeah.
So I
think they have to ask that question.
Where are those questions? I see the questions by floating Evans' name being floated in talks. I see the fact that they've given James the latitude to go see if he can get a better deal. I see there.
You don't have to act on it. There's also the other side of this where they are a better team, regardless of what they do, with Donovan Mitchell on it. Donovan Mitchell leading it. They're always going to come to that point. There is nobody that they can get reasonably that if Donovan is also taken off this team, that they're going to look at it and say, we're a better basketball.
Then they're overvaluing
not.
Donovan Mitchell.
They're appreciating what he has already shown to be and what he's already shown to do for an organization.
And that appreciation is taking them away from making the evaluation going forward.
They
you
were
do
the
not pay
Bulls.
for what you did. No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
No, they
They
weren't.
were a back-end play-in team.
For 1 year.
Yes.
They were building.
With no guarantee that they were going to get out of that. There are teams all the time that have all these young guys that get to the play-in tournament, and then you sit there and you say to yourself, well, they could take the next step next year. They could take the next step the year after. They could take the next step the year after. And it never happens because just because you're a young player doesn't mean you improve.
Yeah, and there are
doesn't mean
also
that you
young
get to the
teams-
level that Donovan Mitchell was at the time that they traded
There's
for
also
him.
young teams that do the thing that you just said, which is they get better and better and better and they build.
Yeah, when their players are good enough and they show that.
I don't think you know whether
Darius
they
Garland
would've-
was an incredibly flawed player. Everybody could see it.
Yeah, because he's the
can't
only
guard
undersized
you.
point guard.
He can't guard you.
He probably could.
I don't know about that
He
one.
probably could. I'm
He
very slow.
can't really guard anybody.
He can guard some people.
And
They
he
just have to be
doesn't-
much smaller
And
than
he
him.
doesn't take the game seriously enough to lead a team the way that Donovan Mitchell did.
I think.
And Evan Mobley is not a leader. They needed a leader. They needed a pro. They needed a winner. They needed somebody.
By the way, you
to
knew he
show
wasn't
them
a
what-
leader when he was 19 or 20 years old, Evan Mobley?
It's a personality thing. He's
By the
not an
way-
alpha.
By the way, how the hell do we know that Donovan's a leader worthy of...
Because he's led 9 teams to the playoffs.
To the playoffs. I forgot. More than half the league gets into the playoff, Chris.
That's an accomplishment that Darius Garland couldn't do. That's an accomplishment that Evan Mobley couldn't do.
They weren't given a chance to do.
There's a reason
difference.
for that.
No, the reason is you traded for Donovan Mitchell. And I have no problem with trading for Donovan Mitchell. He is not LeBron. He is not Kevin Durant. He is not the 1% of the NBA, and he shouldn't be treated like that.
He
He's
is a
great
top
player.
15 player.
Yes, but he's not a top 5 player, never will be.
You can't just go to the superstar store and pick out somebody.
This case, you might be able
Because
to.
it's convenient.
You might be able to.
Well, yeah, if you trade Evan Mobley.
Yeah, if you trade Donovan Mitchell. James Palmer, NFL insider at Bleacher Report. He has a quarterback idea for the Browns, but the question Fedor wants to throw out there is, are we taking Donovan Mitchell for granted? James Palmer in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
I'd love to talk quarterbacks with you guys. Have me back soon. I got a sleeper that the Browns can go with, and I'll save it for next time.
Oh, that's
now I want to hear it. Can
you just give it to us now? Because I might not remember next time. I'm in my 40s there, James.
I'll text your producer. I'll say, listen, let's not wait too long before we do this.
Perfect, buddy.
But we got to have a tease.
Thank God Jake Murren remembered that.
So what producers for?
There's no chance in hell.
Give him a Marconi.
If I don't hand those things out willy-nilly.
I think they do.
They probably do.
Like Emmys.
Is it like a $50
It's like an Emmy.
surcharge?
Sports Emmy, a regional one.
Oh.
You get an Emmy. You get an Emmy. You get an Emmy.
One of these days. But not with you.
No.
JP would be jealous. However, Jake Murren did remind me of this, and we do have James Palmer back, NFL Insider at Bleacher Report on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. James, welcome to the show.
Guys, I think you need to add to the title, Regional Sports Emmy winning Palmer.
I do like that.
Because I do have one of those regional ones. I think it was the Heart. It was when I was in Houston. They're a bit of an odd Emmy. But I think everybody does claim them, don't they? Like the regional ones. Ron's watching his regional Emmy speech.
Did that make your profile on social media?
Of course it does. It's still the same little statue. Yeah.
Well, you know how this is.
For it, though. You do got to buy it.
You do.
You know, this is how it works, though, in any media. That the guys that won it are like, well, I won it. You know, it's a process, but I won it. And the guys who haven't won it are like, you got to pay for it, right?
Well, I'm the guy who won one and still is bitter he had to pay for it. My person was like, yeah, that's great, you won. Here's what it costs if you want the trophy. I was like, wait a minute, what? Okay, I'll still pay for it.
All right, James, the last time you were on with us, you teased something about a sleeper at quarterback. It is time to pay off this tease because Jake Murren, our producer, has been waiting for, I think, about 4 weeks on this one.
I know. Well, I'm glad you said 4 weeks because the landscape has changed because I had two of them. And I honestly thought the Browns should have been in on Brendan Sorsby. But we did not predict 4 weeks ago that he would be the rare occurrence to not be allowed into the supplemental draft. So we need to skate on that one. But I did think Cleveland could have been in the running as I was talking to enough people around the league that it started to get maybe a little bit lower on the type of pick you needed to give up. And they could still be able to have these multiple first-round picks, have a chance to have Brendan Sorsby in the building and see what he's like for a year, essentially just watching and being, in your quarterback room, and you get to learn a lot about him, and it doesn't impact what you want to do at the position as well in the 27 draft. But all of this is for naught. The other one I had, and I don't know how much you'd have to give up, but what is your guys' thought on Mac Jones? In all honesty.
So
do you think he's a better option than anybody in that room right now in Cleveland?
Yes, but it is price dependent.
Yeah, the salary's nothing, which is great. And San Francisco does not right now, to my understanding, want to give him up just for anything. I think obviously every player outside of a dozen of them have a price tag somewhere. But I do think it's a little higher than most teams around the league would like to. But I do think that's a guy with the skill position group, and we should talk about it, that they're starting to put together there in Cleveland, that a distributor of the ball is, I think, really what's going to be valued in Cleveland over the next couple of years.
Well, the other thing about Mac, wasn't it Sam Darnold who was talking about just like being in an environment that is quarterback friendly and the things that you can learn from the bench? It's hard to actually see those things play themselves out until you actually give a guy a chance. But if Mac Jones can do the Sam Darnold type thing, then maybe you don't have to continue to compile all these draft picks and use them on a quarterback, and you can use them on other things that you need.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's very few coaches that are in the Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay. Maybe you put Kevin O'Connell in that, maybe as well, maybe. in terms of, just guys have benefited from just being around. And Mac has had that now with Kevin O'Connell. With Kyle Shanahan this past year. You saw what he did when he filled in for Brock Purdy. Hell, he was originally going to be Kyle's pick, right, with the 3rd overall pick. Everybody knows it. And he was going to take him, but he ends up obviously going with Trey Lance and going with the tangibles. But, the way Mac processes, and I remember doing my work during that draft, and I had a number of offensive coaches tell me he was the best interview they had. He was in terms of processing information and understanding a playbook, he was the best out of the group by far. There are things to like about Mac. The salary obviously is a big one. I know he's kind of kicking himself a little bit for signing the 2-year deal for $8 million total for 2 years. So he's at $4 and change this year. But I do think that this is another one where the NFL is just really in love with reclamation projects. You brought up Sam Darnold, and we know, obviously, Baker Mayfield. And we know that some of these guys have bounced back, Daniel Jones as well. And if you had top of the first-round pick traits and you were picked there in the first place, and you get a chance to grow and get a chance to become a better player and learn from a place like with Kyle Shanahan, the league is really starting to find these players in vogue for sure, as opposed to paying the $50, $60 million. And we might be honestly approaching $70 million for a quarterback in probably within the calendar year.
I think my only concern now, James, is very similar to when Baker got dealt to Carolina, and I think it was 4th of July weekend. We are late enough in the offseason that I wonder if you're putting, whether in this case Mac Jones, behind the 8 ball by having him learn all this and his teammates in the system with roughly, 3 weeks of training camp before you have to go ahead and get ready for the regular season.
Completely get it. And that's why I said, sleeper outside of the box. Do I think this is likely to happen? No, I really don't. I think their two quarterbacks are Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson to compete this thing, and I bet you they both play, in all honesty, in 2026. But as we were trying to look outside the box at other options, Mac has been kind of appealing to some people around the league because of what they saw in that sample size and because of the people that he's been sitting in the room with over the last year.
Who do you think the Browns are going to go with? Deshaun Watson or Shedeur?
I think if it's close, my opinion is you should go with Shedeur. I think Deshaun needs to win this outright. From everything that I've gathered, I think he's looked good. I'm curious about the confidence side. I covered him a lot in Houston, and that was a big part of his success, was he felt like he was the baddest man on the planet when he played. And you know what? In those last couple of years in Houston, why Cleveland was not the only one that was willing to give up so much for him, he was unbelievable on the field, and the confidence was a big part of that. And I'm curious if he can get back to that after playing just 19 games over the last several seasons. So that part is what I'm waiting for, and in the competitive environment to see if that comes back. He's always had a really good deep ball. He's always had, obviously a good arm, and what's the athleticism like with the Achilles. But if it's close, why wouldn't you go with Shedeur, who's gained ground to my understanding? And that was one of the things that everybody just knew with Shedeur Sanders was hey man, it's not like he's I went to his pro day. It's not like he's a bad quarterback. He just hasn't played in a real style of offense, and he needs some time, and he needs to grow. And he's been in the building a bunch, and he's grown, and he's shown some of this improvement here. If that's there, and you have him under contract over the next couple of years, I'm trying to take a look at him before you get into the decisions on how aggressive you are. And I think they will be, obviously, towards a quarterback in the 27 draft. But if it's close and Deshaun doesn't win it clearly, I think Shedeur should be the one you go with. But I do understand the thought process of we've already committed so much to Deshaun. I just mentioned earlier, if you've been picked at the top of the draft once and you've played at one of the best quarterbacks in football in your past, the last thing you want is for him to go and do that elsewhere. So you really want to take one final look. I get it, but if it's close, I would go with Shedeur.
I'm curious, James, if it is Deshaun instead of Shedeur, what do you think that says about Shedeur?
I don't think it says a ton, in all honesty. I think what we should be focusing on is that this is I know it's a unique 5th-round pick, but it's still a 5th-round pick. And he's giving a former first-round pick, a guy who's led the NFL in passing, a guy who has put up unbelievable numbers in this league and for a stretch has played as a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. He's giving him a run for his money right now, and he's still a young player that, like I mentioned, nobody really questioned him in terms of accuracy. They questioned what was his experience coming into the league and Pat Shurmur's offense and the way things were designed for him and the way that they played football at CU. He had some growth to go through, and he had some things that he needed to develop. And if he continues to grow and develop, he lost out to a guy who at one point was considered one of the best players in this league. I don't think it says a lot in the negative space if we keep hearing out of the building, and I have heard this, that like he just continues to get better. And I think that's the number one thing you're looking for from developmental prospects, which I truly believe Shedeur was, despite all the hype that was around him. He was a developmental prospect, and that continues to develop. And I think it's actually developing quicker than maybe the Browns thought it would.
James, what does success look like in year one for Todd Monken?
I think the offense is still. I think the defense is still going to be good. Maybe you lose Myles Garrett. It's tough to be on the same level they've been over the last couple of years. But did you make this a competitive offense? Did you make this an offense that isn't so drastically different than the other side of the ball? I think that's a really important part. I do think he's winning people over. I do think he's winning people over in the building, and I think all of that is a good start to all of this. I think you need to see the class from 25 take another step, which is one of the best classes we've seen over the last couple of years. And then you see the class that you had here become instant contributors. If you have a guy like Denzel Boston, which you can go back and shameless plug, Steve Smith and I on our show did like a 20-minute breakdown on him. He was one of Steve's favorite players in this draft, and he had an awesome spring from everybody I've talked to there in Cleveland. You get a chance to get some of these guys that are going to play well, I think, at the skill positions on the offensive side of the ball. To me, that's a successful aspect of the 26 season because you're really looking hard maybe at Shedeur Sanders, and the better your skill guys play around them, the better you're going to get a look at them. And then also, if that group takes a big step, you might play a young quarterback in 27 that you pick at the top of the draft. The growth that those skill guys make in 26 under Todd Monken, I think, is extremely important to the success that you can have with a young quarterback in 27.
How difficult do you think it'll be to evaluate Todd and this team, given the quarterback situation that they're in that we've already talked about?
Yeah, I think it's tough. I do. I do think you're going to have to really dig deep in how you evaluate it. I mean, this is obviously a quarterback-driven league, and then once again, you're going into camp with a quarterback competition and no answer at the quarterback competition. Does he sell the entire locker room, this is going to be one of the youngest, if not the youngest team in football, right? Like, does this group buy into him? Does this group buy into what he's building? It is, there's only 6 guys on the team that are older than 30. So does he take this young nucleus and they understand where they're headed? I think that's a big part of the evaluation. It is, you don't want to say wins and losses matter less a little bit when you have this young of a team and you're really looking, ever since the move they made with moving out of the spot and making the trade where they didn't go after Travis Hunter really was a sign to me, and I think a lot of people, that they knew where they were in terms of this rebuild. Is he taking this young nucleus along with him, and are they bought in? Because that's really everything what's happened in these last couple of drafts.
James, obviously you mentioned Brennan Sorsby. The NFL did deny the supplemental draft opportunity. There has been some speculation, though, that he could sue the league, that there could be maybe the NFL maybe takes a different stance if there is a lawsuit. I'm just curious, what % chance would you give Brennan Sorsby's legal team to actually create a pathway with the NFL to be in the NFL in 2026?
Yeah, I mean, his legal team with Jeffrey Kessler has obviously a track record of challenging the NFL and being successful in challenging the NFL. I think what we're really waiting to see, and I think this is, as I make some calls around the league the last couple of days, has been is he going to continue these legal battles, which this has cost him a lot of money personally, in terms of these legal fees and the money he's, compound out with the money he's lost during his college career, not from gambling, guys, the money that he didn't win bets. No, the other stuff he's lost as well in terms of his NIL and everything else that's gone on. But does he want to continue to go down that path and fight this? Because there is a way that he could possibly win it. There certainly is, and they could hold a supplemental draft later, or they could find a way to get him into the league in 26. There is an avenue. I'm not sure how likely it is, but there is an avenue for that to happen. There are plenty of people around the league that are really saying, hey, man, maybe you take a look at the letter that was written to you, that was released to the media the same time it was released to you. And in there, quite a bit is maybe you should just kind of take some accountability and take some time, and we'll see you at the 27 draft. That seems to be a little bit more likely of the stance of the way some people around the league think he should approach this. But again, with everything that he's lost so far, maybe he's trying to get in the league as quickly as possible. The representation did come out, and Jeffrey Kessler said pretty quickly that they were going to try to fight this. We'll see if the fight continues. I think that's the one we're not really sure about, but there is an avenue where they could win this and he could get into the league in some capacity in 26. And then we go and see what team's interest level is. It's there. It's there. On what level, I'm not entirely sure because nobody really wants to show their hand just yet about it.
All right, James, any tease for the next time we have you on that again, Jake can remember for the next 4 to 6 weeks?
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. What should we talk? Next time I come back, can we talk some Ohio State Buckeyes? Can we talk a little?
Yep.
Yeah, that's more fun than Browns, for sure.
Yeah, I think we can do that.
Come on. I mean, how about Jeremiah Smith in this rating here? Let's go. I mean, we just had Brian Hartline on our show the other day talking Ohio State guys. I didn't want to talk about South Florida. I wanted to talk about Ohio State. Let's talk Buckeyes next time we do this. I would love that.
You got it, buddy. Thank you so much.
Love it. All right.
Regional Emmy winner James Palmer of the Bleacher Report on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say, his surprise names, and more in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson.
one prescribed biologic and Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Leave the garage door open and turn up the fan. Spend the summer with your home for Cleveland Sports Talk. 92.3 The Fan.
I honestly thought the Browns should have been in on Brendan Sorsby, but we did not predict 4 weeks ago that he would be the rare occurrence to not be allowed into the supplemental draft. So we need to skate on that one. But I did think Cleveland could have been in the running as I was talking to enough people around the league that it started to get maybe a little bit lower on the type of pick you needed to give up. But all of this is for naught. The other one I had, and I don't know how much you'd have to give up, but what is your guys' thought on Mac Jones? The salary's nothing, which is great. And San Francisco does not right now, to my understanding, want to give him up just for anything. I think obviously every player outside of a dozen of them have a price tag somewhere, but I do think it's a little higher than most teams around the league would like to. But I do think that's a guy with the skill position group, and we should talk about it, that they're starting to put together there in Cleveland, that a distributor of the ball is, I think, really what's going to be valued in Cleveland over the next couple of years.
Price is everything, Chris, and that was James Palmer of Bleacher Report in the previous segment. Like a year ago, when the Falcons wanted to trade Kirk Cousins, but they weren't going to release him, and the Falcons wanted a fourth rounder. I was like, he's a 36-year-old quarterback.
Yeah.
You clearly are moving on from him. No, I'm not going to give that. With Mac Jones, when the 49ers were saying first or second round pick, you've got him under control for one more year. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Now, Mac Jones right now today, Mac Jones before the draft is probably the better way to put it. For a fourth round pick, would have not even been a question for me because Mac Jones versus Shedeur is a truly equitable quarterback battle as opposed to Mac Jones versus Deshaun.
I don't think it is.
Deshaun versus Shedeur.
I think Mac Jones wins in a landslide.
I think he might be right.
Shedeur.
I think he might be right, but I'm at least willing to give Shedeur real competition in that case.
I am open to any idea that prevents me from watching Shedeur Sanders play quarterback on Sundays. I would rather poke myself in the eyeballs repeatedly than watch him try to play quarterback at the NFL level.
I think that's an insanely hot take.
It's not.
Yes.
He was statistically one of the worst quarterbacks that we've ever seen.
Yeah, and I think I've heard everyone pirate that take, and the truth is...
It's not pirating when it's actually true.
Yeah, but, parroting it. There, that's a different one. Everyone has said it, and then you actually put on the tape. He really wasn't as bad as the stats say he was.
Yes, he was.
No,
he made
wasn't.
a couple of plays downfield with his arm.
Not a couple.
Every now and then he extended
game.
plays. He was terrible. He had more interceptions than touchdowns. He had a terrible EPA per play, terrible success rate, terrible completion percentage over expected. He was one of the worst players that played quarterback in the NFL last year. And the only reason why he looked good is because you were comparing him to Dylan Gabriel.
And you were comparing him to Joe Flacco, who struggled in the same offense, who looked worse. Looked as bad, if you want to go that way, in the same offense.
Has no feel for pressure. None whatsoever.
Disagree.
None.
I disagree with the no. I disagree with the
Holds
absolutes.
on to the ball too long. Tries to make the big play.
Did you see the offensive line he was playing with? Did you see the skill players he was playing with?
Always the offensive line. Always the skill player.
Not always.
Never the guy.
In this one.
Never the guy, just not being good enough.
You literally said yesterday that it's the worst playmaker room in the NFL.
It is.
And that's what you're holding him accountable for?
No, not at all.
He couldn't elevate those guys?
I'm evaluating him, and that's the hard thing about a disastrous situation like the Browns, is that you evaluate each thing independent of the other stuff, which is difficult. Of course it's difficult. But if you do that with Shedeur Sanders, you see one of the worst quarterbacks that you've ever seen.
And he was a fifth-round pick, and he would you cannot convince me that he was put in a good situation and that he didn't make hay.
I wouldn't say that he was.
That he didn't make hay compared to everything else. He also happened to be on teams that won games, going 3-4 in 7 games. That was more competitive than what Dylan or Joe did the previous 10 games.
That's the mark. be
Yes.
better than Dylan Gabriel and Joe Flacco?
Yes, in
No,
that
it's
scenario with
how
a
do you
head coach that's about to get fired,
No,
yes.
it's how do you stack up to the other quarterbacks in the NFL? That's the question.
Name me another
was-
quarterback that would have been better last year in that. Name me like give me like a Baker
Mac
Mayfield.
Jones would have been better
I don't think so at all
in that situation.
No, look
Yes,
at the
he
last
would've.
time Mac Jones
He
was in
would've
that
been more
situation.
confident.
It was the year before they drafted Drake May, and there's a reason they were able to draft Drake May. They were a 3-win team with Mac Jones that year.
Yes, and it wasn't all him. Team record.
Oh wait. So now
No.
it's a team record.
I'm
but
not
not with
saying
Shedeur?
anything about Shedeur. I'm talking about his performance. I'm not talking about what he did from a win-loss perspective. I'm not talking about all of those things that you're talking about. I'm talking about his performance. His performance specifically. That's it.
Wait, who's Mac?
Shedeur's.
I'm sorry, I lost the plot there.
One of the worst that we've seen.
Yeah, I don't think that
That's
the
what
actual
I'm saying. Independent of the other stuff.
I don't think that you can't.
Yes.
When you have
can.
an
That's
offensive
what you have
line
to do.
that is non-functional, you have a system that is non-functional. You have Jerry Jeudy moping on the sidelines and causing issues, and that's supposed to be your best wide receiver. And by that time, Quinshon was hurt. Like, I'm not
saying that he needed to elevate everything around him as a rookie. I'm just evaluating his performance with those circumstances attached to it. And his performance was one of the worst quarterbacks that we've seen.
And I don't have a problem with you saying that. I have a problem with you saying I'd rather gouge things into my eyeballs than watch Shedeur play. I don't think that's fair to Shedeur or the situation or the fact that I think him having a offseason is big for him. I think the fact that they have improved every single thing around him, I think if this year it looks exactly the same, then you were right and I was wrong. I would be beyond shocked if it looks exactly the same it did in the final 7 games of last year.
You can tell me any realistic quarterback option out there. And it doesn't mean that these options that you would come up with are great. But you can give me any realistic one. You can give me Mac Jones. You can give me any other one that you consider realistic. And I would say that that is a better option than watching Shedeur Sanders play quarterback for the Browns.
3 months ago, sorry, not even 3 months ago, like 6 weeks ago.
Kyler Murray would have been a better option.
Oh, and by the way, I agreed. I wanted Kyler here. But I think there's a difference of going to the degree that you're going to. I'm fine with having concerns
I'm just
about
talking
Shedeur.
about how he performed as a rookie. That's all I'm saying.
And I think my thing is I don't think everybody agrees. Like, I do think, like, you can still think he was bad last year, just not to the degree that I think you think he was bad last year.
Every stat will tell you.
I don't care about the stats.
Oh, that's convenient.
Well, no.
Now you don't care about the stats, but when you were talking about Harold Fannin being a top 5 tight end, all you cared about were the stats.
In a 7-game sample size, at the end of the season, with all the things we just talked about, I am going to, oh, by the way, rookie 5th-round pick that shouldn't have seen the field last year, I'm going to throw those stats out if that's the only argument you have. Like, if you listen to football dudes, they say the stats don't match up with the actual tape. That doesn't mean he was John Elway. But if you just want to throw him away because of stats, I can throw any quarterback in the NFL away, including Mac Jones's last year in New England, because of the stats.
Although you can't to the level of Shedeur, because we haven't seen it before to that level. That level of bad. It's one of the worst in history.
You've repeated it. I know what people say and have said repeatedly.
So there are levels to this.
You love saying that.
His stats are very, very different than anyone else that you could come up with. Cam Ward, Mac Jones.
Oh, you mean the number 1 pick in the draft?
Whoever else you're talking about.
And by the way, Mac Jones, you mean San Francisco
That
last year
level
or the
of
last
bad.
time we saw Mac
Doesn't
start
matter.
before that?
Doesn't matter. That level of bad.
By the way, Sam
Mac
Darnold
Jones is still better than.
By the way, Sam Darnold
That level of
was
bad,
statistically
Baker Mayfield still better than.
By the way, I can find a season where Sam Darnold was statistically one of the 5 worst quarterbacks in the NFL. Same thing, and that was like 4 years into the NFL. Same thing with Baker Mayfield. And again, my point is not that I don't see your point. It is I think you're being incredibly hyperbolic.
Not at all. The numbers are the numbers. The numbers are the numbers.
And the tape is the tape.
Okay. And what did you see on tape that was good from Shedeur?
He makes plays.
The couple of plays that he made every now and then throughout the course of a game.
Every now and then. We're talking about.
It was.
We're talking about a significant amount of plays in a game that kept you in games and won you games.
So he made a couple of plays each game That's not enough for a starting quarterback in the NFL.
For a tryout, yes, it was.
No.
Go back and watch Jalen Hurts' 4 games in 2020 that he got, and that's not a statistically pretty attempt. But he made enough plays that it gave them the chance to carry him over the next year and give him a full year.
He played better than, no matter who you bring up, they are going to have better numbers, and they would have played better than Shedeur.
216-474-0092. That's what I wanted today. Another Shedeur Donnybrook. Your take on what Fedor said.
You brought it up.
You brought it up. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick Wilson, Chris Fedor back on Afternoon Drive. We got plenty to get to. Gardo's 10-game homestand we'll get to, I think, about 6 o'clock.
Woo!
You're bad at wooing. I mean,
I am no Ric Flair.
I think it's that you don't want to be Ric Flair. Like you don't. I think you know you can't match him, so then you try and undersell it. I don't think it's working, but I appreciate your efforts. I like the kind of like the Shador takes. That's what I was going to try.
Oh my gosh. You just ignore numbers. That's fine.
Let's get to the lead here. According to Jake Fisher and Mark Stein, the Cavs should have a verbal agreement soon with James Harden on a new multi-year deal. Greg Swartz of the Bleacher Report joined the Morning Boys today and was against the idea of a Harden extension.
If it's what I personally want, we would waive him and stretch that remaining $13 million and open up the full mid-level exception and explore other options and not go into the playoffs next year with a 37-year-old point guard who can't defend. That would be what I want. What I think is going to happen is it's going to be a 2-year, $60-some million contract that was presumably agreed to at the time of the deal, which is why Harden wanted out of the Clippers and to leave his hometown of Los Angeles was because he wanted that financial security, which the Clippers were smart enough to say, we're not going to give that to you. So I think there's been enough writing on the wall that Harden's going to get that 2-year, $60-ish million contract, and that's probably been agreed to, like I said, probably since February.
I like Greg. Good guy. Ridiculous take.
Which part?
Everything. The fact that he would waive and stretch James Harden, a guy who just helped the Cavs get to the Eastern Conference Finals, a guy who was a net positive and on-off differential throughout their entire playoff run, one of the few guys who was a positive and on-off differential, and the fact that you think that you can go out in this free agent market, and sign somebody the mid-level exception that's going to give you more or equal to what James Harden gave the Cavs during his time here is just an asinine take.
I am not a believer in James Harden at this point in his career, right? I should say. I would not have made the trade for Darius Garland. That said, I don't understand the idea of bailing now. Like if James, he is a free agent. If James took a deal with another team that was going to pay him more money, you would be screwed. And I think that'd be the first domino in eventually losing Donovan pretty quickly here. That to me is the risk of James walking and then you trying to replace him, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Do I think there's a moment in time, as soon as 6 months from now, 8 months from now, where you might be able to take James and turn him into another player that fits what you want more? Yes, but a lot has to happen, including more diminishing skills from James, which as of right now, he's still a very useful NBA player.
In 18 playoff games with James Harden on the court, the Cavs had an offensive rating of 113. In 18 playoff games with James Harden off the floor, they had an offensive rating of 97. They could not function as an offense without James Harden. And there's nothing that they can do to go out and improve the backup point guard spot. So James Harden makes you a better basketball team. Whether you like his play style or not, whether you like watching him play on TV or not, whether you like the things that he does off the floor or not, if you're going to talk basketball, James Harden makes a team a better basketball team, and every piece of evidence and every piece of data will tell you that.
I understand not liking the Donovan trade, Donovan trade, Freudian slip, the Harden trade 6 months ago. And I certainly understand long-term issues with it. The idea that now is the right time, or in any specific way that doesn't involve like a sign and trade that you have an equitable player coming back. At some point we can just say, yeah, I just didn't like this trade 4 months ago, and I'm waiting for the clock to run out on it.
Number 2, Shams Charania of ESPN was on Get Up this morning. He broke down the market for Jaylen Brown this offseason.
each day this week, the Boston Celtics have been actively engaged in trade conversations around Jaylen Brown with multiple interested teams. So where does this go from here? We know they tried to get Giannis, but what's the ask now? My understanding is in some cases the Celtics have asked teams for at least 4 first-round picks for Jaylen Brown. He's got 3 years left on his contract at a supermax clip. So where does that put him as far as his value? And if this is a Boston team that's been contending in the Eastern Conference and their potential ask for some teams is a package of picks and players, how have they reimagined this roster moving forward, their finances, their viability as a contender in the Eastern Conference? But I do think as of right now, time will tell which side will bring the urgency to this matter this offseason.
Yeah, I appreciate Shams quoting what agents have sent him. Here's the truth. When we say things in some instances for some teams, this doesn't take the Cavs out of it. And I don't care whether it's a Donovan package or an Evan package. You cannot convince me that there's anyone that can match either one of those players outside of maybe Houston with Şengün. So, and we don't know yet if Houston would give up Şengün and be willing to give them up. So I just think, like, I'm sorry. You got Trey Murphy and 4 first-rounders or 3 first-rounders. I don't think that equals Donovan Mitchell or, more importantly, Evan Mobley.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And I think every team is going to present something different to the Celtics, and they're going to have to sift through it. And it's very similar to what Milwaukee was facing. They had one kind of package from Miami, and then they had another package from Boston. And it's what fit their timeline the best. It's what fit what they wanted more. It's what Jimmy Haslam ultimately determined was best for their organization. But not every package is going to be pick-centric. Not every package is going to be young player-centric. Not every package is going to be NBA-ready player like Evan Mobley. So that's the interesting thing for Boston, is that this is one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference. This is a team that has championship aspirations, and they're not going to want to go backwards with this type of deal. And it's going to be hard for them to thread that needle.
Especially with Jason Tatum turning 29 next March. James Palmer, NFL insider at the Bleacher Report, joined us last hour. He revealed his out-of-the-box candidate at quarterback for the Cleveland Browns.
I honestly thought the Browns should have been in on Brendan Sorsby, but we did not predict 4 weeks ago that he would be the rare occurrence to not be allowed into the supplemental draft. So we need to skate on that one. But I did think Cleveland could have been in the running, as I was talking to enough people around the league that it started to get maybe a little bit lower on the type of pick you needed to give up. But all of this is for naught. The other one I had, and I don't know how much you'd have to give up, but what is your guys' thought on Mac Jones? The salary's nothing, which is great. And San Francisco does not, right now, to my understanding, want to give him up just for anything. I think, obviously, every player outside of a dozen of them have a price tag somewhere. But I do think it's a little higher than most teams around the league would like to. But I do think that's a guy with the skill position group, and we should talk about it, that they're starting to put together there in Cleveland, that a distributor of the ball is, I think, really what's going to be valued in Cleveland over the next couple of years.
Sign me up. Let's do it.
I wouldn't like
Make
the timing
call,
of it today.
Andrew.
I wouldn't like the timing of it today. And you and I just sit on opposite sides of the Shedeur thing, which I think a lot of people do, by the way. I think there's a wide chasm between people who think he's got a chance this year and people that don't. If you had said you can bring in Mac Jones for a 4th rounder before the draft, I would have been all over it. Might have even been willing to do a future 3rd rounder. I really do think Mac can be.
What would you give now?
It's still a 4th rounder.
All right.
Yeah. No, San Francisco screwed themselves because who else is going to trade for Mac Jones at this point in the season?
I don't think they would take a 4th rounder at this point either, especially given their starting quarterback and his injury history.
Then I'll wait a year.
All right.
So I think San Francisco kind of over-leveraged themselves a little bit. I think if you had said Dylan Gabriel, who kind of fits what they like to do, he's also itty-bitty. But if you said Dylan Gabriel in a 3rd or 4th round pick, I don't think they would have taken it 2 months ago, and I think they're insane. You would have gotten a long-term backup to Brock Purdy, controllable backup, cheaper backup, and you would have gotten a nice pick for him too.
Yeah, but the end result for San Francisco, the worst thing that happens out of this by not trading Mac Jones, is that they get Mac Jones. And they get a very, very equipped backup behind an injury-prone quarterback. And that's a pretty good That's a pretty good incentive, and there's a lot of value in that, I'd say. Guardians TV analyst Al Pawlowski joined the morning show today. He talked about the young guys in Cleveland's lineup, including today's call-up, Cooper Ingle.
The kids that are coming up, there's potential there, but they're going to have their growing pains. They're going to have their ups and downs. It's good to see Khalil Watson do what he did in Chicago. He got some big hits. He's coming through. If Cooper Ingle does come up today, this is a kid that has been swinging a very hot bat. He can hit for average. He can hit for power. He's a catcher, but he's versatile enough to play other places, such as, outfield. I know that, now he's gotten some reps there. He's had some reps there in the past. But, the Guardians are in a situation where they have a very good start to the first half of the season. Pitching, for the most part, very consistent, especially starting pitching. Not every single outing, but as a group, very consistent. You're tied for first place in a division that you really should win if you can stay healthy. Right now, they're not. So you got to get some guys here that can maybe, just keep your head above water until Jose and Chase and Angel come back.
They surprised me in how quickly they let DeLauder on the everyday roster. They surprised me with how quickly they called up Bazzana, and they surprised me with how quickly they called up Cooper Ingle. When you put him in the 5-hole, you're saying we think this kid is a major league hitter. And I think the only thing that has held him back is they were slow to transition him away from catching into the outfield.
And that's why we got to stop the whole, the Guardians don't bring up the kids thing. Yeah, at times they have been too late to bring up some of the kids. At times, other factors played into that, right? But this year, they have brought the kids up. I mean, think about all the different prospects that they have brought up here to try and inject some kind of life, some kind of energy, some kind of offense into this ball club.
If most years, bring up the kids, play the kids, fair conversation.
That's what I'm saying.
The people that were saying it, like a producer on another show on this station, like yesterday, were talking out their ass. It for the Guardians this year, it's the same thing as saying fire the coach, fire the GM. It's something to turn to because you don't believe what is on the field right now is working. Hard to argue that, but I guarantee you, if Cooper Ingle struggles, they're still going to say bring up the kids. There aren't a lot of kids left.
No, not who are you bringing up? Joey Oakey?
Well, not who are big league ready.
That's
like
what I'm saying,
Ralphie, the kid, the first baseman, he's 20 years old.
Right.
He might end up being your 4-hitter in the future. He has tons of power. You can also ruin him if you bring him up and put him in that lineup too damn early.
For sure. And that's why you have to talk about the readiness. And with Cooper Ingle, all indications, based on what a lot of people are saying, that he is ready. And that calling him up is not going to be too big for him. The moment's not going to be too big for him. Just like they felt the same about Travis Bazzana.
Channing Frye's telling answer on LeBron and another return to Cleveland in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, deep down in places you don't want to admit, a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. Listen, I've done the Ram side-by-side with the alleged competition, and I drive a Ram.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Nick and Chris back on Afternoon Drive. As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows and The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Admittedly, Nick and Chris, I didn't like it when I said it. Nick Wilson and Chris Fedor, but Nick and Chris. Nick and Chris sounds like a top 40 show.
Sounds like one of the
years
restaurants that you would go to and get some chicken parm.
Okay. You take that back.
Nope. Stand by it.
I'm going to find out wherever you get your chicken parm.
Oh.
And I'm going to make, every time you see Fedor, no parm. Give him the chicken. Give him the spaghetti sauce. Give him the noodles. No parm for him.
That's what yours looked like.
It's delicious.
It was missing a key ingredient of the chicken parm.
The parm was under. You know about good. You're not even Italian. What do you know?
I don't have to be Italian to enjoy Italian.
Agreed.
Thank you.
We should probably just park it there.
Yeah, that's
before we take it any farther.
Everybody knows that I can throw down food with the best of them. That's the thing. The places that I go to, the restaurants that I frequent, you don't go to. And that's fine.
Yeah, we live 45 minutes away from each other.
Even if we lived in the same vicinity, you probably wouldn't be going to those places. That's fine.
You saying I don't go to Italian joints?
I would just say that you have a very blah palate.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
That's all you got?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Aren't you the guy that goes to like McDonald's on the road and stuff like that?
No, never. In fact, like my rule is if I'm on the road and I can get it somewhere in Ohio, I am not going there. It has to be specific to that place.
I don't believe you.
Well, you don't know me very well because I'm known across the Cavs beat and within the organization
as being a snob.
As being a bit of a food snob.
Yeah.
And all of the people that I travel with, they always ask me, "Where'd you go? Where'd you get pizza in New York?
Yeah.
Where'd you go for Italian in Toronto?"
Next time that you ask me when you're in Charlotte and you ask for a rec, I'm going to be like,
Noble Smoke. You gave it to me.
Yeah.
That's one of my go-to places.
Next time it's Bojangles.
Oh no. We don't do that.
Oh, no, I'm going to find whatever is Bojangles, and I'm going to send that. I'm going to find it's a hidden egg kind of scenario, and they're going to go there, and then because you're not going to let me live it down either, and then I'll just let everybody know I did it on purpose.
So I had to fly into Charlotte a couple of years ago on the second game of back-to-back, and my flight was delayed, and I think I landed probably around 2:30, 3 o'clock. Very close to tip-off. I didn't even have time to get my pregame nap. And I was so mad at myself because I just didn't have a lot of options. I needed to eat something quick. I couldn't go to a restaurant and sit down, and I needed something very, very close to the arena and close to my hotel. And I went to Bojangles, and I was just so mad at myself.
Oh, Bojangles is pretty good for fast food.
But
did you have a?
It's just against my policy.
You can't get it. Well, now you actually can get it in Ohio.
That's what I'm saying.
But when you went, you couldn't.
Okay.
It's only been here for 2 years.
But it was fast food. I don't play around with fast food on the road. That doesn't happen. There are people that do go on the road. We'll be in Vegas or something like that, or we'll be in Toronto. They're like, oh, Golden Arches calling me. Got to get me some McDonald's. I'm like, are you kidding me? Get McDonald's anytime. What are you doing?
The very relatable Chris Fedor.
Go to Soto in Toronto.
So you don't do any like local fast food joints though?
No.
So like no In-N-Out when you go to LA.
Oh, okay, that is different. That is a specialized place that is known on the West Coast. Of course, you have to go to In-N-Out. If you go to LA or you go to Sacramento or San Francisco and you don't go to In-N-Out, you are doing it wrong.
So you're not the hardliner you say you are.
You'll make an exception to every rule. Of course, Tom Brady. It's the Tom Brady rule.
He found an exception. I bet you we could get people to start calling in. They could start finding more exceptions. 216-474-0092. So while we're talking about this, we have yet to bring up the Channing Frye audio that has taken the internet by storm. Channing, obviously, alongside RJ, they just got back off the 2016 reunion tour, which looked really fun. But on the Road Trippin' podcast, Channing spoke about why he doesn't think LeBron will return to Cleveland.
The smartest thing for him right now is to go back to the Lakers. And here's why. Cleveland got too many what ifs now. After seeing what I saw, 52-year-old LeBron ain't going to solve them issues. They got soul issues. I don't like you issues. And I don't want to be here with you issues. If this team was like, hey, we just need this position, I'd be like, boom, go to Cleveland. That doesn't work with this, and this doesn't work with that. And when your youngest, best player is starting to get all these rumors, that means people are on the phone. That means they think he could get got.
Who?
And I'm not going to Evan Mobley.
They ain't getting rid of Evan Mobley. Yeah, Evan Mobley's stuck there.
He's stuck there. Oh, that's what I'm saying. He's stuck. So what happened if, let's say, Braun goes there? How does he fix anything? He doesn't fix the guys liking each other. He doesn't fix the continuity of the game. And you think James Harden only operates when he has the ball in his hand most of the time. I'm not giving the ball to James Harden if LeBron's on the team.
So what makes this the most interesting is what I said before we played it, which is LeBron was just hanging out with Channing Frye for a certain amount of time, that maybe this is informed thinking for Channing Frye.
Yeah, oftentimes it is. Oftentimes you get a sense from a guy. Channing knows LeBron really, really well. They've been in a locker room together. They've been on a golf course together. They've been drinking wine together. So, yeah, when you spend that much time around somebody, you don't always need him to blatantly come out and say, I don't know about Cleveland. You know, you can try and read between the lines. You can try and get a sense from the guy. You can try and take cues from the guy. So it does feel a little bit informed from that standpoint.
I also think when he says guys don't like each other, I think that's maybe the most interesting commentary you could make on where the Cavs are. And given that Evan Mobley's name is out there, you can kind of guess who one of the guys who doesn't like the other guys, or maybe the guy, might be.
You know, there was something interesting that happened during the playoffs, kind of flew under the radar. Evan Mobley's mom, who is pretty active on social media, somebody made a comment below a comment about Donovan Mitchell and his play style and whether he can be a centerpiece to a championship. And she liked it. She liked the comment. And there have been other times recently, even Evan Mobley's trainer came out last year after they lost against the Indiana Pacers, and they were talking about, you know, making Evan more of a focal point and what would it look like if Evan was more of an offensive focal point and Donovan took a little bit of a step back. So it does feel like there's a little bit of wonder within the Mobley camp about should he have a more expanded role, and should Donovan have, you know, the kind of power that he has within an organization.
I think and listen, I think it's fair for Evan Mobley to feel that way, even if he's also grateful for the elevation that Donovan Mitchell provided this program. I think both things, as you mentioned the other day, can be true at the same time. But what I think is really difficult from where you are is alleviating that tension as constructed. And I think, and by the way, even if you alleviate it, like back when the Cavs when Kyrie wanted out and LeBron and Ty Lue wanted him to stay and Dan chose to deal him, right? I think there's a world in which they let it play out. LeBron and Ty Lue could have gotten Kyrie where he needed to be, and all of a sudden maybe he had a better chance to win in 2018. And maybe that, if LeBron leaves, Kyrie sticks around and yada, yada, yada. You can kind of follow the bouncing ball. I do think there's a decent chance with the right leadership. Like nothing that I've heard makes it feel like it needs to be broken up. But I think the downside is if you get to the trade deadline and Evan Mobley wants out, I don't like waiting until either Donovan or Evan Mobley gets to a point where they say it's either him or me. And I don't think we would be that far off if whatever's currently going on continues.
I would also say that there has to be an understanding when it comes to the Cavs that making moves in the situation that they're in is not as simple as snapping your finger. It is complicated for this team. They're in the second apron. They've got the highest payroll in the NBA. They paid more luxury tax than anybody. They've got a lot of high-priced guys. This team in the situation that they're in, They just aren't set up to make a lot of improvements. It's going to be hard for them to do that. And in some cases, it may be painful, the losses that they have that ultimately lead them to potential improvements as well.
I think it's fair if at this point Evan says, I know the moves you've made to get Donovan better. Where are the moves to make me better?
I don't think he can say that yet.
I do.
No.
I think as the former defensive player of the year, I think to where he is in his game, yeah, I do.
I don't think he has accomplished enough to say that. I don't think he has the personality to say that either.
I think the personality is the real concern. And I think that's another scenario where I think if Evan were more vocal internally, I think maybe the Cavs would be more inclined to think the way I think, which is if I'm going for Jaylen Brown, I'm going to try and push the Donovan package as opposed to the Evan package.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of agree with you on the personality front. On the accomplishments standpoint, I think he's done as much as you could have expected him to do with the way this was drawn up and the thing he came into, the thing it became, and what it's built around.
He's not the best player on the team.
I don't think he's been put in a position to be the best player on the team.
Whether he has or not, he's not the best player on the team. Austin Reeves can't go to the Lakers and be like, hey, like, where are the moves that fit my game the best? Well, dude, it's not about you. It's about Luka. Luka's the best player on the team.
I think at 24 you can. 24 going on 25. I think you can ask those questions. Because he's the next guy you got to start talking about, his contract and how much you're going to be willing to pay him and all those things. Like, because if you just kind of sidecar him to Donovan, I think the end result is you will get to a point in the next year where if you're not already there already, there's a chance that I think if the Cavs were to announce a Donovan extension tomorrow, it wouldn't surprise me if 2 days later we got Evan would like out.
I'm not saying that it can't be Evan's team at some point. And this organization has been waiting. They have been waiting. They have been wanting him to take that kind of leap where he does become the face of the franchise. He does become the focal point of the offense. He does become the primary reason that they hang another banner. He's just not there yet. And until he's there, I don't think he can start saying things like that. I don't think it's productive for him to start saying things like that.
I am very concerned when Channing Frye says they don't like each other. And especially if I can say the they is Donovan and Evan.
I also don't know that it's only that, right? I think there are some, I have to be careful about this. I think there are some players inside that locker room that didn't love the James Harden experience because it's a certain style that he is going to play. And it was very interesting to me that Kenny Atkinson spoke a bunch over the last couple of months about, hey, when James Harden got here to Cleveland, he didn't ask for anything specific. The only thing that he wanted that was different was ballroom shoot-arounds, walkthroughs, essentially. If we're not going to have full-on shoot-arounds on the road, he wants walkthroughs in a ballroom so that we can go over scouting reports and stuff like that. That's true. Like, that's probably the only thing that he vocalized, right? But the truth is, when you trade for James Harden, you naturally have to adapt your style. You're going to play slower. You're going to have more isolations. You're going to have less people touching the ball on a possession-to-possession basis. You're going to have less movement throughout the course of it. So I think this team was built a certain kind of way with a certain style of player. And then when James got here, they naturally played a different kind of way because that's what happens when you sign up for the James Harden experience. And I would just say that, there are guys in that locker room that grew accustomed to playing a certain kind of way in a certain kind of style. And then when James got here, the drastic change did not sit well with everybody, and not everybody was a fan of that because it didn't bring out the best in them individually.
216-474-0092. You heard what Channing Frye had to say about a LeBron return to Cleveland. How much stock should we put into this? I do want to get to what Dan Gilbert had to say on the matter when asked directly, but we'll also talk about LeBron and what he can fix and can't fix in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
888-848-9778. While supplies last, selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Back on Afternoon Drive, the Guardians talk. I don't know why I paused like that, like William Shatner.
Woohoo!
Coming up.
Was that better?
That was a much better
All
woo.
right.
Because
I added something to it. Another syllable.
Yeah. Gardo's talk coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick and Fedor back with you. So we played the Channing Frye stuff where he talked about, I don't know, they like each other in Cleveland. That is concerning enough.
No soul. What do you think he meant by that?
They have no soul.
What do you think he meant by that?
That they have no soul. Do you disagree, by the way?
I think they have. I think there's a reason why they went out and got Dennis Schroeder at the trade deadline. Yeah. I think they need, and that's why we talked about it yesterday, Nick, that the stuff that LeBron can bring to a locker room, not as many people can, and I do think that the Cavs need that. I think they need an influx of that. I think they need meaner dudes. I think they need mentally tougher dudes. I think they need a couple more A-holes.
I think Strus and Schroeder have some of that.
Yeah.
I think Tyson does too. He's just a younger hothead kind of guy, and Kenny's got to go with him.
Yep.
But you need one of your four best players to have that.
That's exactly right.
And you need one of your stars to have that. And it's interesting. I'll get to the Gilbert thing in a second. I think it was the morning show with Daryl today mentioned how LeBron, I think it was Daryl said, LeBron doesn't fix all your issues. One, there's very few players in the NBA that fix. Jaylen Brown doesn't fix all your issues.
No, he does not.
He changes what I think you are, but he doesn't fix all your issues. But I do think he fixes the not afraid to be the a-hole.
Yeah.
I think he fixes the fact that he does know what it takes to get over the top. And even once he thinks you get there, he's not going to stop. Nope. And he is a big wing that can play with either Jared by himself or Evan, or Jared and Evan, and he can be your point guard.
Yes.
So it's funny, like, find me as many guys who can fix all those things I just said.
Exactly right.
And I think that's like, so when I hear Daryl or anybody else, because he's not alone in saying this, say, well, LeBron doesn't fix all your issues. It's like, yeah, but he fixes a lot more than just about anybody in the NBA can.
Yes, and I don't think the Cavs are in a situation. They are coming off an Eastern Conference Finals run. They are going to be one of the better teams in the Eastern Conference again next year. I don't think they're in a position where it's just bow down and give LeBron everything that he wants. This isn't 2014 again.
Yeah.
This is a different kind of situation. This is a different roster setup. This is a different place that the franchise is in. But I also don't think they're in a position where they can turn their back on LeBron James.
Yeah.
Because they do need the things that he brings to the table. And he, more than anybody else, like you said, he fixes a lot of the things that are wrong with this team. And I think he raises their ceiling, and I think he gives them a better chance to win a championship. And that's all you can ask for any kind of substantial move that you make this offseason, because there are no guarantees. Even if you traded for Giannis, there was no guarantee that you were winning a championship. If you traded for Jaylen Brown, no guarantee that you win a championship. But you've seen LeBron's work. And oh, by the way, just a couple months ago, he led the Lakers to a series win over the Houston Rockets. He did that at 41 years old.
Yep.
So he's still capable of those kinds of things.
Yeah, what kills me about the LeBron conversation is people just want to say, well, he's not LeBron anymore. Okay, he's not 30-year-old LeBron.
No, he's an all-NBA player,
So much
though.
of what made him a special player is still there. Like, oh, by the way, he's still able to dunk and do breakaway stuff that is just stupid to be able to do at 41 years old.
And play multiple positions and elevate his teammates. Look what he has done. And this isn't all him. Of course, it's not all him. But look at what happened with Austin Reeves.
Yeah.
Look at what happened with Rui Hachimura in the playoff series. Look at what happened with Luke Kennard in Los Angeles.
Delhi a decade ago.
Delhi a decade ago. Timofey Mozgov a decade ago. J.R. Smith Like, think about all of those things. Yes, part of it is those guys. But everywhere LeBron has gone, he has made the team better and he's made his teammates better. And he can still do that even at 41 years old.
I know that you and I sit on the opposite side of the Evan stuff and the Donovan stuff. The guy that I would be most excited to see how he does with LeBron is Evan. Second to that's maybe like a Sam Merrill, because that dude's just such a stone-cold shooter.
Yeah.
And the third would actually be Jalen Tyson, who I'm just ridiculously high on, but I understand he's still a young guy. I just love me some Jalen Tyson. I think that kid can play. And I love glue guys. Like, that's the thing that I don't think they have enough of, is glue guys. But it's interesting to me to then hear Dan Gilbert, who was on the Smart Girl Dumb Questions podcast. I don't know if you know this, but when I was coming home, right before I came home, my boy Hacksaw and I were going to have a podcast called Small Talk, Large Men. So I'm very upset that Smart Girl Dumb Questions is taken off, because now it's going to feel like if we ever did that, we'd be stealing her bit. But
Too similar.
Although we are dumb men. But Small Talk, Large Men. Dan Gilbert being asked directly about whether LeBron will return or not.
I'm like this wave of New Yorkers who have like become excited about the Knicks.
Front runner.
You gave us a big win.
Okay, well, there's always next year.
There's always next year. We'll see with LeBron.
Maybe.
The king. All right. Thank you so much, Dan.
Thank you.
So I'm torn between people really took this to be something that it wasn't, while also saying, yeah, Dan could have just been like, it was a great time, and you know what? LeBron has had his time. I can't wait to see where he plays next, and we wish him the best.
At one point, I think Dan would have outright dismissed it.
Yeah.
Even in a joking way, because it just would have been natural for him to be like, bleep that guy. But it's different now. And I think Dan understands that it's about winning a championship, and it's about taking the next step as an organization. And given the way that this time ended with LeBron is very, very different than the way that it ended the first time. So I think Dan would welcome LeBron back, because I think Dan understands the success that follows LeBron everywhere he goes.
LeBron also feels like an in-between. And I don't say this in a bad way. There is run it back, which I think has some merit. There is make the big move, the Jaylen Brown move, however that happens, which I think makes some sense. And then there is, you get to keep Donovan, you get to keep Evan, and you get to see if there's a interstitial piece that can make both guys better. Because and when we say James Harden, I think James Harden made the bigs better, but I think it complicated Donovan trying to figure out how to play next to James Harden, right? When you start thinking of who could make Donovan better, give me somebody that's 6'7", a wing that can play 3 and D, freak athlete, can shoot 40% from three. All right, but what does that do to the bigs, right? LeBron is the interstitial piece because he is a little bit of that last thing, and he's also an incredible facilitator. Like, I don't know any other player that can make both guys better.
I also don't know too many other players that could come here to Cleveland and make it something other than Donovan Mitchell's team.
Yeah.
This is Donovan Mitchell's team. His fingerprints are all over it. So many of the moves that they have made in the last 3 years are Donovan Mitchell-centric. But if LeBron comes here, that's one of the few guys where Donovan's got to take a step out of the spotlight. It will never be Donovan Mitchell's team or city as long as LeBron is here. It will always be LeBron's city. Always. It'll always be LeBron's franchise. Even at 41 years old, even if Donovan is putting up better numbers than LeBron, the influence that LeBron would have on this organization and in that locker room, Donovan couldn't compete with, and he would have to. It would be the first time that he would have to take a step back.
And that's kind of why, despite the fact there's something there between them, like Donovan has talked about how much he loves LeBron.
Of course.
It's probably my biggest doubt, is there's a difference between taking a step back on the court and then taking a step back on the court and behind the scenes as well.
There's also a difference in like being motivated enough to do it and saying that, hey, it's the right thing for this basketball team and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to win. But can you be effective and can you be happy while doing that?
Yep.
And not everybody can. Not everybody
couldn't.
Yeah, you're right. Not everybody can be accepting of that, and not everybody can thrive in that kind of role. And I guess, Donovan's so used to being the guy. And he wasn't supposed to be the guy early in his career. And he became the guy quicker than I think anybody expected. So that would be a drastic change for him from a mentality standpoint. And I'm not sure how he would handle that, to be honest with you.
How much better would LeBron 3.0 make it here in Cleveland, and how much is enough for the Guardians? We'll try and answer that question in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
On the road this summer? Get the most live sports talk in Ohio on 92.3 The Fan. Or binge our podcast on the Odyssey app. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Chris Fedor, back on Afternoon Drive. We got In Case We Missed It coming up in just about 40 minutes there. If you guys missed a moment from our show, don't forget, you can watch all 5 hours long on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe there. It is free after all. And don't forget to like our videos. We like to be liked around here. However, we are going to get to the Gardos talk in just a minute here. Big 10-game home stretch coming up. Be nice to get some dubs here with the Mariners in town. But Jake Fisher was apparently just on the Bleacher Report within the last hour or so and had a commentary on LeBron in Los Angeles.
A lot of dialogue back and forth between the Lakers and LeBron. I am not here today to report and prognosticate potential landing spots that I think are actually in play here, but there is definitely a lot of belief around the league, around Los Angeles, stemming out of Clutch Sports, that LeBron has so many outcomes on the table here, and that it might even be more likely than not that he leaves Los Angeles and stays with the Lakers.
So I don't know that I find this as much of a surprise as everyone does, just because there's a part of me that the same thing that you said about LeBron coming to Cleveland and Donovan having to cede some control to him. You can't tell me LeBron staying in L.A., no matter how much he's making, he isn't going to have some say that the Lakers might just prefer to give to some guy named Luka Doncic.
I also think, and we talked about this yesterday, Nick, it really matters to LeBron how he is treated. And how these negotiations go with L.A., if they actually start, it's going to matter. And he wants to be treated well. He wants to be treated like one of the best players of all time. He wants to be treated like a guy who made the Los Angeles Lakers relevant again. And if he's not treated like that, he is going to start looking at other places. And he's going to ask himself, is this a better situation for me? Is this a better basketball situation? Is this a better life situation? Is this just somewhere that's going to make me happier?
And you cannot convince me that LeBron has forgotten the slights of, 2 deadlines ago. And from the second the Lakers brought on Luka Doncic, how they've treated LeBron. And there was a noticeable, it was 2 summers ago, it was last summer, there was a noticeable shift where they basically locked LeBron out of a end-of-season meeting with Luka. And I don't know that anything has happened since then. I honestly do think, and this is not me talking to anyone, this is just me thinking, you can't tell me LeBron didn't take on that third-man role in the second half of this season just to spite the Lakers and just to kind of stick it in their eye a little bit.
The other thing is he just led them to a playoff series win over the Houston Rockets.
Yeah.
And he's looking at it saying, do you guys see that? Do you see what was missing off the right? We didn't have Luka. Austin Reeves was hobbled. I was playing alongside Jackson Hayes, DeAndre Ayton, Marcus Smart.
It wasn't
Jake
even the 2007 Cavs.
Oh, my gosh. And we just beat the Rockets.
Yeah.
A defensive-minded team loaded with talent. How do you not appreciate that?
Yep.
I can't believe that the Lakers don't appreciate him more. It's astonishing to me.
So it's funny. Listen, generational luck to get somebody dumb enough to trade Luka to you. So, and that has happened in the history of the Lakers. They've been on the receiving end of a lot of luck, right? Or just stupid ownership or stupid leadership. But the idea that then you have to turn around and treat LeBron poorly, I despise. Listen, I don't despise Laker fans. I despise the way that they treat LeBron as if he hasn't earned his place in that legacy, which he did when he won the bubble championship. And I despise their excuse for not embracing him because they didn't get to have a parade with LeBron because of COVID. So there's nothing more that I want. Listen, do I want to see LeBron and Steph together? No, I don't. It's a little too close to a wound. I understand why LeBron is interested in it. God bless him. Do what you want. I just want to see LeBron here because I do think LeBron at the end of his career, the only place that is going to love him and build him up and celebrate him, whether he has the Cavs in the Eastern Conference Finals next year or whether he wins the Finals next year, is going to be Cleveland.
The other thing we know about LeBron, Nick, is that everything he does is calculated.
Mm-hmm.
Everything he does is for a reason. The Instagram posts right now, for a reason. The commentary potentially coming out of Clutch, it's for a reason. And if you're LeBron and you're in these negotiations this offseason and you want to be loved by the Lakers, you want to be celebrated by the Lakers, appreciated more by the Lakers, how do you put pressure on them? You talk about the possibility of going to Cleveland. You talk about the possibility of going to Golden State. Talk about the possibility of maybe reuniting with Pat Riley in Miami. You find the teams that would make them uncomfortable, the Lakers uncomfortable, to see LeBron go there. And you amplify those as much as you possibly can.
Which of those three do you think will make the Lakers most uncomfortable? Or maybe make them more likely to act and show LeBron the respect that he wants?
Golden State.
Really?
It's a Western Conference opponent. It's in the same state. It's a team that they would potentially have to see in the playoffs. It would make the Warriors so much better than what they have been recently. So, yeah, I think they would be considered more of a threat than anybody else.
So that was the latest on LeBron from Jake Fisher of the Bleacher Report and so much more. But great stuff from Jake. He's with Mark Stein now, too, I should also
he is.
say.
He's awesome.
He is. He really is. One of the most plugged-in dudes in the NBA. So great stuff with Jake there. I do want to get to this idea. And I think this is a perfect time to address it as the Guardians are going to start this 10-game homestand. Which does, I hate saying things are important in baseball because baseball always makes you look stupid when you try and do stuff like this. This would just be a really nice weekend. This would be a really nice week to take 6 of 4 or 7 of 3. Just in terms of Guardians fans panic, in terms of a young clubhouse with guys really trying to produce at the big league level for the first time. But I thought it was interesting that it's something I heard on air. Ken actually said it. And then I saw a lot of people on social media saying it, that basically the feeling is winning a division isn't enough anymore for the Guardians. And there are some applications I think we can get to of why I think you should act that way if you're the Guardians.
Mm-hmm.
But when I heard Ken say it, and I think Ken was more echoing what I think he's hearing, what I'm hearing, which is this is something that's prevalent on social media. I honestly did guffaw because I was like, do we not see what's happening in broad daylight every year with this team, every day with this team, the odds that they're up against, the margins that they play on, and what they deliver? The idea that the AL Central isn't enough, making the playoffs isn't enough, is just asinine to me.
I agree. It's a very different situation than the Cavs. Part of the reason why the fans expect so much from the Cavs, and they have a lot of criticism of them, it's because it's the highest payroll in the NBA. It's loaded with star players. It's the only team in the second apron. There's a different standard. There's a different set of expectations. With the Guardians, it's not the same situation.
No.
The other thing is, I think it's okay to reset your expectations when things happen throughout the course of a season.
Yeah.
Right? And I think we can recognize that Chicago's been better than a lot of people have thought they were going to be. The Guardians right now are playing without Chase DeLauder. They're playing without Jose Ramirez. They're playing without Angel Martinez. So if you overcome all of that and you still win the Central, you celebrate that. That is absolutely an accomplishment.
Well, and like with the Cavs, I think it's possible in the NBA and the NFL because of the way the leagues are set up that every team can start building. And all it takes is a cogent plan to have a 3 to 5 year plan, maybe a little bit of luck. That helps too. And then you can, once you get to a certain level, then it becomes, can you tinker? Can you do what the Knicks did, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not possible for half of teams in Major League Baseball.
Right.
Every year, like in with the Cavs, all right, here's last year's threshold. Here's what this has to be. All right, you've made it here. Now you got to make it here, right? That's logical because of the way the leagues are set up. And if you're a Cleveland fan, a Tampa fan, a Pittsburgh fan, a Kansas City fan, a Milwaukee fan, I mean, again, half the league, every year you reset.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're constantly having to retool, no matter if you're like the Guardians are, that you've brought up this generational run of prospects this year or the last couple of years. And it's funny to me that there are still fans who want to try and treat the Guardians like other sports, and you just can't. I wish you could.
Mm-hmm.
I wish this was set up where it's like, well, no, yeah, you were in the ALCS last year. You can go out, add another bat, and then you'd be in the World Series. That's how this should go. But that's not how baseball is, and it really hasn't been that way. I mean, I would say at least 20 years since maybe the 2000s, Gardos, like that Grady Sizemore Hafner. But honestly, we can probably go back to the end of the 90s when that well dried up and things got lopsided and it never got set back.
The other difference between baseball and some of these other sports, and the difference between the Guardians and some of these other teams in town is, look, in the NFL, if you have the right quarterback and the right coach, you're going to have a chance.
Yeah.
You're going to have a fighting chance. Those are just two things that you have to get right. In the NBA, if you have a star, a megastar, look at what happened with Donovan Mitchell the minute that he came here to the Cavs. Look at what happens with LeBron when he changes teams and stuff like that. You could have the best player in baseball. Ask the Los Angeles Angels about it. And it won't make enough of a difference if you don't get the other things right.
Yeah.
So the margin for error for a team like the Guardians that just can't go out and fix problems in free agency or go out and fix problems at the trade deadline, the margin for error is just so much smaller and it's so much different. And there's a lot of things that they have to overcome. And that's part of the reason, Nick, why I'm not as hard on the Guardians as I am on some of these other teams in town.
Yeah.
Because you can see the right moves. You can see the direction. You can see the plan. And you also understand what they're up against.
Now, all this being said, winning the AL Central this year is going to be a big accomplishment. I also do want to see him try and make a swing at the deadline. I don't know. I think you and I might be on the opposite sides of this, but I look at the actual talent that you have. You've not gotten the production that you need yet, but I look at the actual talent you have, and I see a team that can be average or better in every phase of the game. And I think if you were to add a good right-handed pop bat, I know Aroldis Chapman's another name that's been thrown out there as a lefty, hard-slinging reliever.
Yeah, and
if
just
you
build like a super bullpen.
Yeah, I honestly do think you could not just be a factor in the playoffs. I think you might have a team that stands a chance against a super team in the Dodgers. And guys, I have not said that any of the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm. What makes you say that, though?
Because I do think Bazzana and DeLauder are legit top three hitters. And what I mean by that is I think you found your leadoff hitter, and I think you found your three hitter. And I think you've got Hosey. Well, we know we have Hosey. I think you need 5 quality big league hitters in your lineup with some level of pop. Then you need 3 guys that can start a playoff game. And then you need a bullpen that can bridge the gap the rest of the way. So I think you're 4 out of the 5 guys there. It's just you got a Rhys Hoskins problem.
Yeah.
Or you've got don't have another outfielder problem, which Cooper Ingle could technically solve for you.
I also think it's too early.
That might be fair. No, that is fair.
Yeah, I think if you're a baseball team and you're relying as much on the youth that the Guardians are relying on, I think it's going to open up yourself to growing pains, ups and downs. It's the natural thing that happens with these young hitters that are still learning pitchers, that are still learning scouting reports, pitchers still learning them, and they have exploitable weaknesses and things along those lines that I just think there are going to be too many ups and downs for the Guardians throughout the course of this because they're relying on too many young players that it just might be 1 year early.
It might be, but I think I think this is a case where if you can get a guy who can help protect those guys, because that is ultimately, it's not that I don't have a trust in Chase DeLauder or Bazana or Engel or Rocchio. It is, trust is one thing. You got to have somebody that you can basically put behind them that makes sure that other teams can't just pick apart their weaknesses left and right.
Yeah. Obviously, Jordan. Obviously, Christian Walker. Those are the kinds of players that do that to an opposing staff.
It really chaps my ass they've made a run.
Problem is, are they going to be available? And if they are available, are the Guardians even going to be involved in those kinds of guys? If you're talking about Taylor Ward doesn't do that.
He's pop. But it's not the same kind of pop as
he doesn't
Walker
do
Albert.
that to an opposing pitching staff. He doesn't put that fear in you the same kind of way. It's a right-handed bat. He's okay, but it's different.
Is winning the division enough for the Guardians and spending your first $1 million in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Ease into your Sunday with the scores you may have missed Saturday night. Darryl Ryder and Nick Padone. Sunday morning starting at 8 on 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes, Fedor, you excited for the NHL draft tonight?
I sure am. My Leafs are going to get Gavin McKenna.
Now, when I had said that I was a Hawks fan,
yeah,
you had this like, why?
Yeah.
Right? Can I do the same thing to you with the Maple Leafs?
Absolutely.
They weren't even good when we were young.
But I have a story.
Okay.
So a number of years ago, we were in Toronto covering Cavs Raptors, and myself and Joe Vardon, because we got to know the Leafs PR staff so well, we asked them, hey, like, can you get us tickets? Because it's in the same building and you run with the same circles and stuff like that. And Joe and I went to a Leafs game, and it was epic. Absolutely epic. The environment, the passion, the team. Also, they got Austin Matthews.
He's good at hockey.
Yeah. Just everything about the Leafs, aside from the fact that they don't win in the playoffs. But everything about the environment.
But you're used to that. You're a Cleveland guy.
Exactly right. I just got hooked that day that I went to the game with Joe Vardon and we watched a Leafs game in Toronto. You can't help but get caught up in the history and the pageantry and all that kind of stuff. And that day, I bought a Leafs hoodie. I bought a Leafs winter hat. I almost bought the team store, basically. And I just became a diehard Leafs fan. And ever since then, I watch them constantly. I cheer for them. I wear the gear. I hate some of the moves that they've made lately. I criticize them. And I will be forever a Leafs fan because of that moment.
So I grew up because my Uncle Richard was a Hawks fan, and that was my gateway into hockey. But what I can tell you is, because you said something about the atmosphere, I went to a MAC school, and then I went to an SEC game. When I was in college, and I remember being like, this is not what I'm used to when I go to a football game. Like, this is...
There's a lot different than watching Omar Jacobs.
Easy. I will not tolerate any Omar slander. It's Freddie Sanders that took the program in the wrong path. But I remember thinking like, oh, this is not the same sport. And I'm watching the same game. It's not the same sport.
Yeah.
Eye candy for miles.
Oh, yeah.
There's booze anywhere you want it. Free food, just life. It was life versus, hey, do you want to put some beers in the back of this trunk of my 78 Thunderbird? So I feel that same way because I've gone to a Blue Jackets game.
Yeah, they're fun.
Compare that to a Blackhawks game. And the Blackhawks have not been good for 5 years. And none of their fans are happy.
And the arena is in a terrible location.
And it's a great place to get stabbed. But I will tell you, it was full. This was a team that the last time I went was an actual last place. They have the number 4 pick in this draft, and they've had a top 5 pick for 5 or 6 years. You know how hard it is to do that in hockey?
Yes.
You really have to be screwing up. And every time I've gone, it has been the happiest environment. They have all of their rituals down. I was telling you off air that I never knew my little brother was also a Hawks fan. So we took our brother Aaron to a game 2 years ago.
Yep.
And Aaron and I we just did what you would do in Chicago. We drank an insane amount of beer. We ended up at Lou Malnati's because he had never had the buttered crust.
Of course you did.
And honestly, if you could just say, I love baseball, I love NFL, I love NBA, but if you could say I could just be like I'm going to follow a team around and be one of it would be a hockey team.
You cannot replace the hockey environment. It's unbelievable. You just get caught up in it. And we were sitting there, and we're American, obviously, and we're sitting there with all of these Leafs fans. And at first, you can't get tickets. So they got us credentials.
Mm-hmm.
And we just did what we do, and we just walk around, and we look for open seats. So we're sitting by these people that they're Canadian. We have no idea who they are. we're sitting there, we're high-fiving, we're having these conversations, we're cheersing our beers and stuff like that because the atmosphere is just so epic. And then if you talk about a playoff game,
oh yeah,
it just takes it to a completely different level. Playoff hockey in person is unbelievable.
So I am any playoff, and just in general, if it's playoff baseball, I have a lot of anxiety watching these games when my team's playing.
Mm-hmm.
I've never done, and this was when the Hawks were like winning the Stanley Cup every other year, and I knew they were going to win. I knew that they were going to at least be in the Stanley Cup Eastern Conference Finals, the conference finals, if not the actual Cup Finals, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a first-round matchup. I don't even remember who they were playing. Vanessa said, "Can you watch this in another room?" Because what I was doing is I was doing the thing that I never do, that I hate when people do. Oh, God. Oh, my God. They're on the power play. What are we going to do about this? And I was cursing at the TV. The problem is, at the time, my children were like 2 and 6. And so they're like, I remember Olivia being like, "What's the problem with Daddy right now?
Yes.
Like, what's going on?" It's like, Daddy's a hockey fan. That's the
Yes.
problem.
Here's the other thing about the Leafs that I love about this, and I love about my own fandom about them. I have never covered them.
Yeah.
I have written about the Guardians. I have written about the Browns. I have reported on the Cavs for 12 years now. So you distance yourself from the passion and the love that you had from those teams growing up. I grew up here. I was born and raised here. Grew up West Park. I went to school at St. Mel. I went to high school at St. Anne's. I went to college at Baldwin Wallace. So I've been here my entire life. And of course, I grew up a Cavs fan. Of course, I grew up a Browns fan and a Guardians fan. But I talk about them and I write about them and I report on them. And you are programmed in this life, in this job, you are programmed to take your emotion out of it. You can't cheer. You can't stand up. You can't really react. Not that you're a robot, because, of course, when LeBron James has the block in Game 7, you have a natural reaction to that, right? When these things happen, you appreciate them, and you know what they mean to the city, but you have to shift into reporter mode. That's how you're programmed. That's how you're wired. With the Leafs, I don't have to do that. I can just be a fan.
Here's the other thing. So because I don't cover the team every day in person, I can be a little bit more of a fan, right? But I know who really is a good guy and who isn't.
That's right.
And there is something, like, I remember, I'm not going to mention the player, doesn't matter. But I remember like 6 years ago, probably, actually maybe a little bit more than that, we were sitting down watching a game with some friends. And they're like, "Oh, I love this guy. Look, I love the way he plays. I love this and I love that." And I was
you're
like,
just like,
in my head, I was like, "Oh, he's a bad teammate.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have a great motor. And he's this, that, and the other." And in that moment, I was like, I just want to go back to where I can just be like, that guy hits the ball far. Maybe the best guy on the planet. That side of the ignorance of being a sports fan. I actually asked a friend how long it would take to get back to that kind of fandom, which I think is the most pure fandom.
Yep.
Where you can just root for the people and like them if they play well, and even like them if they don't.
I don't think I ever can.
I think it would take me at least 3 years, and I would have to not watch Cleveland sports for like a year to get there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, there are a lot of perks of my job, and I love my job, but that aspect of it, that's part of the reason why I watch Premier League soccer. That's part of the reason why I watch the World Cup. It's part of the reason why I watch all of these other sports that I just have no say in, no reporting in. It's just a different kind of passion, and it's a different kind of fandom. And to your point, I have a bunch of nephews, and they're big-time sports fans. And I remember it was during the LeBron era, and my nephew, he loved this player.
Yeah.
All of the stuff, right? The jerseys, everything. And, he was talking to me about the player. I just said, "Buddy, I got to be honest with you. I know this is going to be hard to hear. Pick a different player."
I gotta say, I think you did him wrong there.
I might have.
I think you gotta, because I
might have.
I noticed this.
But I knew too much.
Nope.
And I knew what was coming.
I think it actually might have been my cabin boys. This has to be like 16 or 17, right? So we're talking a decade ago.
Yeah.
And there was a player, same scenario. And I started speaking, and I saw the looks in their face, and then I was like, I'm just kidding. Because it was popping a bubble.
Yeah.
That I was like, I can't, no, it doesn't matter. No, they like him. They love him. That's fine. Watching people's face fall in real time, I don't ever want to shatter anyone's. I want to be more like that fan than I want them to be more like me.
Yeah. I just knew too much. I probably didn't handle it the right way. I admit that now.
Does he still hate you?
But I just knew too much.
Does he still? Your nephew?
No, he loves me. Are you kidding me? I'm the cool uncle.
Well, that's what he says to your face. You think he's not like, in his head, you think he's not like bleep Uncle Chris?
Do you know how cool my job is? I have a vote for MVP in the NBA.
That's a mistake.
I have a vote for Sixth Man of the Year, Coach of the Year. My nephew loves that.
Do you brag to your nephew?
No, but he knows that
kiddo,
about me.
Who should I choose for this the Sixth Man of the Year?
Not at all. But if you think about a young boy who is a sports lover, to have their uncle be in that particular role with those kinds of perks and those kinds of stories, that's pretty cool.
How old's your nephew now?
Well, now he's way older.
Okay, well, yeah, that's how it works.
Way older.
If he was younger then, he's older now.
Yeah, like 23, 24.
23. And does he want to get in the business?
No.
Okay, good. Don't let him. Because the second...
You sound like my teacher, my first day of DJ class.
Well, no, here's why. It's not for the obvious that it's going to break his heart a million times over and none of these companies care about you or any of those bad things, right? No, it's because if he gets in the business, he's going to see how not cool your job is. Like, people that don't have
never... It's going to take the delusion away from it.
People that have not worked in this business don't know all the other stuff that comes with it.
Yeah.
Whereas, like... I'll joke and I'll be like, oh, my dumb job, it's kind of a ridiculous job. And they're like, Nick, it's the coolest job on the planet. I'm like, bless your heart for thinking
I know. It's so funny because my teacher in college, the first day of DJ training, we're in class and he doesn't even really introduce himself or talk about his background. He just lays it all out there. He says, listen, you are going to work weekends. You are going to work holidays. You are going to miss things. You are going to work terrible hours. And he just went through like all of the downsides of being in this business. And he said, if you're okay with that, then stay. If you're not okay with that, then leave. 2 people up and left. They dropped the course.
Smartest people in the whole thing.
It's like, you know what? Nope, that's not for me. And he was absolutely right.
So my dad gave a similar speech at OMS way back in the day. My dad it's got to be like 99, 2000. Like, about 2 of you will make it out of here. One of you might make money. Probably none of you will.
Yeah.
And at the end, he was pulled aside by the legendary Bruce Ryan and said, could you never... He's like, you're always going to welcome back here because you're Big Jim. We love you. Don't ever say any of that stuff again. And he's like, I just said the truth. He's like, yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, but we got a Delio coming here.
Yes.
If you walk in and squash everybody's dreams, well, there we go. Now, who's the real fool here? My father sent me to that same school 7 years later. So
I think I heard the same speech from somebody else. And I think I heard the same talking to after with said speaker.
Yeah. Like, you're going to have to live in these little cities, make no money. It's like not everybody is equipped to hear that kind of thing.
Yeah.
They're all excited about this new venture in college and maybe a major.
By the way, that was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
There was still hope 20 years ago.
There was.
You put me in there now, and it's going to be Requiem for a Dream, but the radio edition. And all y'all going to be Jennifer Connelly. Watch the movie. Get the reference. It's not great, Bob.
All right.
When we come back...
It's like, where did we just go with that? I was with you until then.
The truth. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Chris Mack here to help. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Basket and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Final segment of today's show. Big thanks to our guests, Ohio's Tate. Barstool Sports.
We had Ohio State on the show.
Ohio's.
Oh, there's a break. Okay,
Tate.
A pause.
Thank you for going that route, not the other one. Barstool Sports at 3:20. I would have gone the other. James Palmer.
No.
NFL Insider at Bleacher Report at 4:20. Had to throw the Mac Jones grenade into the show. Oh, we appreciate it. It's Friday. Come on, what are we doing here? But if you guys missed a moment of our show, YouTube, 92.3 The Fans YouTube channel, subscribe, like our videos. We like to be liked.
Why did you just imitate Donald Trump again?
I'm not doing it in person.
On purpose?
That's the one. Yeah, thank you.
Why does it always turn into Trump?
Then I went Biden.
Nick nailed it. Nick, fantastic job.
The amount that my daughter and I do like a Trump impression to each other is really ridiculous.
How old is your daughter?
She's going to be 16
what does
later
she
this
think
year.
of Trump?
I don't think that's for air.
How do you handle that as a parent?
What, like the talk about that? Like, what do you mean? Like
the conversation about. How can I say this?
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to go here anymore.
No, go ahead.
That didn't go well.
About any of it?
Back it up. Beep, beep, beep. No, that person is our president and the most powerful person in the country, and very different than the people that they probably have read about in the history books. That was really good by me, I think.
I think you landed it. Chris nailed it.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem having any kind of tough conversations. And I tend to ask kind of like, I like to know what they think and then kind of like try and bridge the gap.
All right.
It's pretty cool. Like, I will tell you, I hate when parents say, how do you even, or like people who don't have kids go, how am I supposed to tell my kids? And it's like, it's not that hard. They're humans.
Yeah.
Like when they're 8, don't tell them. When they're 16, treat them like not an adult, but at least adult adjacent.
I will admit one of the struggles that I had recently with Elliott, the Myles Garrett trade.
Yeah.
I did not know how to explain that. Myles was his favorite player. The day before, we were looking at Myles Garrett T-shirts to buy him because he has a Myles Garrett jersey.
Just want to point out, you did not give this grace to your nephew.
I did not.
But now with your son.
I learned from it. and I didn't spend the same amount of time around Myles that I did around the Cavs player.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say it that way. So that was a very difficult conversation between me and Elliott because he wanted to know why. Mm-hmm. Why did Myles get traded? And it was very difficult to explain.
You just explained.
It would have been really, really easy if I would have said that the owner is a bonehead. But, I couldn't have said that.
Listen, 5-year-olds understand Myles' contention window and the Browns' contention window. Clearly.
See, buddy, the Browns are not good at football, and they don't win a lot of games. And the Rams are good at football, and they do win a lot of games. And the Rams are more competitive than the Browns. Then he would have said, well, why is that, Daddy?
Yeah. Well, no, it all comes back to the very simplistic approach that you could have given to him, which is, Jimmy Haslam is gifted in other ways.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and get to in case you missed it. You're first.
No, you're first because I don't know how this works.
This is how you pick a story and then you go with it. Same way it worked yesterday.
Okay.
And I remember my script today.
Bryce Harper hit a go-ahead home run in the 9th inning last night against his former team, the Washington Nationals. He had to clarify that his celebration because some fans were confused by what he was gesturing while running the bases.
You gestured out to right field when you were running the bases. Did you hear them chanting?
Obviously. Yeah, ring finger, though.
Okay.
So make sure that's out there. But, obviously everybody heard it. We heard it the other night. They were doing the same thing to Trey, which is crazy because they should probably know their history a little bit with him winning the World Series here. And it's weird coming from a fan base, obviously, that I sweated for 7 years.
Any sympathy?
For Bryce?
Yes.
No.
He won him a World Series.
How long ago was that?
Does it matter? A banner hangs forever.
You signed with the division rival. That is a knob move.
Have you forgiven Kyrie yet?
I have, yeah. Yeah. Because then he went to Boston and he tore that down. Him leaving Boston screwed them over. That led to the Kemba thing. Oh, man, that was enjoying. That was almost an inside job. We sent him there to screw up their chemistry.
I'm sorry. If you're one of the most important players in a franchise's history that helps them win a World Series, you deserve a different kind of level of treatment, no matter what happened after the fact.
So if Myles Garrett went to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
No, you're wrong.
No, Myles Garrett didn't. I was waiting for you to continue going.
Yeah, no. If Myles Garrett went to Pittsburgh, you would expect Browns fans to cheer him?
No, he didn't win a Super Bowl for them.
You're right. He was just one of the two best players since 1999.
That's why I said one of the best players in franchise history. That helped them win a World Series. That's when you get on a different pedestal. That's when you get a different level of star treatment. Myles Garrett didn't help this organization do anything. He was great. Absolutely great. A lot of fun to watch. A lot of sacks. The record was really, really cool when he sacked Joe Burrow. Didn't help this team win, so he doesn't get the same treatment. Sorry.
He did sink in Mason Rudolph's head that one time. Former White Sox A.J. Pierzynski met with the Chicago Pope, Pope Leo. I'm in Rome now. And it was in Rome this week, and he gifted him the ball.
Are you Mario?
No, that was more of like...
it's me, Mario.
No, that's Mario. Yeah,
Hello.
I did more just kind of a stereotypical Italian thing. And he gifted the Chicago Pope the ball from the final out of Game 1 of the 2005 World Series. What would Chris Fedor's gift to Pope Leo be?
The plate of chicken parmesan that you got on your phone.
Yeah?
So that he could agree with me and say that it is the most disgusting thing that he's ever had.
Fedor, this tastes like a Rome. You're a Nina Capupa.
I don't think he would say that.
Let me see. What would I give Pope Leo? No, I'd dap him up. I'd treat him like any other person.
That's a gift?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's a cop-out.
Nice gift.
Like my boy Will Pelagic goes there. He's gone to 2 straight popes, and, oh, your eminence. He's sick of that. He just wants to be treated like a regular Joe. Regular pope.
Then in that case, you have to think about the things that are important to him that he's passionate about and play into that. I don't think he's passionate about you.
But I was thinking of like a regular guy.
Well,
maybe
he's a
bring
sports
like
fan.
A performer. Yeah, I mean, guys are passionate about certain things.
Wow. That's what you're bringing to the Pope.
No one's brought him that.
That's what you're bringing to the Pope.
No, I'm saying...
I think James Harden saw that at the Speedway.
No,
I don't think that's a great gift.
Sir,
for him.
You gave me a hypothetical.
Definitely outside the box thinking. Give you credit for that.
The Pope could be thinking inside the box. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
I do like the Chicago Pope, though.
Travis Kelce. He's
time
been
to go.
spotted. Oh. See?
That has nothing to do with in case. That's just how radio works. I thought you were a radio guy.
I can't see anything.
You can't see that giant clock
No,
that
I
says...
don't have what time we're out at.
That's literally right there.
I cannot see that.
How? It's right in front of your face.
I cannot see that. I cannot make that out.
How?
It's just a black dot to me. Because I have the worst eyes of anybody that you will ever meet in your entire life.
Hey, Chris.
And maybe that explains my football takes and my basketball takes and my Guardians takes. Hey-o, beat you to it.
Yeah, no, I don't think it explains your apologism for Donovan Mitchell, though. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Meredith Kane. It actually says, if you look at it, it says, I can't believe that Chris Fedor is simping for Donovan Mitchell like this.
Can we move this closer for eye-challenged people
Do
that
you
host?
need someone to move it closer to you?
It is on an arm. You can move it closer.
Oh, I didn't know. This isn't my house, man. I'm not going to start moving furniture. It's not my house.
Do you have no basic understanding of how things work?
I do, but I don't host here
You
constantly.
can't see that arm there?
You're very particular about the seat that you sit in.
That's fair.
The chair, the specific chair.
Fair.
So I'm not going to start moving things that aren't mine to move.
Well, I don't
This
care.
computer says Andrew Basket.
If that pisses anybody off, it pisses JP off, and that's his problem. All right. Fedor, good stuff this week,
Hey,
buddy.
man, it was great being in with you.
Always great to see Chris Fedor. Check him out, cleveland.com, the Plain Dealer, on the Twitters at Chris Fedor. He'll be in with JP on Monday. I'm off to the beach. Be good, guys.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.